Ladies and gentlemen, members of the public who are here already and members of the press, welcome to the first hearing of the 9/11 Citizens Commission, sponsored by 9/11 Citizenswatch, with support from 9/11 Truth and New York 9/11truth.org. What we're going to do is basically I'm going to go ahead. First, I'd like to do a little housekeeping, apologize for the heat and the temperature in the room. I understand that the air conditioning was running this morning for 40 minutes, and then it stopped running, and there's someone on their way to hopefully troubleshoot and get it going again. So apologize for the uncomfortable temperature and humidity. We have here, to my right, the commissioners. This is modeled, will be modeled after congressional hearings or the hearings that were conducted by the 9/11 Commission, where we have a group of commissioners that will be hearing testimony provided by witnesses, authors, experts, whistleblowers. And I'd like to first start by saying that who is not here yet. Dr. Faz Khan is an emergency room doctor and a local imam. He's an American Muslim of Indian Afghani extraction. He's an MD, an emergency physician and internist in New York City. He was on duty on 9/11, treated victims, later at Ground Zero with rescue teams. He's an assistant imam at various New York City and Long Island mosques, and is on the advisory board of 9/11truth.org. We have three commissioners. He's the first. Secondly, we have on the far end of the table here Bob Mcllvaine. And Bob is a 9/11 victim family member. He lost his son Bobby on the 106th floor of the North Tower. And then we have Cynthia McKinney. Cynthia is a former congresswoman of 4 terms. Is that correct, Cynthia?
5 terms.
5 terms, excuse me. She's just won her primary, and she's running to regain her seat in Congress. And she will be chairing the hearings today. Originally, we had planned to have Cynthia co-chair with Catherine Austin Fitts, a lifelong Republican and former Assistant Secretary of Housing in the first Bush administration. Due to emergency medical situation with a very close friend of hers, she called late last night and said she could not make it. So she expressed her regret, and that she does intend that are we to follow on this hearing with others and find financial and public support, that she will be joining as a Republican member of the commission to co-chair it. She brings great expertise and insight to this process. So we miss her, and we also miss Dr. Bob Bowman. Dr. Bob Bowman is a retired lieutenant colonel in the Air Force. He's a PhD, and I believe he is a bishop in the United Catholic Church. His house was damaged in the recent hurricane, so he's not here. However, we're going to proceed anyway, so I'm going to turn it over briefly, very briefly, to brief comments, if they'd like to, from Cynthia and Bob, and then I'm going to introduce Michael Caine, who represents New York 9/11truth.org, and then we'll turn it over to the witnesses very briefly just to say who they are and their affiliation and what they'll be testifying to today, and then we'll turn it over to members of the press who have questions for either our witnesses or the commissioners. So let me turn it over to Cynthia McKinney, the chair of today's 9/11 Citizens Commission. Cynthia.
Thank you, Kyle. And as soon as we can get our cord unentangled, we will allow Mr. Mcllvaine to make his opening statement.
Hi, I'm Bob Mcllvaine. I apologize for this short biography there. I'm at the end stage of work, and I was a teacher. I worked at a psychiatric unit, acute care facility. I was a teacher on the unit, and I got laid off in 2003. And it's amazing since then, the journey I've been on to find the truth. That's the only thing I want out of life. I'm a parent. I'm sorry. but it's a very difficult time of the year.
Don't be sorry.
No, but, well, I've spoken over 100 times in the last year, and I can never get through the beginning because it's still about Bobby, my son. And a wonderful person, a graduate of Princeton, a tremendous intellect, unaffected human being, yet he wanted to solve the world's problems also. And a week before he died, we had talked about the Taliban in Afghanistan because he had such a profound interest in what was happening there. So he died on September 11th, and I knew that the answers were so simple that this was definitely wrong. And we categorized it as a good against evil. But I continued working. I never did find out how my son died. He was supposed to be on the 106th floor, but we were able to find his body the following day, and for a year I spent trying to find out the exact circumstances behind his death. But anyway, in February 2003, I got laid off, and since then, I've had the opportunity, belonging to groups, going to the commission, reading all these wonderful people over here about what's happened on September 11th, and just trying to find the truth. That's all I want. It's not that I'm looking for punishment, but I've been at the commission, and I do want blame, because there's a lot of people blamed. 19 people who killed my son, they're dead. But there's so much that happened before then. And the truth has to come out. And we were talking about earlier, this country will not survive if we don't get the truth of this, because it will never, ever stop. And the citizens of the United States, and that's my only quest. I'll spend the rest of my life, as hard as this is, it's opening up that wound every time I talk about it, because I have to talk about Bobby. And it's difficult, and that's why it just wears on you, it just wears you down. But the thing is, it's a powerful voice. So the only thing I want to do, and that's why I'm here, is to maybe find more ways to get it out to the public. I think the rest of the world has heard the message, but I don't know, and more people in the United States are hearing the message. But hopefully everyone will know the truth of what's happened on September 11th. Thanks.
A very powerful opening statement from Mr. Mcllvaine, Commissioner Mcllvaine, who sets the context for us as to why exactly we are here, and the importance of the work that these good presenters, these panelists, do every day that they wake up. Their work is about finding the truth. And the reason we are here is about the truth. So now I would just like to say that I'm finally happy to be on a commission where it's okay to ask a lot of questions. Here we intend today to ask a lot of questions. Questions will be posed from the audience, and questions will be posed from the commissioners, Mr. Mcllvaine and myself. Let me also mention the fact that Catherine Austin Fitz, my co-chair in this hearing, which we hope to expand to include more hearings, is not here, as has been explained by Kyle. But we also want to know that the work that she does and the important issues that she covers will not remain uncovered. That will just give us more opportunity and more need to do a follow-up hearing. Now, let me also just say that Hurricane Francis stormed into Florida and, to a lesser extent, into my home state of Georgia. And after she left, we all have to clean up. We're part of the cleanup crew. Well, the Republicans stormed into New York City just a few days ago. And you could consider the work that we're about to do, the cleanup work, the most necessary cleanup work. But in this space, our minds are open, our facts are welcome. We have no political agenda other than the truth. The city of Atlanta, where I come from, our symbol is Resurgence the Phoenix, because, as you all know, the city of Atlanta was burned by General Sherman as he went through the South. And Atlanta rose again, even sending President Jimmy Carter to the White House. We don't take credit for zeal, however. When Reconstruction took place in this country, and George White was the last African-American member of Congress, he stood on the floor of the House as he was about to leave because of Jim Crow laws, and he said, "This, Mr. Chairman, is perhaps the Negro's temporary farewell to the American Congress. But let me say, Phoenix-like, he will rise again and come again someday." When I came to New York on one of my previous visits, this was a poster that was given to me. "Truth crushed to the ground shall rise again." And so now we are here to say that no organization, no administration, no forces, no powers that be are going to crush the truth of what happened on September 11th to the ground. Because these panelists who are here, these researchers, and those of you in the audience who spend all of your time trying to understand what happened so that we can put to rest some of the pain of my fellow commissioner, Mr. Mcllvaine, we will make sure that the truth will rise again. That's why we're here today. So thank you very much.
Do you want to? Michael Caine from New York 911truth.org, very briefly.
Very briefly. Thank you, Kyle. I'm with New York 9/11 Truth. It's a group that we had our founding on September 11, 2003, when we had an event at the Riverside Church where some of these distinguished panelists were there, including Cynthia McKinney, Mike Ruppert, John Judge. It was a great event. And off of that, we decided this movement that was a research-based movement that was widely on the internet needed to get into the streets, needed to get to the people, because widely the media was not doing the job that we thought it needed to do in order to get to what both commissioners so eloquently said we're here for, the truth. So ever since January 3rd of 2004 of this year, we've been at the footprint of Ground Zero, handing out literature, holding up signs that say support victims' families, stop the 9/11 cover-up, other signs as well, and starting basically a dialogue with the people of New York as well as internationally, because Ground Zero is affording people coming from all over the world to see it. That's what we've been doing. I have to say the response has been overwhelmingly supportive. Some people disagree and debate, but that's great. That's what it's about. It's about freedom of assembly, freedom of speech, and about citizens taking responsibility for what happens into this investigation of 9/11, because the 9/11 Commission has not done a sufficient job. So on behalf of New York 9/11 Truth, I thank everybody for coming here, especially our panelists and the commissioners here. I just want to say there is one other commissioner that isn't here right now, Dr. Faiz Khan. He was also at our September 11, 2003 event. He's a great man, and I'm very honored he'll be here as well as a commissioner to hear this. So once again, I'd like to thank everybody for coming on behalf of New York 9/11 Truth.
Right. Thank you, Michael. Now we'd like to move very quickly through the witnesses who are here. Obviously, we'll be hearing more from each of them later. We want to get to your questions, and we have the public waiting outside. So I'm going to turn it over first to Paul Thompson. Then we have Barry Zwicker, Michael Springmann, Michael Ruppert, John Judge, Jenna Orkin, and Nicholas Levis. Paul Thompson, please.
Hi, my name is Paul. I've had something on the internet called the 9/11 Timeline for the past couple of years, and I'm really glad to say that 2 days ago it was released as a book published by HarperCollins. And I'm going to be speaking today on two topics. I'm going to be speaking on the foreign intelligence warnings, warnings that came from foreign governments and generally aren't that well known. And then the second thing is potential role of Pakistan in the 9/11 attacks.
I'm Barry Zwicker, a journalist and media critic, and I will touch on the intersection of history, 9/11, and the media in my remarks.
I'm Mike Springmann. I'm a former Foreign Service officer. I'm currently an attorney in private practice in Washington, D.C. I'm going to be talking to you all today about the issuance of visas to terrorists by officials of the United States government.
My name is Mike Ruppert. I am the publisher-editor from the Wilderness Newsletter, also the author of a new book which is going to print even as we speak today called Crossing the Rubicon, The Decline of the American Empire at the End of the Age of Oil. I will be testifying today about a couple of important things, one of which is a series of unmentioned, unexplored war game live hijack exercise drills and other exercise drills inserting false radar blips into radar screens on 9/11. I will present to the Commission today a written confirmation that the Joint Chiefs was running a live fly exercise on 9/11, a hijack drill which confused fighter response. I will also discuss elements of perjury and how the attacks were facilitated by the United States government, in particular Vice President Dick Cheney.
My name is John Judge. I'm one of the co-founders of 9/11 Citizenswatch. We have served as a monitor and watchdog over the commission process since it began, the 9/11 Commission. And I'm here today in the role of trying to help an independent commission frame some of the questions and contradictions and omissions of the official report and the flawed recommendations that have come from those conclusions.
Jenna Orkin, chairperson of the World Trade Center Environmental Organization. I'll be talking about the environmental disaster of 9/11, which was largely the fault of the White House and the EPA. The White House told the EPA to change its press releases, reassure New Yorkers for the sake of reopening Wall Street, and sacrifice the health of thousands.
My name is Mcllvaine. I'm with 911truth.org. I am an author and a researcher. It's perhaps appropriate that there's not enough table for me because I'm going to be dealing with an overview of the many, many bodies of evidence that have been gathered by 9/11 researchers and shared within the network over the last 3 years. I'll be presenting a kind of summary of the different bodies of evidence and an evaluation of the possibilities for a future investigation.
Yeah, just to clarify, Nick Levis, John Judge, and Carolyn Betts are giving essentially what would amount to a staff statement. If some of you followed the 9/11 Commission hearings, there were staff statements presented to the Commission and to the public at those hearings, so they'll serve that purpose. Carolyn Betts is a lawyer, and she will introduce her later on. Unfortunately, Sibel Edmonds could not be here. We had planned to have video testimony of her, but due to scheduling problems, that did not happen. So without any further ado, let's turn it over to questions from members of the press, and if we can we'll try to do this within the next 10-15 minutes so that we can get the public in here. They've been waiting outside. So members of the press, here please. Could you please stand up? If you don't mind, we'd like to, because we are recording this for the wider audience that are not here, there are microphones. If you would be willing to come up and get on the microphone over on the opposite side of the room here where I'm pointing, there's a standing mic. You see that? Thank you so much. And you can address your question to either commissioners or anyone here on the panel.
Hi, my name is Mercedes Calego. I work for the newspaper El Correo from Spain. It seems to me that most of you here already have achieved a conclusion about what was the motivation of this cover-up of September 11. I'd like to, I know it's going to be discussed all day, but I'd like to get like a briefing by somebody who will tell me what were the motivation and how high up in the government is the responsibility of ignoring the signs of September 11. I've seen somebody in the witness panel have mentioned Dick Cheney.
Mike?
Okay, I'll speak for myself on this. There is some degree of consensus beginning to appear on the world scene. Not everybody necessarily agrees with it, but for me, I think the overriding imperative with regard to a motive for the attacks of 9/11 was the fact that very clearly the world is beginning to encounter diminishing supplies of hydrocarbon energy in a situation called peak oil. A fact where the planet, I believe, is plus or minus 1 year away from the all-time historical peak of production, even as demand is still soaring. And we are at a point now where global oil production will diminish irrevocably and unalterably into history, which will be probably one of the most epical changes in human history. There's an abundant record, which I present in my book, Crossing the Rubicon, showing that Vice President Cheney, through his Energy Task Force, and even before his entrance into the White House, was well aware of the situation called peak oil, that energy supplies were foremost on the Bush administration's agenda, and that a pretext in the form of a terror attack, historically consistent with Operation Northwoods, which we'll talk about today, I'm sure, with the attacks on Pearl Harbor, we needed a pretext to secure by force the world's hydrocarbon energy supplies and to pursue them around the world wherever they could be found. And I'll be talking about that at some length in my testimony today. I hope I'll be asked about it. Others may disagree about that, but clearly with the evidence we've seen with the world economy today and what has been happening to oil supplies since 9/11, as we have predicted in my newsletter, that the world is clearly behaving as if that was the case.
Okay. Bob?
Yeah, I do a lot of speaking. I'd like to go to high schools and, if I can, go to colleges also. And again, I'm not an authority on anything. But it's very important to me that especially high school kids understand that this isn't a one-shot deal. We look at Bush and say that the horrors of the world revolve around Bush. And I really try to trace the foreign policy of the United States, for the last 50, 60 years after World War, or 50 years after World War I, and in connection with oil. And the idea that, we're out there for the good of democracy and human rights and equality and things of this sort, but it's more about natural resources. But just try to connect the dots and to explain to people my son's murder isn't just a one-day affair and then it becomes good and evil, but it's part of the big tapestry of history that we're such an immense part of.
Can we move on to another question? Member of the press?
Hi, Anthony LePay from GNN.TV. How you guys doing today? It's a question for former Congressman McKinney. You may be back in office soon. Are you worried that participating in a panel like this is another dangerous move? And are you going to be continuing to do some of this work if and when you get back into Congress?
Anthony, I'm not surprised that you would ask me that question. Is participating on a panel whose purpose is to discover the truth about an American tragedy, is such participation dangerous? It shouldn't be. This is still America. And will I continue to do the work that I was doing before I left Congress? There's no way I can stop pursuing the truth. And in fact, if anything, the July 20th Democratic primary, which put me in a position to return to Congress, actually was I would say, a referendum on pursuit of the truth. And so it would be a betrayal to my constituents and to all of the supporters who have supported me during these 2 years that I've not been in Congress, for me to all of a sudden become a different person. So I'm not going to become a different person. What you see basically is what you get. And I think the voters understood that. All of the powers that be understand that. And most importantly, the activists can rest assured that we will pursue inside the halls of Congress these questions now as they once were being pursued.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to need to call this to an end for now because we're behind schedule. And if you can try to catch up with the various witnesses because they don't all go on at once. So if you're a member of the press and have further questions, please try to catch them when you can. And we'll be posting their statements on the 9/11citizenswatch.org site. We'll also be making a transcript available of the entire proceedings today, all 6 hours. And those of you who are going to leave, I believe WBAI will be covering the portion of the hearings that run from 3 to 5. So whoever's on the schedule from 3 to 5. So thank you very much for your attention. So we'll take a break for about 10 minutes, and then we will start the program. Thank you. Well, welcome. This is a truly historic day, and this is a truly, we believe, historic process that we're beginning. I would like to apologize. I see some of you waving yourselves with paper or magazines. Apologize for the temperature and the uncomfortable humidity in the room. I was told that this morning the AC was working fine. I think I'm starting to feel some air moving. And so as a result of the air conditioning stopping working, it's a little hot. So please bear with us. Hopefully the technicians or the folks who are, the repairmen are here and at work. So I'm going to basically, again, my name is Kyle Hentz. I'm a co-founder of 9/11 Citizens Watch. We're a watchdog group based in D.C. and New York. And I'm going to read a brief introductory statement. And the format is very much like a congressional hearing. We have commissioners here that I'll be introducing. We have witnesses providing testimony, whistleblowers, experts, authors, and so on. They will come forward. They'll give a 15-minute presentation, 10 to 15 minutes, sometimes with PowerPoint or video. And then the commissioners will pose questions to the witness. They will be sworn in. Some of you who maybe attended the early 9/11 Commission's hearings noticed that they weren't swearing in the witnesses. And they only started because we made some noise about it and the press raised some questions of Chairman Caine. So let me begin my formal remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, New Yorkers, fellow Americans, and concerned citizens from around the world, welcome to the first hearings of the 9/11 Citizens Commission, who some have dubbed the omission hearings. Thank you for coming to join our commissioners in hearing the testimony of witnesses we have assembled today. We are present here today to say that we, the people, will be heard, and that neither courageous whistleblowers nor unflinching investigative journalists will be silenced or intimidated by the pomp and circumstance of a deeply compromised 9/11 commission, the one commissioned by our government, after much pressure was put on by family members and other concerned citizens. The Bush administration obstructed and did not want to launch an investigation into the attacks. And when they did, the Congress only allotted $3 million until, again, public pressure, family member pressure, raised the budget, and eventually they were granted $15 million. It was still a pittance compared to what they invested in the Challenger shuttle disaster. I think they spent $50 million. Moving on. We are here to exercise our God in the broadest, most inclusive sense, given right of assembly, of free speech, and ultimately to demand redress of grievances relative to the events of September 11th and the actions taken by the U.S. government in our names in the wake of the September 11th attacks. 3 years ago, the world was transfixed when in the course of an hour and 20 minutes, 4 aircraft were employed as weapons to murder nearly 3,000 people from scores of countries around the world. We must ask ourselves and our leaders how we can maintain that ours is a government of, by, and for a free people when a panel commissioned to investigate 9/11 and funded with just $15 million does not answer a majority of the questions posed by victim family members and others. And I can confirm for you that after speaking with one of the leaders of the victim family groups, that indeed, as they've combed through their nearly 400 questions and looked at the report, they have found thus far, and I haven't gone through all their questions, but the majority of them have not been addressed. How can we champion the great principles of our founders when nearly 400 questions were posed by the families over the course of 2 years and nowhere were they directly answered by a government-appointed panel, distinguished panel? This after fighting the administration who did not want to investigate and lobbying hard on Capitol Hill. This is an outrage, and all the enacted recommendations, or hoped to be enacted, those who hope to enact the recommendations put forward by the Commission in the world won't change the reality that the government failed to provide a full accounting of all the facts and circumstances. The Commission was charged with a dual mandate, to provide recommendations to make us safer on one hand, but to also provide us a full accounting of the facts and circumstances. We are here to raise questions and doubt about their accounting of the events and the facts and circumstances surrounding the attacks. These are facts and circumstances that Bob Mcllvaine, one of our commissioners, wants to have answers to, wants to be further scrutinized. For their wives, husbands, brothers, sisters, mothers, and fathers, the victim family members, they perished on 9/11. New York's finest and bravest and our fellow citizens, many of whom still to this day have not been granted proper burial. We are here to right this wrong, this travesty of justice, and begin to redress the bodies of evidence too long ignored that will help us to begin to answer the questions and help place pressure on the government, the important places in government, to reopen the investigation, to answer the questions and the issues that the 9/11 Commission has either ignored or failed to address completely. It is vitally important to note that not only hasn't the alleged primary culprit not been brought to justice, but neither has a single co-conspirator been successfully prosecuted in nearly 3 years since 9/11. Not one single co-conspirator has been successfully brought to justice through our court system and charged with complicity in 9/11. And yet, in the wake of the attacks, not a single government official in a position of responsibility at the time of 9/11 has been held accountable in any way. In fact, what you have instead is people in positions of responsibility getting promotions and rewards in the wake of the attacks. We have an intense and full program of hearings planned today. In 6 hours, we cannot possibly begin to address everything that has been brought forward by different researchers, investigative journalists, and family members. But we can begin to touch upon that which has not been addressed by the Caine Commission. We can begin to frame the key questions and the body of evidence that suggests perhaps a wider circle of complicity. The Zogby poll, commissioned by 9/11 Citizenswatch and 9/11truth.org, found that nearly 50%, nearly half of New Yorkers polled, believe that the administration or some leaders with this particular wording had specific knowledge of an attack imminent on or around September 11th and consciously failed, these were the words in the question, to take action. 66% of those polled in New York City believe that the investigation should be reopened by Congress or by the Attorney General of New York State, Eliot Spitzer. There are many events upcoming on 9/11 this coming Saturday here in New York City in the Hammerstein Ballroom, the Manhattan Center, from 8 to 10:30. They'll be examining some of the questions we won't be. There are events in Santa Barbara, Washington, D.C., sponsored by Pacifica, in San Francisco, sponsored by 911truth.org, and in other cities across the country and around the world. We're scheduled to go to 7 p.m. We hope to have time for your questions. We'll be passing around 4x6 cards later. And this evening, as Michael mentioned, we have 911truth.org. It's an umbrella organization that is trying to bring forward to the broader audience the key questions and to direct the public to bodies of evidence, documentaries, books, etc., that begin to open up a broader discussion about what happened on September 11th. They, with 9/11 Truth, New York 911truth.org, are sponsoring the world premiere of a documentary by Barry Zwicker, who is here as a witness and who will also be answering questions during Q&A session tonight. There are two showings, 8 p.m. and 9:30. We have a 20-minute break around 3 p.m. And what I'd like to do now, before I introduce our commissioners briefly for their opening statements, I'd like to ask that we observe a moment of silence, and that for those who perished on 9/11 and in the wars and violence since. So let us proceed with a moment of silence and prayer, if you wish, before we begin our first hearing. And I'd like to begin with these words: not by power, not by money, but by thy Spirit. Thank you. A couple of changes to our panel. Dr. Bob Bowman had his house damaged by the hurricane. He was to be one of our commissioners. And Catherine Austin Fitz, a former official with the first Bush administration, was to join Cynthia McKinney to co-chair today's hearings. And we hope to have her back should we do follow-on hearings from this event. She's an extraordinary resource and can help shed light on the economic systems underlying much of the malaise that we see in our world today. So let me move on and introduce the commissioners that we do have here. We have Dr. Faz Khan at the far end of the table. He's an American Muslim of Indian and Afghani descent or extraction. He is a doctor, an MD, emergency physician, and internist here in New York City. On 9/11, he was on duty and treated victims at a triage center and worked with rescue teams. He's active in the peace movement. He's a lecturer and writer on various issues related to Islam. He is an assistant imam at various New York and Long Island mosques, and was a delegate on the Baghdad Peace Belt pilgrimage that went to Baghdad the week before the war began. And then Bob Mcllvaine, very briefly, and he can say a little bit more if you'd like. But Bob, we're honored to have Bob here on the panel. As some of you, most of you are probably aware, there was not a family member on the 9/11 Commission. At one point it was discussed, but in the end it was made up primarily of conflicted insiders from inside the Beltway. So Bob Mcllvaine lost his son Bobby, who was working and presenting on a business day in North Tower. And then we have our chair, today's chair, future co-chair of today's hearing, Cynthia McKinney. And much of you, I'm sure most of you, are familiar with her extraordinary record in Congress, standing up in the voice of the people. Someone who, five-term congresswoman, who recently won her primary and is working to regain her seat. Yes, to regain her seat in Congress. So let me turn it over to Cynthia and the commissioners, and then after they've made brief introductory remarks, we're going to show a portion of, an edited portion of testimony provided by Mindy Kleinberg of the 9/11 Family Steering Committee that she made before the 9/11 Commission on the first day of hearings, March 31st of last year, down at the Customs House in Manhattan. So let me turn it over to Cynthia. Cynthia, please.
Thank you, Kyle. I would like to take this opportunity to thank 911 Truth and Citizenswatch for having this important hearing today. I'd like to also take the time to thank Commissioner Caine as well as Commissioner Mcllvaine for agreeing to serve with me on this very important commission. I would also like to mention another commissioner who couldn't be with us today, but whose commitment we all know, and that is Catherine Austin Fitz. Today is just the beginning. Your support can ensure that we follow up with more of these hearings to flesh out all the remaining questions that experts and family members know have not been fully addressed by the official 911 Commission or the Bush administration. Of course, please forgive me, but I cannot be in the city of New York and not say thank you, New York City. But this time, not just for supporting me, but for also not being bamboozled into submission by questionable insider backroom characters who want to take away our freedoms, send our children off to war, and rip to shreds the social safety net for the American people. And of course, I can't say thank you to New York City without also saying thank you to Georgia's 4th Congressional District Democratic voters and our supporters of truth all over our country who put me in a position to return to Congress as Congress's sojourner for truth. A special thanks to the small coterie of friends who kept my questions relevant by their own deep understanding of the fundamental danger posed by today's forces, known and unknown, operating in our name at this time. Those thanks especially include the dedicated leaders of the 9/11 Truth movement, whose work has spawned similar gatherings this week all over our country. For me personally, it means the thousands of people I've had the opportunity to meet who are not just against everything, but who are in the deepest sense pro-America. Activists like our host today, Kyle Hentz, John Judge, Nicholas Levis, Michael Caine, the panelists, Ms. Singh, Mr. Ruppert, Mr. Springmann, Mr. Thompson, as well as my fellow commissioners. And finally, a word of thanks to the $20 million man whose movie came out literally just days before my election. In the face of stinging criticism about the impact that his film might have had on my election, Michael Moore responded, and I quote, "I'm glad Cynthia McKinney is coming back to Congress, and I'm glad if my movie helped make that happen." Even all those thank yous don't do justice to you, the activist community. But enough with that, because now we've got work to do. Finally, I'm serving on a commission where it's all right to ask questions. We have allotted time at the conclusion of the panelist presentations for audience questions. Now, I know that I intend to ask a whole bunch of questions, and I hope you do too, because we've got the experts here who have studied this tragedy and know its details backward and forward. Hurricane Francis stormed into Florida and to a lesser extent my state of Georgia and left the cleanup to us. Well, the Republican Party stormed into New York City, their words dripping with the politicization of an American tragedy, and they've left the cleanup to us. Now, I don't mind being part of the cleanup crew, but here we operate under a different set of rules. First, our minds in this place are open. Facts are welcome in this place. We have no political agenda other than the truth. My birth city of Atlanta has as its symbol Resurgence the Phoenix, because out of General Sherman's Civil War ashes, that jewel of the South rose again and even sent a plain-spoken man like Jimmy Carter to the White House. We take no credit for zeal. When Reconstruction was truly over, and all the civil rights gains from the Civil War had been wiped out through Jim Crow legislation in the South, Representative George White, the last black man serving in the United States Congress on his way out, because those Jim Crow laws had made it to North Carolina too, rose on the floor of the House in 1901 and said, "This, Mr. Chairman, is perhaps the Negro's temporary farewell to the American Congress. But let me say, Phoenix-like, he will rise up someday and come again." And with that, the United States Congress was all white for one generation. On one of my previous trips to New York City, I was given a beautiful poster entitled, "Truth, crushed to the ground, will rise again." Today and into tonight, we will explore the truth of 9/11. The truth about America's tragedy belongs to all of us and can only be crushed to the ground for so long. The work of this commission, our expert panelists, and our audience will ensure that the truth of 9/11 will rise one day. I look forward to the intense learning about to take place during these presentations of our esteemed panelists. And now we will hear from our Commissioner, Mr. Mcllvaine, Commissioner Mcllvaine, and Commissioner Caine.
My name's Bob Mcllvaine. I'm from Orland, Pennsylvania. I lost my son. When I did this to the press, I wasn't able to get through it, but maybe the second time around. I lost my son at Merrill Lynch. Can't do it. And it's not just because it's 9/11 now. It's just, remember when I speak, it happens. But it brings the cold reality to the whole thing. There's a lot of people dying in the world. And we're talking horrible deaths. The deaths of those people down there were horrible. To this day, I just had a discussion with, I'm sorry, I forget your name, but I'm still trying to find out what happened to him. I want to know to that last second what happened to him. Every parent wants to know that. I've run into a lot of parents in my neighborhood have lost children. And you just want to know that last second what horror that your child was going through. And I think about it every day. And it rips me apart. And to do this, it truly is a double-edged sword, because I really would, many days I want to go to an island and just sit there the rest of my life, ignore the rest of the world. And as my son said yesterday, he said, "Why don't you be happy? Try to be happy." Well, it's impossible to be happy. I have happy moments. The suffering isn't as bad, but the pain is still very immense. It's always there. And when you do something like that, it brings you right back to day one. Day one I have every day of my life. I've made that choice. It's been a wonderful journey. And I do it for my son because he really believed that knowledge is power. And if anything you get out of this, it's knowledge. And you have to take it out to the people, out to the American public. That's the only way we can do this. The people of this country must realize what the truth is. And history is replete with so many lies, and they continue day in, day out. And it's just not this Bush administration, it's every administration. And trust me, I'm not an authority up here. All these other people are great authorities. This is a learning process for me. I've made every commission meeting. I've been involved with the widows. I mean, they've done tremendous work. What they've done, the fact that this is out in the public, it would have been an impossibility. Just don't forget, George Bush never wanted this commission. We would have had Kissinger as the head of the commission if it wasn't for the widows. They went to him and said to him, "Didn't you have some dealings with the bin Ladens in your past?" And with that, he quit the commission. Yet we would have had him. So it's just so important that you take a lot out of this and take it out there onto the streets. Because I just deal with the people, dealing with my relatives, dealing with my people in my neighborhood. they still look at it and say, well, I still want to be safe. No one wants to lose their life. And they look at the president and say, well, he's our protector. Our military is our protector. Well, but the thing is, this is the way it is. If you're raising a family and you have 3 kids, all you want to know is you're protected. And I'm not saying that this is right. I'm just saying it's so difficult to get to people to explain to them, where do I start? Do I start in Iran in 53, or do I go into the Congo in 60?
Right, exactly.
It's a constant thing, but it's an education. And I don't know, I think there's a lot of people, it's a lost cause in this country. That's why we have to get out to the students of the world, and they have to understand where this all comes from. It's connecting the dots. My son didn't die just because George Bush wasn't inattentive. It has a lot to do with Clinton. It has a lot to do with Bush. It goes all the way back to Eisenhower.
Yes.
Okay, so I just... And this is the legacy of my son. If I would have died in those towers, he'd be doing the same thing. He wants to know the truth. I want to know the truth. And I have found myself in a position, I get invited to this just because I'm a parent. It brings a lot of power to it. And I've had the opportunity to speak around the world. Although I won't fly, I do a lot of TV and radio, but I haven't flown yet. But it's been a great experience for me because I'm an educator. I was a teacher most of my life. And to me, it's all education. And that's what it has to be. We just constantly have to educate. And then maybe people will start participating. And that, to me, is the solution. Okay, thank you very much. I'll move over here. Oh, okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's a privilege and an honor for me again to share the platform with Cynthia McKinney, and it's been an honor for me to be asked to be a commissioner on this panel. The importance of 9/11 truth cannot be overemphasized. It is impossible to overemphasize the issue of 9/11 truth. Now, the attacks themselves and the false explanations both have been a springboard not only to further criminal agendas by those who wield military and political influence in their bid to maintain a one-way flow of cash and natural resources and labor. And notice I don't make any mention of nation states when it comes to these deep political issues, because a lot of the deep politics transcends the dialectic of nation states. We have to think beyond nation states sometimes. Our foreign policy, to some extent, may be executed through Washington, but it often does not originate there. It's very important for people to understand that when they probe these issues. Now, the false explanations that have been put forth by the mainstream media has, in a very powerful way, intellectually arrested many of not only the American public opinion, but also many peace activist opinion. Their opinions have been arrested. And using 9/11 as a platform for peace activism while not addressing 9/11 truth is just purely on the realm of logic, completely absurd. The whole Muslims gone bad plus overwhelmed or incompetent intelligence equals 9/11, that just doesn't cut it anymore for anyone with the slightest amount of mental capacity to read the facts as you're going to have them presented to you today. But it's not just presenting the facts. It's not even digesting the facts. As the evidence grows, we need to be psychologically strong enough to face the implications like Bob just mentioned about how deep this can go. As the evidence grows, we have to be completely dissatisfied, and forgive me for using medical lingo, I can't help it, but with incomplete diagnoses, with partial truths, or with just treating or addressing symptoms without trying to root out root causes. Now, any activist working for peace, anyone who claims to be a truth seeker, has to be honest. If you're not going to be honest, then you might as well just get out of the game. At some point, everyone has to ask themselves, well, am I more committed to my role as a spokesperson, or am I more in love with my soapbox than I am with seeking truth? Am I more satisfied with occupying a niche in the activist scene than I am with seeking the truth? And as a physician, I often ask myself, am I just satisfied treating symptoms and not trying to get at the cure? I just want to draw an analogy for you to really just bring the point home. Say you were a patient of mine and you came to me with a cough, some malaise, not feeling well. I'd advise some rest, maybe some steam inhalation, maybe take a chest x-ray. On the chest x-ray, I might happen to see a little nodule in your lung. But continue to hack away, come back days later, I hear some wheezing. Maybe it's allergy season. I'll give you a little inhaler. How many asthmatics are there out there? Use their inhalers and some anti-allergy medicine. Days later, you come back, you're still hacking, you're still coughing. Except this time you're bringing up phlegm. Well, then I'll give you a very strong cough suppressant, something that numbs the entire upper airway so you don't really feel the need to cough. Then after a while, you're better, and you come back again, coughing, bringing up more phlegm, this time with fevers and chills. Aha, pneumonia. I'll diagnose. It's pneumonia. Give you some antibiotics, give some fluids, and you're better for a while, and then again you come back. This time you're losing weight, you're dehydrated. The fevers continue. Well, no problem, I'll hospitalize you. Give you some IV fluids, I can correct the dehydration. Give you some nutrition. We can even give nutrition through the IV if you're not hungry. A week later, your cough becomes bloody. First a little bit of blood-tinged mucus, then gobs and gobs of blood. Well, that's okay. I'll transfuse you. I'll just give you blood back through your IV. No problem. Then the nausea, the vomiting, the blurry vision. You can't walk right. The lymph nodes in your neck are golf ball sized. What's all of this? At this point you're asking. Well, it's what's called a paraneoplastic syndrome from cancer that spreads. Now, how absurd it is to just treat symptoms and not diagnose root causes. How absurd it is to treat symptoms of cancer but not even mention the word cancer. Many activists don't even want to go near the 9/11 truth issue. It's completely diagnostically dishonest not to approach this issue. Making partial diagnoses, treating symptoms in the face of obvious signs that there's something much deeper is harmful. It's harmful, and it allows the perpetrative agenda to be unnoticed. So I hope you open your ears and pay attention. I'm going to learn a lot today. I've been following this issue. I've been very supportive of 9/11 Truth, and I hope we have a great session. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners, for your opening statements. I've just been approached backstage by Barry Zellman. Barry's been on my email list of Citizenswatch and unansweredquestions.org for many months, and I've run into him on a couple of occasions during hearings and so on. And he's asked to make a brief statement. He hasn't prepared anything. He lost his brother Kenneth in the North Tower. And so I'd just like to bring Barry Zellman out for a brief statement to address you. Barry?
Hi, everybody. I kind of dropped by on a kind of short notice. It's kind of an impromptu kind of visit. I didn't plan to come here, so if I stumble and don't make sense, it's because I really didn't plan this. I really was never into politics ever in my life, and it was a rude awakening on my brother's murder 3 years ago. He was my best friend, my only brother. And, you know, these kind of things help me a lot because people understand me. You're a group of captive audience, and it's good. It helps me get through my grief process. There's never a resolution, but it helps. Because most of the time when I talk about dynamics of politics by 9/11, people look at me like I have three heads. Like, what? Bush knew about it? Bush, are you crazy? You know, so much for Republicans. And I never wanted to label myself anything, and I don't label myself anything. I'm just out there dealing with my brother's murder. And I just wrote this email. You know, people who do know me from the internet. I just write. So I've become a pretty decent writer. But I just responded to Bush families for 9/11, and I'll just read this aloud. It kind of sums up a lot of things. When a political party chooses to run on its performance of handling its response to 9/11, it had better hope that it can back it up. So many of the surviving 9/11 families know the transparencies in this message. But the Bush administration has always played to its biggest audience, those not directly affected by the mass murder of 2,749 people. Still, to sell this audience on the issue of 9/11, you're walking into dangerous territory. The record speaks of an administration who was not interested in following any of the so many leads in the months preceding 9/11. The August 6th PDB briefing that was publicized was a snapshot of our intelligence. It depicted an al-Qaeda terrorist group active with cells ready to strike. In fact, your own CIA agency named it bin Laden determined to strike within the U.S. That was the time to do something. The window of opportunity to intervene and maybe save those lives is gone. Now is not the time to exploit those lives for your own self-serving interests. This was in response to the RNC coming to New York. That's really what it was pertaining to. But I just embrace people that understand that 4 airplanes, an hour and a half between the first impact and the second impact, with zero military response in the United States, it didn't happen that way. It couldn't have happened that way. You're talking about the most intelligent agencies that we have in the face of the earth, state-of-the-art agencies, and there was zero military response. Why wasn't President Bush on the horn as soon as the second tower was impacted, saying, deploying military to New York? Why? And, you know, I'm a fair person. I listened to all sides of the argument, and I did research upon research, and no one could give me the answer. But it's very transparent because our own president did not want to investigate this tragedy. And I'm standing before you today for one reason. The only thing that I could give my brother is the truth. That's it. I didn't get paid a cent. You know, the money was out there to shut people up. It's a strange dynamic, money, because there's two sides to 9/11 families. There are ones that were paid and the ones that weren't. And I hate to bring money up, but money is part of the equation. If they were married, the spouses got lots of money. The birth families got nothing. My father, I was 82 years old. My mother's still alive. My brother was married. The money doesn't, went to my brother's wife, and she doesn't even speak to us anymore. That's on a personal level, but the money was there for one reason. It's to keep people, pay them off and keep them quiet. And I thank people like you that are listening. Thank you very much.
Now we're going to move to the first audiovisual portion of our program. I invited members of the Family Steering Committee, which is the group made up principally of women who have been widowed in the wake of 9/11. They lost their husbands. I invited Mindy Kleinberg, but she's now a single mom, and she had things to take care of at home in Jersey. But we do have an edited version, I think it's about 8.5 minutes of her testimony, extraordinary testimony, before the 9/11 Commission on March 31st of last year, 2003. Commissioner Gorelick, Jamie Gorelick, one of the 10 commissioners, the Democrat, said after the testimony by the family members that the family members had provided them a roadmap. Why didn't they follow it? So, for now we'll put on Mindy Kleinberg's testimony last year.
With the United States intelligence agencies, has sophisticated software programs that are used in real time to watch both domestic and overseas markets to seek out trends that may indicate a present or future crime. In the week prior to September 11th, both the SEC and U.S. intelligence agencies ignored one major stock market indicator, one that could have yielded valuable information with regard to the September 11th attacks. On the Chicago Board Options Exchange during the week before September 11th, put options were purchased on American and United Airlines, the two airlines involved in the attacks. The investors who placed these orders were gambling that in the short term, the stock prices of both airlines would plummet. Never before on the Chicago Exchange were such large amounts of United and American airline options traded. These investors netted a profit of several $1 million after the September 11th attacks. Interestingly, the names of the investors remain undisclosed and the millions remain unclaimed in the Chicago Exchange account. Why were these aberrant trades not discovered prior to 9/11? Who were the individuals who placed these trades? Have they been investigated? Who was responsible for monitoring these activities? Have those individuals been held responsible for their inaction? I am holding in the hand some of the applications of the terrorists who killed my husband. All of these forms are incomplete and incorrect. Some of the terrorists listed their means of support as simply student, failing to then list the name and address of any school or institution. Others, when asked about their means of support for their stay in the United States, wrote myself and provided no further documentation. Some of the terrorists listed their destination as simply hotel or California or New York. One even listed his destination as no. Had the INS or the State Department followed the law, at least 15 of the hijackers would have been denied visas and would not have been in the United States on September 11, 2001. Prior to 9/11, FAA and Department of Defense manuals gave clear, comprehensive instructions on how to handle everything from minor emergencies to full-blown hijackings. These protocols dictate that in the event of an emergency, the FAA is to notify NORAD. Once that notification takes place, it is then the responsibility of NORAD to scramble fighter jets to intercept the errant plane. It is a matter of routine procedure for fighter jets to intercept commercial airliners in order to regain contact with the pilot. In fact, between June 2000 and September 2001, fighter jets were scrambled 67 times. If that weren't enough protection, on September 11th, NEADS, or the Northeast Air Defense System of NORAD, was several days into a semi-annual exercise known as Vigilant Guardian. This meant that our Northeast Air Defense System was fully staffed. In short, key officers were manning the Operation Battle Center, fighter jets were cocked, loaded, and carrying extra gas on board. Lucky for the terrorists, none of that mattered on September 11th. American Airline Flight 11 departed Boston Logan Airport at 7:45 a.m. The last routine communication between ground control and the plane occurred at 8:13 a.m. Between 8:13 and 8:20, Flight 11 became unresponsive to ground control. Additionally, radar indicated that the plane had deviated from its assigned path of flight. Soon thereafter, transponder contact was lost. Two Flight 11 airline attendants had separately called American Airlines reporting a hijacking, the presence of weapons, and the inflictions of injuries on passengers and crew. At this point, it would seem abundantly clear that Flight 11 was an emergency. And yet, according to NORAD's official timeline, NORAD was not contacted until 20 minutes later at 8:40 a.m. Tragically, the fighter jets were not deployed until 8:52 a.m., a full 32 minutes after loss of contact with Flight 11. Why was there a delay in the FAA notifying NORAD? Why was there a delay in NORAD scrambling fighter jets? How is this possible when NEEDS was fully staffed with planes at the ready monitoring our airspace? Flight 175, 77, and 93 all had the same repeat pattern of delays in notification and delays in scrambling fighter jets. Delays that are unimaginable considering a plane had, by this time, already hit the World Trade Center. Even more baffling for us is the fact that fighter jets were not scrambled from the closest Air Force bases. For example, for the flight that hit the Pentagon, the jets were scrambled from Langley Air Force in Hampton, Virginia, rather than Andrews Air Force Base right outside D.C. As a result, Washington skies remain wholly unprotected on the morning of September 11th. At 9:41 a.m., 1 hour and 21 minutes after the first plane was hijacked confirmed by NORAD, Flight 77 crashed into the Pentagon. The fighter jets were still miles away. Why? On September 11th, both the FAA and NORAD deviated from standard emergency operating procedures. Who were the people that delayed the notification? Have they been questioned? In addition, the interceptor planes, or fighter jets, did not fly at their maximum speed. Had the belatedly scrambled fighter jets flown at their maximum speed of engagement, they would have reached New York City and the Pentagon within moments of their deployment, intercept the hijacked airliners before they could have hit their targets, and undoubtedly saved lives. The acting Joint Chief of Staff on September 11th was General Richard B. Myers. On the morning of September 11th, he was having a routine meeting. The acting Joint Chief of Staff stated that he saw a TV report about a plane hitting the World Trade Center, but thought it was a small plane or something like that. So he went ahead with his meeting. Meanwhile, the second World Trade Center was hit by another jet. Nobody informed us of that, Myers said. By the time he came out of his meeting, the Pentagon had been hit. Whose responsibility was it to relay this emergency to the Joint Chief of Staff? Have they been held accountable for this error? Is it luck that aberrant stock trades were not monitored? Is it luck when 15 of visas are awarded based on incomplete forms? Is it luck when emergency FAA and NORAD protocols are not followed? Is it luck when a national emergency is not reported to top government officials on a timely basis? To me, luck is something that happens once. When you have this repeated pattern of broken protocols, broken laws, broken communication, one cannot still call it luck.
Our first witness is Jenna Orkin. And Jenna Orkin is a member of the World Trade Center Environmental Organization, and she's going to be testifying to the air toxicity in Lower Manhattan and the response of the government in the wake of 9/11 relative to the air quality, given the all clear. So Jenna Orkin will give a 15-minute presentation, or up to 15 minutes, and then there'll be Q&A. Actually, then we'll go to John Judge with a staff statement about the 9/11 omission report, and then we'll go to question session. So Jenna Orkin. And we'll now go to a swearing in, which is something the 9/11 Commission did not do early on in its proceedings.
Thanks, Kyle. I'm about to do something that at least I know Condoleezza Rice was running away from. Do you swear to tell the truth before this commission?
Yes.
See, it was so simple.
I want to make sure to get two things in before I start. One is I am a plaintiff in a potential class action lawsuit against EPA. Two is my website for World Trade Center Environmental Organization, WTCEO.org. September 11th was a tragedy that has changed the course of history and the way we live. It was also an environmental disaster of historic proportions. The way the federal government has handled this aspect of 9/11 has been passive at best. At worst, it rises to a level of reckless endangerment that entails lies stemming from the White House itself. From the beginning, independent scientists and other experts have uncovered data and testified on the dangers of the air downtown. The response of the EPA and via the domino effect of city and state agencies has been contradictory. On the one hand, they protest, this was unprecedented. What did you expect us to do? On the other hand, they claim there's no problem. The fact remains that to this day there has been no adequate testing or cleanup, and there are no plans in place for the comprehensive health care that will be necessary to cover the broad spectrum of illnesses, not only respiratory, but also neurological, endocrinological, etc., which will manifest themselves in decades to come. In short, in the environmental aftermath of 9/11, Osama bin Laden could not have found a more felicitous collaborator than George W. Bush. The World Trade Center was a city with its own zip code. It contained approximately 50,000 computers, each made with between 4 and 12 pounds of lead. The first 40 stories of at least one of the towers was coated with hundreds of tons of asbestos, which was pulverized to particles of unusually small size and dispersed around lower Manhattan, as well as possibly to Brooklyn and beyond. Tens of thousands of fluorescent light bulbs, each contained enough mercury to contaminate a quarter of a city block. The smoke detectors contained radioactive americium-241. The U.S. EPA found levels of polychlorinated biphenyls at 75,000 times the previous record. That's my calculation. We can talk later about it. Dioxin also reached record levels. The alkalinity of the air was equivalent to that of drain cleaner. A month after the disaster, scientists from the University of California at Davis found the highest levels of vanadium and other heavy metals and variant ultrafine particles that they had ever recorded out of 7,000 samples taken around the world, including at the burning Kuwaiti oil fields. The EPA did not measure particles of this size. In addition, there were all the other contaminants one might expect to find when a modern city burns. Dr. Marjorie Clark of Hunter College has testified that the World Trade Center disaster was equivalent to dozens of asbestos factories, incinerators, and crematoria, as well as a volcano. Nevertheless, starting on September 13th, the EPA issued reassuring statements about the air quality downtown. At hearings conducted in February and March of 2002, EPA Ombudsman Robert Martin and his chief investigator Hugh Kaufman accused EPA Administrator Christy Todd Whitman of lying in part to protect her husband's holdings in Citigroup, the owner of major insurers of Lower Manhattan. The accusation that the EPA had actively lied was recently corroborated by a memo uncovered by EPA scientist Dr. Kate Jenkins, which revealed that at the time of Whitman's statements, EPA already had test results showing asbestos that exceeded the agency's regulation levels. A report by the EPA Inspector General in August of 2003 had said that Whitman's reassurances were premature, but had stopped short of accusing her of lying. However, it revealed that EPA's initial press releases, which cautioned the public about the levels of asbestos in the air and dust, had been revised by the White House Council on Environmental Quality. Cautionary statements about asbestos were deleted and replaced by reassurances. Why did the Council on Environmental Quality interfere in this way? The report stated, the desire to reopen Wall Street played a role in EPA's air quality statements. EPA also made statements about 1% asbestos, and it would be interesting if you asked about that in the Q&A. It was highly deceptive the way they used that standard. EPA was also able to report low readings for certain contaminants by using outdated equipment. An article by Andrew Schneider in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch on January 14th of 2002 quotes Dr. Jenkins to the effect that for every asbestos fiber EPA found, independent contractors found 9. The risk of cancer from asbestos could be as high as 1 person in 10. EPA Region 8, which had been in charge of an asbestos cleanup in Libby, Montana, offered Region 2 in New York access to up-to-date equipment. According to Dr. Jenkins' memo of July 4th, 03, Region 2 replied, "We don't want you fucking cowboys here. The best thing they could do would be assign you to Alaska." With the green light from EPA, Lower Manhattan reopened for residents, offices, and students. Ground Zero workers were often told that since the air was safe, they didn't need to wear respirators. Some, such as Lieutenant Manuel Gomez, were explicitly forbidden to wear a respirator on the grounds that it might frighten the public. Residents returned to their homes, some of which looked like Pompeii. But since EPA had declared the air to be safe, insurance companies often refused to pay for professional abatement. Businesses faced the same dilemma. And since EPA had handed jurisdiction over indoor air to city agencies, residents were obliged to turn to the New York City Department of Health, which recommended that to clean up the dust in their apartments, people use a wet mop or a wet rag. If the dust was really bad, said DOH, they should wear long pants. The Red Cross distributed buckets to assist in what was being portrayed as a piece of mundane, if heavy-duty, house cleaning. DOH also cautioned residents to lower curtains slowly so as to dislodge as little dust as possible. But they said that children and pregnant women need take no extra precautions. Tenants threw out tons of contaminated debris by themselves. Some wore respirators but were not informed that they were supposed to change the filters, so the respirators were useless after a day or so. On October 9th, Stuyvesant High School, where my son was a student, opened to much fanfare about showing the terrorists. School's Chancellor Harold Levy set up a bivouac office at the school, telling parents, "If I thought it wasn't safe, would I be here myself?" A fresh woman, whom I shall call Anne, told Levy she was worried and wanted to transfer out at least while the fires burned. Levy said, "If you leave now, you can't come back." 4 days later, Levy himself left, later telling a TV interviewer, "Parents should focus instead on whether their children are having safe sex or wearing seatbelts." In the past 3 years, Anne has had 2 spinal taps to relieve the buildup of fluid pressure in her brain, a condition known as pseudotumor cerebri. For the next 8 months, after October 9th, Stuyvesant, Borough of Manhattan Community College, which was home to 17,000 students, and Independence Plaza, a housing complex of 5,000, got a double whammy of toxic waste. Not only did they have the World Trade Center site to the south, but also at Stuyvesant's north doorstep, and next to its ventilation intakes sat the waste transfer barge which transported the toxic debris to Staten Island. Ordinarily, this placement would have been in violation of state and federal laws, but for the 8 months of cleanup, emergency conditions prevailed. The barge operation also prevented evacuation in the event of another disaster downtown. The kids would have to evacuate south towards it. The barge station, which operated 24/7, played host to a diesel crane and idling diesel trucks which were only intermittently covered and wetted down as they bore their toxic cargo through the streets. Recently, EPA itself has advocated stronger legislation curtailing diesel emissions, particularly in stationary vehicles, as diesel has been found to contain myriad carcinogens and toxic air contaminants. In part as a result of the barge operation, for half the days until February at the Stuyvesant Monitoring Station, particulate matter 2.5, dust that is small enough to penetrate deep into the lungs and not come out again, was above EPA regulatory levels. Often it was higher at Stuyvesant than at ground zero. Because it has a relatively large surface area to volume ratio, and that's because it's so small, PM 2.5 also adsorbed onto its surface whatever toxic chemicals were in the debris. On occasion, isocyanates and tetrachloroethane and asbestos also exceeded EPA limits, and high levels of lead were found in the gym where the lead could be inhaled deeply and in the cafeteria where it could settle on students' food. Little is known about the synergistic effect of these contaminants, But Dr. Stephen Levin of Mount Sinai has pointed out that if someone is an asbestos worker and a smoker, for instance, the effect is not simply twice as bad as being one or the other, it's 80 or 90 times as bad. A major shield against these pollutants, Stuyvesant's filtration system was approximately 10% effective until the end of January, when at the insistence of the Parents Association, it was upgraded to 40% effectiveness. In addition, after the school reopened, parents and staff learned that in the course of the school's supposed asbestos abatement, the ventilation system had not been cleaned. At this point, the chronology is going to become very simplified. Even after FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, allocated $20 million to clean the Ground Zero schools, the Board of Education refused to clean Stuyvesant's ventilation system or do wipe tests on the grounds that there was no problem. Finally, parents, using the pro bono services of Stye alumnus and attorney Richard Benveniste of Watergate and now 9/11 Commission fame, threatened to sue. The Board of Ed performed the wipe tests, which showed 30 times the level of lead one might expect to find on the floor. There are no standards for lead in ventilation systems. After initially claiming that the lead would stay in the walls, the Board of Ed finally agreed to clean the ventilation system over the summer. During that cleanup, a group known as Concerned Stuyvesant Community had 2 segments of the auditorium carpet tested for asbestos using an unusually sensitive test called ultrasonication. The auditorium was the focus of particular concern, as it had been used as a triage center during the weeks that followed 9/11. One of the samples came back with a reading of 2.4 million structures per square centimeter, a level which, according to the independent experts whom Concerned Stuyvesant consulted, indisputably called for remediation. The carpet was replaced, the Board of Ed citing aesthetic reasons. There have been many illnesses. I go into detail. How many minutes? 3. Okay. There have been many illnesses already as a consequence of this exposure. New onset asthma among residents, over 50% of the Ground Zero workers, a larger number of the firefighters, 14 rescue dogs have died. But let me talk about something else first. In May of 2002, EPA instituted a cleanup program which was dangerously flawed. I won't go into detail unless you want to during the Q&A, except for 2 things. The normal goal during a cleanup of a Superfund site is 1 in a million extra cancers per contaminant. In the case of Lower Manhattan, EPA decided that the best they could shoot for was 1 in 10,000 extra cancers per contaminant. That's 100 times as many cancers as they usually aim for at Superfund sites. The second anomaly in EPA's treatment of Lower Manhattan, they relied on air tests for asbestos, whereas in their own building, they relied on dust tests, which many experts agree are preferable to determine that their building needed an asbestos abatement. In conclusion, the EPA's handling of 9/11 is not only a catastrophe for New Yorkers, it also bodes ill for the rest of the country, since it serves as a precedent for their response to analogous disasters in the future. As a New Yorker, I'd like to make this final comment. The way the Bush administration has responded to 9/11 strongly suggests that they are very pleased to use New York as a lightning rod to take more than its share of hits, yet get far less than its share of Homeland Security funding. At the same time, President Bush can use future attacks on New York to further his military and other aims. Thank you.
I have the distinct honor and pleasure to introduce the next panelist, John Judge, who can come on out. John Judge and I worked together when I was in Congress. In fact, I worked with a lot of these people when I was in Congress, and that's why we were troublemakers inside and troublemakers outside. But in pursuit of the truth and in pursuit of information that the powers that be would rather us not have, John Judge's particular expertise is the murder of John F. Kennedy. And as a result of that and my interest in the counterintelligence program, we came together and he gave me information, critical information in fact, about the murder of Martin Luther King Jr., which is one of my rather intense interests. So with that introduction, John Judge is a stickler for details, and he finds himself now with the unanswered questions of September 11th. So welcome, John.
Thank you. My comments are meant to serve in the role of what would be a staff member to an investigative commission, and that's part of the role that if we can build a truth commission and get public support for it, that 911 Citizens Watch has had as its long-term outcome. So what I'm going to try to do is sort of frame for the commission some of the problems that pertain to this. I'm sure you've seen this. It sold better than Harry Potter recently. And fortunately today I was glad to see that we have an antidote, which won't sell as well. But this is Paul Thompson's excellent terror timeline, and is a much more objective and thorough account of the events of 9/11 than you'll get from this official commission report. One of the questions I had about this is, who is the author? The reason I ask that is that it's written in a very lucid, almost novelist style. It's not a conjunction of reports from other individuals. There's one author here. And we were never told the author of the Warren Commission report either. I dug it out of the record. He was brought over from the Pentagon, Army Historical Division, on a technical duty order to write the report. And when the report was handed back to those investigative teams, they wrote extensive notes saying, what's his basis for this? How does he reach this conclusion? All those were buried for many years. His name was Otto Winnecker. He was brought here by General MacArthur at the end of the war. He was one of 26 official historians for Hitler's Reich. And the author of the Starr report about the Clinton scandal with Monica had been a previous writer for Penthouse magazine. I actually sent Tipper Gore a note asking her to put one of her obscene stickers on the report. So we don't know who the real author is here, but it is a bestseller. It's still seen as the definitive account. There's very little public criticism of it. It came out of a flawed commission process that we addressed in a critique that we released the day that it was released, and there's some copies of that available here. In addition, we couldn't do the autopsy till the corpse hit the ground, but it's still kicking. 2 monographs have appeared, staff statements since this came out, and a chronology is promised, and there is ongoing congressional testimony as well. In the monographs, there was an interesting disclaimer on each by Philip Zelikow, the former executive director of the commission, saying that the commission had access to these monographs in both draft and final form, and in both classified and unclassified forms. That the commission had drawn in part on these for staff statements during the investigation that were read at the hearings and for some of the final report, but it says the commission does not endorse these monographs as official record. That suggests to me that there was a lack of consensus, even though we're given this bipartisan consensus decision at the top, between the investigative teams, at least on some issues, and the commission staff, and that's an area, I think, of fruitful inquiry. This also has no index. There is an online index at Vivissimo that's very useful, where you can pull up a term and get it by paragraph and where it appears in the report. But the hardback edition that just came out within the last week does have an index, but that also is not thorough. I began on a Word file doing an index of the first 2 chapters and ran out of memory because we don't need just a name index to this. It has to be topical, and so there's work yet to be done on that. It, in large part, at the rear of the body, over 100 pages, is a notes section. The problem with the notes section is that, for the most part, it is self-referential. It refers to testimony taken by the Commission in private, to documents not yet released, and to material that no one can see. At least the Warren Report was released with 26 volumes of evidence. It wasn't all the evidence, but it was some of it. And there had been a discussion between Hale Boggs, one of the commissioners, and Alan Dulles, another commissioner, former head of the CIA, where Boggs said, well, do you think we ought to just put out the report without none of the evidence? Won't it look a little fishy? And Mr. Dulles says, go ahead and print some of it, nobody will read it anyway. But I guess they've learned now that some of us will read it. And so we get a report with footnotes that go nowhere. There were over 2,000 interviews. There were 80 staff members that corresponded between themselves. There were 9 investigative teams. We don't know the nature of this final record if we can get it loose, because much of the testimony privately and some in public was not taken under oath. And also, we were told that much of it was not transcribed, much of it was not directly recorded, and in many cases, merely notes were taken. That was officially told us to be the case with 4 hours of private testimony with Condoleezza Rice, even though the 15 hours with Richard Clark was fully transcribed and recorded. And it was certainly the case with the Cheney and Bush interviews, which had notes that only one person was designated to be able to write, and those notes had to be turned over to the White House for vetting before they'd be taken back to the commission that presumably sat and heard the hearing. And that kind of secrecy and lack of transparency and lack of sunshine approach to this has made it almost impossible to have an objective external review of the forensic and unclassified data, which is still not released. We wrote to the Commission as 911 Citizenswatch and suggested that on release of documents that all unclassified forensics should be released immediately, and on the classified that they should use the new standards adopted under the JFK Assassination Record Review Board. That means only a living agent being compromised, a current source or method of intelligence being compromised, a privacy agreement with an individual, or a foreign government agreement. Those are the 4 categories under which something could be postponed for release. Nothing else. Much more constricted than the Freedom of Information Act. And we asked for them to call for expedited release of the classified materials under that standard. We won a small victory, I think, in that the documents have now been sent to the National Archives for release in 4.5 years rather than the standard anywhere between 20 and 50 years is possible for a congressional investigation. So it's a shorter period. Interestingly enough, it's dated January 2nd, 2009, when the current administration can't remain in power. So I found that interesting. But as it functioned, the Commission was exempt from the Freedom of Information Act, and because these records are generated by a legislative branch, they're currently exempt. Interestingly enough, there's a legal possibility to effect a mandatory review of a classified document put into the 4.5-year delay, but there's no way to review an unclassified document for release. Of course, you'd have to know the classified document existed to get the review and what agency it came from, but maybe you'd find it in the notes. And the other option is to get a congressional reversal and release of this material. The other problem with this report is it is jointly written by the independent commission and the White House. Governor Caine said that they took pains to create, before its release, an unclassified or a classified version of a report that would pass White House vetting. And in order to do that, they forwarded the draft chapters to the White House for pre-vetting. The standard procedure for an independent commission is that they release a report if it has intelligence issues involved. The White House would do the vetting along with the agencies, and then they'd come out with a final report that might be redacted. If you think back to the joint inquiry report of the House and Senate Intelligence Committees, it's redacted. It has holes in it. Well, those holes tell you something. They indicate areas, at least, that are left out for a reason or what sorts of things. This has no redaction because it's pre-redacted. And so this is essentially not an independent document. It's a document that was co-edited by the White House and the Commission, and it suffers from that as well. Now, Senators Dodd and Lieberman and Representative Shays asked and formally requested that the report include, if not answer, the questions compiled over time by the family groups. And it did neither. It answers a few, it leaves many unanswered, and they said at least put the questions in as an addendum. They didn't do that. But they can be found online at their 911independentcommission.gov site, and I know some family members are compiling lists of others. This is based, I believe, because of the flawed commission process, on incorrect assumptions, incomplete testimony and evidence, major omissions in the record, and unsupported conclusions. And the recommendations that come from all that are similarly poorly informed. Only the recommendations so far getting any challenge. Interestingly enough, I mentioned Thompson's timeline as an antidote to this report. Another antidote is the commission record itself, a combination of testimony and staff statements. And when you begin to go through those, you will find contradictions in their own record with what they've decided in the report. Unlike the Warren Commission, which was characterized as a rush to judgment, I would characterize this as a rush to exoneration. And it takes the attitude that this is all a systemic failure, which means that there's no way to have direct accountability. There were no reprimands or demotions that resulted from these failures. No courts of inquiry or court-martial in the military where you can be court-martialed for wrecking a Jeep. And with their own building attack, no line of duty inquiry. In fact, people were more often promoted than demoted in relation to the events of 9/11. A lack of appropriate preparation or response to the warnings and opportunities and the events of 9/11 is unchallenged. And naming these names is not, in my view, a witch hunt, but a probative approach that begins to put people on the carpet in terms of their own accountability and then shows you which part is systemic and which part is individual so that you can trace it down in a normal investigation. But their attitude led them at the beginning to take much of the testimony not even under oath. And when challenged on that by the families in the 911 Commission, they told us, Governor Caine and Hamilton told us, that they felt people would be more forthcoming if they weren't under oath. And we said that's a little counterintuitive to the way most investigations operate. So we did eventually sort of shame them into having people raise their hand. And we did an ad campaign saying that Bush, Cheney, Condoleezza Rice, Clinton, and Gore should all be called into public and testify under oath, and to do anything less was to dishonor the dead. And so they didn't get everybody in there, but it did cause them to at least start acting like they were investigating something. That's right. And the failures at the command structure level have also not been addressed by the Commission, even though they're pointed at. The law required that the Commission be available for 60 days for congressional oversight hearings. And there were special sessions this summer, and one's going on even today, I think, focusing on their recommendations, but not their process or their conclusions. And they have now sort of transformed themselves into a new thing called the 9/11 Public Disclosure, which is a nonprofit organization that will take pairs of commissioners and send them around the country to have public discussions. This may be a way to at least begin to have the public ask questions directly about some of these contradictions. I've had trouble getting any schedule of appearances out of them, but I'm working on it. But there will be additional access for public input. And an objective assessment is going to be difficult given the lack of the record, the concealment or destruction of the forensic evidence. Pretty much what we have is standing court suits, our own investigations, and the ongoing investigation on the building collapses by the National Standards Group. So, but there are some ongoing investigations, and could be others initiated on specific aspects. This is called a consensus, a bipartisan consensus, but the consensus of history is not just bipartisan at the upper levels of power. It has to be agreed to on a nonpartisan basis of the lowest levels of power in a society. And the facts of 9/11 belong to the American people as a whole, because until we really know the truth, we can't act on the truth. Martin Schatz, in one of the Kennedy assassination books, makes a very telling statement. He says that the political paralysis in America stems from the fact that we are allowed to believe anything, but to know nothing. And when we cannot know, we cannot act. Rumors and theories then replace the knowledge to act responsibly, and that's the exact opposite of a democratic process. Thomas Jefferson said he knew of no safe repository for the powers of a society beyond the people themselves. And he said that if you feel that they are unable to exercise their discretion in a wholesome fashion, that's 17th century for you think them too stupid, the solution is not to take the power from them, but to inform their discretion. So that's why Jefferson realized that given a choice between a government without a newspaper or a newspaper without a government, he would always take the latter. Because the flow of information and access to information is more critical to the democratic process than the government that's put in power to enact it. We don't have that here, unfortunately. We have less and less of us. The task ahead is to investigate the work on the report and these monographs as they continue, to monitor the process of these legislative branch hearings, to establish the groundwork for and rationale for a People's Truth Commission, because if this commission has done its work, why should we have an additional one? Many of us here, I'm sure, know why we want one, but the general public would have to be convinced that this is flawed, to challenge the assumptions of the Commission and Congress in the hearings and decisions they're making, and then to begin, and I hope the Commission does this, not only address the facts of 9/11, but as the Commission, the 9/11 Commission did, address the recommendations and get into the real questions that lie behind American foreign policy in the last 50 years. What constitutes real security in this country? What is the balance between civil liberties and security? What is the role of militarism and intelligence in this society? What does it mean that we're going to go into an ongoing war for 60 years of the rest of our lives? Is that the proper response? And also a basic question I'd ask is, what is the role of covert operations in the past and now in the future that I believe led into the situation we now live in and are not a solution to it? And instead, we're getting silent assent on many of these questions and no structural critique from this 9/11 Commission. So it's left to investigative journalists and researchers, the international press sources and whistleblowers. They have to both educate the public to these contradictions and the credibility of this report to justify further inquiry, and also push for release of the full record so that we can do ongoing research. The Commission itself was limited in time and budget. They spent way more money on the 9 deaths in the Challenger crash than they did on the 3,000 deaths. No family members were appointed. It was obstructed actively from its beginning by the executive branch. It had limited access to the record and to documents. Even the joint inquiry hearings, which 2 of the Commission members sat in on, the record of those hearings was denied to them at first. It was exempt from the Federal Advisory Act, so no families or citizens could serve in a formal advisory position, and it was rife with conflicts of interest. We detail those in our preliminary report, but one of the major ones was the executive director, Philip Zelikow, a person who was challenged by the librarian for the JFK Library on a book that he wrote based on tapes made available from the library of the Cuban Missile Crisis. And this librarian said that Zelikow's work couldn't be trusted by any scholar or student, that his transcription of these tapes was so faulty that you couldn't rely on it. And what they did was undermine the truth of the tapes which he had listened to, which showed that Kennedy, almost alone in many cases, stood against the Joint Chiefs and the rest of his cabinet in not wanting to go to nuclear war. But this person, Zelikow, is part of the Miller Center, which pushes respect for the president and has created the new version of White House press conferences where people are pre-selected. He was also very tight with Condoleezza Rice and co-authored books with her. He was appointed, and the families didn't know this till much later, as part of the transitional team for the Bush administration National Security Advisory Group. He sat in on the meetings with Sandy Berger and Richard Clark where the imminent warnings were given. And when the families found this out, they said he should step down. The response of Caine and the commissioners was, well, he has had to recuse himself at certain points in this investigation. In fact, both he and Jamie Gorelick, one of the commissioners, were called as witnesses to their own commission. And the conflicts were so rife that Caine, in exonerating him, said, we will all have to recuse ourselves at some point in this investigation.
John?
That's the chair talking about.
Can you take 30 seconds to wrap up, and then we've got to get to Q&A.
There's more to it, but it was a flawed process that led to flawed conclusions. And I did present a report today to you covering some of these, along with an exhaustive comparative timeline on the 4 flights and a bibliography. There's more work to do, but I think the key areas that will bear fruit in terms of a commission investigation are to challenge this idea that this was an intelligence failure and put it into its proper historical framework of a state-level sophisticated covert operation. And the history of those covert operations through the last 5 administrations, starting with Carter and Brzezinski in the operations of the Mujahideen and also the Contragate scandal. And many of the Contragators are back in power. These were financed jointly by U.S. and Saudi intelligence, Pakistani ISI, drug money, and Otto Reich and Poindexter and Powell himself. All of these and others in the current administration were part of these covert operations that I believe led into the current situation we're in. So taking a look at that, taking a basic look at the suspects in the plot, I would argue we do not yet know the true identity of the 19 people on the planes. I don't believe that they didn't get on the plane, but I believe that when you don't know their true identity, to have a report like this track them back through time encourages in what's called in intelligence parlance a legend. It's like the false Oswalds. They go someplace, they use a particular identity, they establish a trail that you are meant to follow, but it's a trail that gives you false sponsorship for the event. And in covert operations, you spend more time on that false sponsorship than you do on the event itself. Were we unprepared? I approached Richard Shelby when the Joint Inquiry Report came out, and I asked him, did you find instances where planes had been used as weapons or used as weapons by these terrorist groups? He smiled because I had quoted Condoleezza Rice saying it was so outside the box no one could possibly have imagined. She backed off from that in her testimony saying, well, they knew, but I didn't know, which questions her competence to be the National Security Advisor, I would think. But he said, oh, yes, we found numerous instances of that. And then I said, well, did your inquiry find instances of preparations made in relation to these things? He literally blanched, his face turned, he stepped back, he said, can't get into that, walked away from the podium. Graham took the next question, and he came back to the podium, Shelby, and before asking the next question, pointed at me and said, and on advice of counsel, my answer to your question is no.
Okay, John.
Well, I hit a nerve, but
John,
I don't. Yeah.
John, I hate to cut you off, but in the interest of time, I just want to get.
That's
to
all right.
Okay, I could hear him all day, of course, as all of you can, I'm sure. But we.
All right. Well, the undefended skies of 9/11 will bear fruit. FAA and NORAD in these timelines are wrong, and the Mineta testimony at 9:25 of Cheney discussing with a young lieutenant an order unidentified. He says, sir, the plane is 50 miles out, it's 30 miles out, it's 10 miles out. Does the order still stand at each juncture? Cheney snaps at 10 miles out and says, of course, the order still stands. This is before the Pentagon is hit. This is in reference to Flight 77. If this is a shoot-down order, and all the testimony says no shoot-down order till after the Pentagon is hit. If this is a shoot-down order, what's delaying it? And if it's not, what is the order that's concerning the young lieutenant as the plane approaches the Pentagon?
Thank you. Thank you, John.
Of course, as you can see, Mr. Judge is a stickler for details, and the wealth of details is what this Citizens Commission is all about. We will go to a question and answer period now for the commissioners, and perhaps I know Dr. Caine is very interested in posing some of these medical questions to Ms. Orkin. But first I want to go to Commissioner Mcllvaine.
All right, well, first question to Jenna. Who do you think put the pressure about getting everything open? Was it Wall Street on the government or the government on Wall Street? Yeah. I mean, can we put a blame somewhere? Did it come from, you know, a group of people?
Well, I'm not any more informed, probably less, than many other people about how Wall Street works with the government. But do you think there's a conflict between them?
No.
I think they were in agreement. Let's get Wall Street up and running, and that's, you know, their primary objective, their first priority.
Jenna, can you just also, you touched on the insurance companies.
Yeah.
What interest did they have in sort of downplaying the role of a dangerous atmosphere?
That they wouldn't have to pay for the cleanups.
That's a huge incentive.
Mm.
And one more question just for the audience. Where could they get information about the facts for their morbidity rates and the incidence of asthma and reactive airways diseases and other things? Are those being tabulated by a private medical agency, a city agency, you? Where can you get those?
Well, there are a lot of studies being done. There's one done by Dr. Anthony Zima of Stony Brook and the Charles B. Wang Community Health Center in Manhattan, Department of Epidemiology at the University of Pittsburgh School of Health. It showed an increase in asthma rates and severity among pediatric patients living within a radius of 5 miles of ground zero after 9/11. There's a study at Mount Sinai being done. There was an article by Andrew Revkin in the New York Times called "Smoke and Dust at World Trade Center is Linked to Smaller Babies," so that the advice initially given that pregnant women need take no extra precautions turns out to have been false. A lot of people, Dr. Joan Reidman is studying it, and many others.
Okay, thank you. Cynthia, do you have anything in particular?
Yes, I do, actually, but I wanted you to complete your questions before you...
I just wanted to shift to John, because we're on a strict time now.
Oh,
we have BAI coming in at 3 sharp, and
okay.
we have to get things started.
Well, then let me go ahead and ask Ms. Orkin. When my mother used to be a nurse, retired nurse, and when these images of Ground Zero were broadcast to all of us, she picked up the phone to me and called me and said, "Cynthia, those workers are going to have health effects." Now, this is, you know, my mom, who is like so far away, recognizing that there's going to be a problem here. Tell me, in your legal case, who are your defendants?
I'm so hesitant to talk about the legal case. EPA, Christy Todd Whitman, Marianne Harinko, who was under Whitman. It's essentially focused on EPA in general and specific individuals within EPA.
And so then what about the role of the City of New York in its responsibility for protecting its citizens?
You're now talking about residents. You're not talking about Ground Zero workers. Essentially, everybody took their cues from EPA. And once EPA declared the air to be safe, that was the signal that you behave accordingly. And so business as usual was what happened.
Well, couldn't people who were charged with the responsibility of protecting the lives of the people here question EPA?
In general, the government didn't question. The citizens, the activists did question to a large extent and did protest. And, you know, Juan Gonzalez came out with an article on October 26th, which was the first, I think, major article that there really were problems. But there was such a kind of sense of we've got to show the terrorists, get back on the horse, you know, that people were drowned out if they raised any such questions. I know the kids at Stuyvesant felt it was unpatriotic to raise those sorts of questions, and most did not. And I think that was the general sense at the time.
Just in fairness to the workers, I mean, I happen to have been there the morning of the 12th or 13th, I forget which one, a day, like 24 hours after the event. I can tell you all the workers there was such a frenzy to get there and do something that oftentimes we were actually reprimanded by senior officials for not wearing respirators, not wearing protective gear, but for them it was just a question of getting in there and doing what we can. So it wasn't, no one was thinking about those terms then, but at this point, in terms of chronic exposure to things where really you get in trouble with health, chronic exposure, days and days and days, weeks and weeks and weeks, that's where these issues are probably most important, and that's why I think they're being neglected. As far as the EPA is concerned, that holds as much esteem in my eyes as the FDA. So both of these agencies have been compromised multiple times due to fiscal interests, and it has a historical precedent. So.
I've concluded my questions. Have you concluded yours?
Again, my name is Mcllvaine with 911truth.org, and this is co-sponsored by 911truth.org and 911citizenswatch.org. Tonight at 8 p.m., we are going to be showing the world premiere of Barry Zwicker's new documentary. He is going to be the first testifier to the commission in a moment in the panel that is coming up. In the next 2 hours, while we're on WBAI, the testifiers will be Barry Zwicker, whose documentary is premiering tonight at 8 o'clock here at the Symphony Space on 95th and Broadway in New York City. Michael Springmann, who is a whistleblower, who was a former State Department employee. Paul Thompson, the author of the complete 9/11 timeline and the new book, The Terror Timeline. Hello, everybody. Welcome once again to the omissions hearings. Now we're really going to get started. We've had a great panel so far with John Judge and Jenna Orkin, and now we're going to get started with Barry Zwicker in just a moment. We're going to turn this over back to the commission of former and future Congresswoman Cynthia McKinney, Bob Mcllvaine, and Dr. Faiz Khan. Again, this is sponsored by 911truth.org, 911 Citizens Watch, and New York 9/11 Truth, which is the local group here in the 9/11 Truth movement. And after Barry Zwicker, Michael Springmann, Paul Thompson, and Michael Ruppert, we will have a panel with all four speakers and I believe some chance for the audience as well to pose questions. Then we will take a break at 5 o'clock. At 5:20, Indira Singh will be testifying, but first she will be reading the open letter by FBI whistleblower and translator Sybil Edmonds before she testifies herself. Then we will have another break and a final panel with myself and attorney Carolyn Betts, who will present on the possibilities for a real investigation into the events of September 11th, 2001. And the program will be going until around 7:30 before we take yet another break and at 8 o'clock have the world premiere of Barry Zwicker's The Great Conspiracy. So I want to thank you all for coming, and this is going to be turned back over now to the 9/11 Citizens Commission as we continue with the omissions hearings. I'd like to introduce once again Cynthia McKinney.
Okay. Please come back or stay here all day as I am going to do, but please make sure you come back for the film, the viewing of the film this evening. Now, there have been a lot of people who have done a little bit of work around this issue, a little bit of research. And then there's a few people who have done a tremendous amount of work, and these are the people, some of the people that we have with us here today as panelists. One of those persons that has done great work is Barry Zwicker. And of course, he would be from Canada, and people are able to view his work there just on a regular basis. It's not such a big thing, but it's a big thing for us here to have The Great Deception, the author of The Great Deception, with us. I sat there enthralled with each and every story that was told. So here to let us know what he has discovered, the ins and outs, and how he put together The Great Deception and the information, the factoids that produced us that great documentary, is Barry Zwicker himself. So thank you and welcome.
Well, thank you very, very much, Cynthia, if I may use your first name.
You better.
I would not describe myself as a researcher, actually. I don't want to correct your introduction when we're getting along so well, but truly I think that I see myself as a popularizer. I have done research. I was an investigative journalist for Canada's national newspaper for a time, and all journalism should be investigative. But it turns out I think I'm a popularizer. And the voice I will use in my prepared remarks today is different from the voice I would use in the DVD that will premiere tonight, The Great Conspiracy, the 9/11 news special you never saw. Somebody's trying to get my attention. Get sworn in.
Oh, yes, that's right. Thank you very much. Do we swear in popularizers? Do you swear to tell the truth to us all here today?
I do swear to tell the truth to the best of my ability here today and every day.
Thank you very much.
That was an interesting diversion. Thank you, audience person. Now, in the interests of not taking other people's time, I will stick pretty closely to my prepared remarks here, which begin this way: history is bunk, said Henry Ford. Interestingly, he was a supporter of Hitler, sending the Führer a birthday gift each year. Another quote: "Those who ignore history are condemned to repeat it," wrote Santayana, whose reputation for thoughtfulness was a little better than Ford's. Now, my responsibility here today is actually not so much to tell the background behind the making of The Great Conspiracy, although I'll digress for a moment with a little ad. Moments from now, boxes are supposed to arrive at the back there that contain the first issues of, and I was talked into this, Barry Zwicker's 9/11 Resource Guide, 52 pages, and in it there's a story about how the Great Conspiracy was made, but mainly it's a transcript of the DVD. It's probably the best list of 9/11 websites assembled anywhere. It includes John McCurdy's 9/11 literature survey divided into 9 sections, very academically sound, and other resource materials like that. And it'll go on sale in moments. But my responsibility is not to discuss the making of that, I hope, another popular DVD, because The Great Deception did prove itself in the market, if you will. My responsibility is to address 9/11 and history. And to be truly responsible, I must add the media. And to say there's an intersection between history and the media, however, comes close to being a misstatement, unless we mean relatively insignificant and or officially approved history. Now, an example of officially unapproved and significant history would be Howard Zinn's book, A People's History of the United States. The media and significant history barely intersect. And I say that as a person who has earned his living as a media critic for 33 years. Just as the media and 9/11 barely intersect. especially in respect of the clanging anomalies in the official story, some of which have been so compellingly defined here today by Jenna and by John, and I'm sitting in his very seat. I hope some of his erudition might rub off on me one way or another. The official story is the history of 9/11, as presented by the media today. The New York Times ran a front-page story in which the Times endorsed the report of the 9/11 Commission as the final version of the history of 9/11. And in the Globe and Mail, Canada's national newspaper, in the book review section about 2 weeks ago, a gentleman named Wesley Wark, who's an intelligence specialist, he wrote a review of the 9/11 Commission report and another equally thick and equally unrevealing and distorted volume called The 9/11 Investigations, I think. And he praised these to the skies, saying that this is history the way it's supposed to be written. And somehow, even though he mentioned there was no index, he seemed to overlook that. Do not trust a book with no index. Somebody doesn't want you to be checking it out. And indexes are extremely revealing. So, someone coined the phrase, supposedly admiring journalism, that it is history on the run. And I'd say journalism is more like history on the lam. The media, to be more academic, to use more academic language, the media are ahistorical. If you're depending on USA Today or ABC for your historical perspective, you are on a blind date with history. It's not an accident that some of those that some of us respect the most for their questioning of the provenance of 9/11 are historians. I mentioned Howard Zinn. There's also the marvelously well-informed and capable Webster G. Tarpley of Washington, D.C. Now, allow me a few observations about trends in the media, especially in regard to the media's relationship to power and to history. This is the time to do so and to become more specific in that regard, and to look at both the deadly pivot point in history and to critique the media's role in cradling that pivot point. Now, there are many examples of rulers, by what I mean by pivot point, many examples of rulers surreptitiously ordering self-inflicted attacks to mobilize public opinion behind their usually war agendas. You can go back as far as Sparta, but more recently, for instance, in 1605, there was the so-called gunpowder plot against the British Parliament buildings. Now, and I'll allow myself a digression here, because it shows just how conned we can be. It so happens that my birthday is November the 5th. So I grew up knowing about Guy Fawkes Day, which is November the 5th. And I always knew the little rhyme, remember the 5th of November, gunpowder, treason, and plot. And I always assumed that there was a guy named Guy Fawkes who took barrels of gunpowder under the British Parliament buildings in 1605 and tried to light them to blow up the Parliament buildings to the detriment of the king. And it turns out, I just learned a few months ago, that that was a deception by King James. It was cooked up. And Guy Fawkes was framed, and his co-conspirators, alleged co-conspirators, were framed, and they were hanged. And it was to aid the king in his wish for a war with Spain, and to generally buttress his reign. And I've gone, literally, my whole life not knowing about a deception pulled off by a ruler of old, and I just didn't know. And my son, last night I phoned him and he did some checking on the internet, and the official story about Guy Fawkes Day is still the one that most people believe. So if we are able to uncover the truth about 9/11, it will be in a snap of time in terms of historical development, and I hope we can. So you go back to Sparta, as I say, you go back to 1605, you go back to 1898, the Spanish-American War, Why did the battleship Maine blow up in Havana Harbor? Why did somebody store all the armaments beside the boiler room? This is not a complete list. You have 1941, Pearl Harbor. In 1950, the Korean War. In 1964, the Gulf of Tonkin non-incident. The Operation Northwoods Plan. The non-existent incubator babies of 1991, who paved the way for Desert Storm. And, of course, the greatest hit of the deceivers of all, 9/11. Now, in my DVD to premiere tonight, I do include sections on the Reichstag fire of 1933, Operation Northwoods, the Gulf of Tonkin, and Desert Storm. And so, Ted, let's play a brief clip on the Gulf of Tonkin incident, and then I'll tell you why I chose this clip, this example, from such an embarrassment of tawdry riches.
Now, fast forward just 2 years from Operation Northwoods to August 2nd, 1964. In the Gulf of Tonkin, North Vietnamese torpedo boats attack the U.S. destroyer Maddox. The Associated Press story, for some reason, is Dateline Pearl Harbor. The lead: 3 PT boats, identified by Secretary of State Dean Rusk as North Vietnamese, attacked. Later, a second U.S. destroyer is attacked, according to news reports. Although no U.S. sailor suffers a scratch, the American public is outraged. President Lyndon Johnson goes on television to ask the country to support war action. 2 days later, the Tonkin Gulf Resolution is approved by the U.S. House of Representatives unanimously, then by the Senate 88-2. The resolution becomes the entire justification for the United States war against Vietnam. Before that's over, 58,000 American soldiers and 3 million Vietnamese die. One small problem: there never were any North Vietnamese PT boats. The events never happened. As Secretary of State Rusk, the President, and Defense Secretary Robert McNamara well know. They know because they planned the entire deception. One source for this is former Admiral James Stockdale in his book, In Love and War. On the night in question, Stockdale is at the controls of a fighter jet flying cover for the 2 destroyers. He sees nothing. Another source is Ben Bradlee, much respected former managing editor of the Washington Post. Bradlee, in a public lecture in England in April 1987, states, "The facts behind this critically important resolution were quite simply lies."
Now, the reason I chose this particular example of state-sponsored war-triggering deception is partly because of one comment made to me personally 2 weeks ago today in Toronto by John Gibson of Fox News. Fox flew a crew from this city to my city to interview me, and I put interview in quotes. So on September 11th, Fox News is to air a 1-hour documentary on anti-Americanism around the world. I hope someone will tape it. And on that program, unless there is a miracle or a mistake, I will appear playing the role of mincemeat. Fox learned of my miserable existence through Professor Nancy Snow of the University of Southern California. I think it's where she is. She's a friend and colleague. She has co-edited a book to be published shortly titled War, Media, and Terrorism, A Global Perspective. And I contributed an academically sound chapter titled America, the Fourth Reich, which Fox is almost certain to publicize in its own way. In any event, during my being, during my being grilled by John Gibson, he readily agreed, to my surprise, that the Gulf of Tonkin incident was a sham. Now, I can only presume that this was because LBJ, a Democrat, was in the White House at the time. And the only things Fox hates more than terrorist harboring Canadians is Democrats. At the time of the Tonkin Gulf deception, no media questioned the events. And I will digress just one other little time here, and I hope this is not going to sound self-serving. It really isn't intended to be. I remember seeing that headline in the Globe and Mail. You saw it once. Q&A, all right. I remember seeing the headline that was shown in the Globe and Mail, which I was working for at the time, and I remember myself thinking, this is fishy. Now, I don't say that to be self-aggrandizing. I say it because it's a huge mystery. What is it that makes us in this room skeptics? What is it that makes us question things? I haven't found the answer to that. I mean, it isn't sexual orientation, it isn't culture, it isn't race, it isn't religion. I don't know what it is. What is it? Well, anyway, we've got to go to Q&A. I would say the media swallowed the Gulf of Tonkin trick, hook, line, and sinker. I have some generalizations about the media, which could be heard anytime, any day. And I'll move rapidly through to my conclusion. History remains hidden. It is stillborn. And it remains that only the people, we the people, it seems, can force history out into the open, bit by bit. And this is what we're engaged in here today. We, the ruled, must do everything we can that is nonviolent to reveal the tool of grand deceptions wielded by the rulers for the blight on humankind that it is. The day is long past that this murderous ploy should have been removed from the bag of dirty tricks that rulers use to keep populations in line and to line the pockets of the few. Thank you.
Okay, now we will have a brief opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Zwicker, and we'll start again with Commissioner Mcllvaine.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a couple things. So I hate to ask one and I can't get the other one in. Do you think if Bush loses, or when he loses, the media will attack him? I mean, it seems like the fear factor is so great with the media that they're just. But I'm hoping that once he loses, that the gloves come off and we really might get to the truth a lot quicker than like the Warren Commission or something of that sort, and of course with the internet.
Well, Bob, that is really, really a deep and excellent question, because it's true that the media, look at Martha Stewart, the media will attack like a bunch of piranhas when somebody's down and out. So normally they serve power. They reflect and promote, they reflect power and thereby promote it and serve it through servitude, rather than questioning power and thereby serving it through loyal opposition. So they haven't been questioning Bush, needless to say. And if he goes down, yes, they might attack him. There's such a thing as fad journalism, or pack journalism, and they may do that. But I don't know. You're looking at a dynasty there. And I will leave it at that. I mean, I could, all sorts of ideas pop into my mind about whether it would be maybe better if Bush was reelected and make things even worse, which might, in historical terms, speed up the cleanup that we need. I mean, I know that sounds heretical, but anyway, and I don't think I'm alone in thinking that Kerry is much the same. There, you could put, a cigarette paper between their foreign policies.
I just wanted to make a statement. I know I had the quotes in my notes from being down at the commission hearings, but Ben Venice once said during the commission hearings or in the news, whatever, he says, don't forget, this is an exposition. It is not an investigation. So I think that was a real clue of what the 9/11 Commission was all about.
Very revealing.
And my last question is, why is it the rest of the world seems to be getting this idea of what's happening in the world, and it's all going in the wrong direction, and yet the people in the United States, I mean, so that last question you asked, why? What is it in the American public that they don't want to ask these questions? Why are the Europeans, Canadians, or are they? As I say, I won't travel, so.
Well, there are distinct differences. 30% of Germans, these are academic, these are proper polls, 30% of Germans, young Germans anyway, believe that the U.S. government had a hand in 9/11, was complicit in it. A poll that we commissioned in Canada in May found that 16% of Canadians believe that. 63% of Canadians believe that, I believe this is almost a quote from our poll question, that persons within the U.S. government up to and including the White House had foreknowledge of the events, we don't use the word attacks, of the events of 9/11 and deliberately failed to prevent them. 63% of Canadians believe that. I used to live and work and study in the United States, and I love it. I love it when people call me anti-American. I love it because it just gives me an opening and I demolish them. But because I have so many wonderful friends here, and I have so much respect for all sorts of American traditions. But at the same time, you live in a cocoon here, and it's all got mirrors inside it, and it's all kind of USA is the greatest, and it harms the judgment, and so outsiders can see that. Somebody once said that the 49th parallel, that's the border between USA and Canada, is the longest undefended one-way mirror in the world. And so we see every twitch of the American elephant, and then the American elephant rolls over and the Canadian mouse is squashed. So people have to pay attention to the United States because of the huge power that inheres here, economic, military, and informational power especially, although it's on a very shaky foundation. So I think that is one large generalized answer to why Canadians, Germans, Brits, Spaniards, and so on have a different view of this. We have different information sources in addition to CNN, and also they tend to be more diverse. And so in my DVD, which will premiere tonight at 8 o'clock, I quote a Canadian columnist, Lawrence Martin, who writes things that you don't see here very often. Paul Krugman of the New York Times is very good, Bob Herbert, and others, but there are more of that ilk of questioners in Canadian journalism than in U.S. journalism, by a small margin. We're far, far, far from perfect with the journalism in Canada. After all, we're the land that spawned Conrad Black.
Yes.
His blackness, I call him.
Well, yeah. What about? At the end of the session of the four panelists, so that they can be broadcast over WBAI. Yes. The audience will ask questions at the end of the presentations of the four panelists, which is coming up, and your questions will be broadcast on WBAI.
Yeah, that's correct. And we're actually working on WBAI right now. Apparently they gave us their word or said they were going to air the program live, but it's not happening at the moment, so I put a call in. But the plan is originally to have questions at the very end of the program, but we're going to do it both at the end and at the end of this particular sequence of four presenters. So let's not waste any more time. Again, this is not a town hall forum. This is a commission hearing, but we are opening up to questions. Cards will be, if they haven't already, been passed out for you to submit those questions. There is a town hall forum, and more questions will be allowed from the public on the 11th. I understand at the Manhattan, and that event is also free. So we need to move on, and I'll just turn it back over to our esteemed chair.
I thought the chair had some discretion in this, but obviously we don't. Do you have your cards? Okay, very good. As the presenters make their statements, it would be good for you to write them down, and I make a promise to you that at the end of the presentation of the four panelists, so now the commissioners will not ask questions until after each of the 4 panelists has made his presentation. Okay. With that, we will hear from, because I got a bunch of questions for you, but I will refrain from asking until we have heard from Mr. Springmann, who is next. Come on out. Attorney Michael Springmann, and then after Springmann, Thompson, and Ruppert, and then we'll have questions. Yes, thank you very much. Attorney Springmann, oh yes, you know, he knows what to do, but your right hand isn't raised, and yes, your Bible is the truth. Do you swear to tell this commission the truth?
I do indeed, under the laws of perjury of the United States of America and the sovereign state of New York.
Oh my goodness gracious, thank you very much. Have a seat. Barry, don't you go anywhere.
Oh, okay.
We're building to the climax. Okay, Mr. Springmann.
I'm Mike Springmann. In the past, I had been a Foreign Service officer, diplomat with the Department of State. I'm currently an attorney in private practice in Washington, D.C. And I'm quite happy to be here. I'm surprised to be here because last year the Justice Department seized my email accounts and put a client of mine on the no-fly list. So I wasn't quite sure what I would run into at Dulles Airport today, and alhamdulillah, I got on the airplane with no trouble at all. But I'm here to talk to you about visas. Visas issued to terrorists at the CIA's consulate at Jeddah, principal city of the Hijaz in the western part of Saudi Arabia. Recently, 3 years ago, we had 15 of the 19 hijackers get visas from the CIA's consulate at Jeddah. They didn't get them from London or Frankfurt or Cairo. They got them from Jeddah. They didn't get them from Dhahran in the eastern province. They didn't get them from Riyadh, the capital of the country. They got them from the American Consulate General in Jeddah. And I thought that was very peculiar. And I had thought that all of the hell that I had raised almost 15 years ago, and in the intervening period, might have done some good. I was wrong. When I went out to Jeddah in 1987, I started hearing about problems that they had there. They had issues with servants and issues with politically important people. Nobody could explain to me exactly what the problem was. I heard it from the ambassador. I heard it from a couple of people in the administrative offices for that section of the world in the State Department. But when I got there, I started getting pressure to issue visas to people who really had no ties either to Saudi Arabia or their own country. As an example, a Sudanese refugee. He couldn't go back to the Sudan. He was unemployed in Saudi Arabia, yet the political officer wanted him to get a visa to go to Washington, D.C. I objected. I objected strenuously. And the chief of the consular section issued him the visa. And when I asked him why, he said, well, for national security reasons. As time went on, it got worse. I was being pressured by the Consul General, J. Philip Freres, by a consular officer, I'm sorry, not a consular officer, a commercial officer, and various other people throughout the consulate. We need a visa for this guy. It wasn't a visa for my friend. It wasn't a visa for a prospective business contact. It was for somebody like the two Pakistanis who were going to a trade show in the United States. They couldn't name the trade show. They couldn't name the city in which it was being held. But a CIA case officer, concealed in the commercial section, demanded a visa for these people within the hour of my refusing them. And I said, no, they can't tell me where they're going. They can't tell me why they're going. The law is very clear. These are intending immigrants unless and until they can prove otherwise, and they haven't done it. Do you have some information that was not available to me when they applied? He said, no. I said, they're not going. He went to Justice Stevens, the chief of the consular section, and got a visa for these guys. This went on all the time I was there. It was the consul general, it was these other people, and it finally got to the point where Jay Freres would tell me, if you want a career in the Foreign Service, you'll issue this visa. My staff said, don't be stupid, Mike. Give him the visa and then write down on the application form who ordered that the visa be given. I kept a file on this. And when I left Saudi Arabia, the file was shredded. Nobody knows who did it. Nobody knows who gave the order. Nobody knows why. But I complained to Justice Stevens. I complained to Stephanie Smith, the counselor for consular affairs in Riyadh. And he said, well, you know, we have these problems, and you really ought to do this. And Stephanie suggested that when I went back to Washington, I should talk to the Bureau of Consular Affairs. Well, shortly before I left, the State Department has something called an inspection team come out. I'll try not to talk about jargon and inside government speak to you. It's basically a management practice to examine how a foreign service post is functioning. Does it do things according to the law? Does it do things according to regulation? Is there a more efficient way of doing this particular action? So I was told by a contact outside of the consulate, don't talk about this, don't talk about the visas. And if you do, you're going to lose your job. Well, I didn't think so, but I decided it would be smart not to talk too much about it. Well, when Joseph P. O'Neill came through, he pressured me for an hour to talk about this. And I said, no. He said, but I know this. And he simply ran through exactly everything I knew about the situation, plus a little bit more besides. And it went on and on and on, and finally wore me down. Oh, it's going to help the efficiency of the Foreign Service, et cetera. So I told him this. Then things went from bad to worse. The Consul General was livid, wrote a remarkably negative efficiency report and said I shouldn't be in the Foreign Service at all. And I had been told that this was a visa scam, and it certainly seemed that way to me. I was told, look, who needs the money? And the price supposedly for these visas was $2,500. And it was, you know, the king's barber's servant to get a visa. Freres was seen filling out visa applications for people in the consulate. It was just absolutely incomprehensible to me. And people I talked to who had been there really didn't want to say much more about it. And it wasn't until I was out of the Foreign Service, when my appointment had been terminated for unspecified reasons, that I learned from three good sources. Joe Trento, the journalist, a fellow attached to a university in Washington, D.C., and a guy with expert knowledge on the Middle East who had worked for a government agency. They said, it's very simple. The CIA and its asset Osama bin Laden were recruiting terrorists for the Afghan war. They were sending them to the United States for training, for rewards, for whatever purpose, and then sending them on to Afghanistan. And most likely, the problems they had with the liquor at the consulate, large amounts of it disappearing, it being sold at very high markups, and so forth, was being used to fund this. Well, that explained the whole thing. That explained why nobody wanted to talk to me about this. It explained why the file was shredded. And it explained why they were so mad at me, because I apparently had disrupted their way of pass and go and collecting $200 or more. Well, when I learned this, I went to the FBI. I went to Congress, the House Subcommittee on International Affairs, where I was told, what's the matter? Don't you like the CIA? I went to the Justice Department's Office of Professional Responsibility, the section charged with corruption in government and crooked officials. Didn't want to talk to me. I managed to write a few articles and get them published in Unclassified, the Bureau of the Association of National Security Alumni. When September 11th happened, Covert Action Quarterly published an account of this that I had written. Admittedly, it wasn't my best work, but it basically put down what I'm telling you folks right now. And then there was media interest. Not American media interest, but media interest from the British Broadcasting Corporation, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, RAI, Radio Televisione Italiana, the Italian radio and television service, Canal Plus, a French channel. Unfortunately, no Germans, even though I do know some German journalists. But the Washington Post, which I approached, the New York Times, which I approached, the Los Angeles Times, which I approached, couldn't be bothered to learn anything at all about this. They didn't ask me any questions. I did get a lunch from the Los Angeles Times, and they looked at some of the material I had, but that was as far as it went. The Associated Press did a short article when people in the government began, I think, getting embarrassed about reading about themselves. But the wire service article disappeared. Nobody ever said they'd seen it anywhere in the country. I've been interviewed by a couple of smaller, non-mainstream radio stations. About a year or two ago, I was on Amy Goodman's show, Democracy Now! With Greg Palast. But it's beginning to come out in the open. Greg Palast devoted a few paragraphs in his book, The Best Democracy Money Can Buy. Craig Unger's book, House of Bush, House of Saud, has a couple of paragraphs devoted to me and the situation in Jeddah. And Joe Trento is publishing a book next month, inshallah, called Prelude to Terror, which goes into detail on the situation at the CIA's consulate in Jeddah and how terrorists got their visas. But I think also this business of Visa Express that Joel Malbury and others have played up is something of a red herring or a little bit of misdirection. Saudis, people with Saudi passports, didn't have to appear in front of a consular officer. Their personal appearances were waived. It's a good way to get people past the visa officer who asks awkward questions like I did, because you put them in a pile and you send them through a reputable travel agent to the consulate. They did this in Latin America, according to Celerino Castillo, a drug enforcement agency officer. He said this was one of the agency's favorite tricks of slipping people into the country. But the difficulty is nobody wants to hear about this.
Mike, I'm going to just remind you 1 minute, okay?
1 minute?
Just
Okay.
time, yeah.
All right. So basically, I think that the way to reform things and put an end to this is to stop the secrecy. My Freedom of Information Act request and its lawsuit was sealed as a threat to national security. It was resealed within the last 2 weeks by Royce Lamberth, the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia. He's on the panel of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act judges. So what we really got to do is abolish the CIA's Directorate of Operations, the people who overthrow governments and assassinate politicians the U.S. doesn't like. And we've got to cut their budget of all the intelligence services by 25% this year. So if you folks have any questions, I'd be happy to entertain them.
We will pose our questions at the end, along with the members of the audience. And now we will hear from Paul Thompson, the famous author of the 911 timeline, which we all have used as a reference. Paul. If you, yeah, Paul's not on time. Is Mike Ruppert ready? Okay, very good. Thank you, Paul.
there? We were going to do a... What was that?
You got to get sworn in.
Somebody, y'all got the
Oh, sorry.
Make sure. Do you swear? Yeah, raise your right hand. The standard has been set now. Do you swear to tell us the truth here today?
Of course.
Thank you very much. We need the truth.
All right. Should I move this up?
Oh yeah, it's the one with the balls on it.
Well, I'll get started anyway. So I want to talk about two things today. So I'll just go straight into it since I don't have a lot of time. First thing I want to talk about is the foreign intelligence warnings about 9/11. Some of you may have seen out in back, I have this book that has just come out a couple days ago called The Terror Timeline. And this is based on my website. And the material I'm going to talk about today is based on what I've done on the website and now is in the book. And everything in there is from mainstream source material, CBS News, Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, that kind of material. So I want to preface that everything I'm saying here, everything I'm going to be saying, is coming from those kinds of sources. And the first thing I want to start with is a quote from President Bush just a few months ago. He said, "Had I any inkling whatsoever that the people were going to fly airplanes in the buildings, we would have moved heaven and earth to save the country." So he didn't have any inkling whatsoever. And now I'm going to tell you something I think was probably the most significant thing that came out of the 9/11 Commission, and it really got ignored. And just briefly mentioned in one of their staff statements, it said that in the beginning of the summer of 2001, Osama bin Laden actually started publicly talking about the 9/11 plot. He would go to mosques and he would speak in front of large crowds in Afghanistan, talking to his followers, talking to local people who are coming to the mosque. And according to the 9/11 Commission, he actually would say things in his speeches, like in one speech he said that people should pray for the success of an upcoming attack involving 20 martyrs. Or another person said that bin Laden told them that the U.S. would be hit by a terrorist attack and thousands would die. So there's this really kind of, very almost open secret about the 9/11 attacks. So another example would be John Walker Lynn. You might have heard of him. He's kind of they call him the Marin County Taliban guy. He went over there, joined Al-Qaeda. In a matter of days, he learned all about the 9/11 attacks. He learned that there were going to be all these different airplanes involved. So in other words, it was just a very, very widely talked about thing in Afghanistan. So then what we see is that all these foreign governments picked up on this and started warning the U.S. It also says in the 9/11 Commission report that this knowledge, this foreknowledge, was so extensive that it spread throughout the radical fundamentalist network throughout the world. So people all over the world, including in the United States now, were getting details of the plot months in advance. And this is why, I think this is the main reason why we see now all these governments start warning the U.S. So I'm just going to run really quickly and just tell you some of the warnings that came out. And remember that all of these are mentioned in very mainstream sources, New York Times, Washington Post, this kind of stuff. And none of the things I'm going to talk about today, except for what I just said, but all these foreign intelligence warnings, none of these are talked about in the 9/11 Commission. They've just completely ignored all of them. It's like these reports never happened. So also all of these things I'm going to talk about all are from 3 months before 9/11, June, July, August. All these warnings start coming out. So the British, they warn the U.S. They say Al-Qaeda is in, quote, the final stages of a very serious attack on a Western country. And then they also warn that an al-Qaeda attack will involve multiple hijackings. So it'll be a single attack, multiple airplanes hijacked. Then Egypt, they warn, and this to me is the most astonishing warning, also in the way it was just completely ignored. It was on 60 Minutes on CBS, just mentioned briefly, and I'll quote it for you. It says, in late July, Egyptian intelligence says it received a report from one of its operatives in Afghanistan that 20 al-Qaeda members had slipped into the U.S. and 4 of them had received flight training on light aircraft. To the Egyptians, pilots of small planes didn't sound terribly alarming, but they passed on the message to the CIA, fully expecting Washington to request information. The request never came. So if that's not, we know there were 19 hijackers instead of 20. There were 4 training on light aircraft. And again, it's not surprising given what bin Laden was saying to people, and we know that Egypt had a mole in Afghanistan and gave other good information. So really remarkable that nothing was done. Then later, a few weeks later, the Egyptians warned that this operation that was going forward were in the advanced stages. And this is according to the Egyptian president, Hosni Mubarak himself. Then Germany. Germany warned that terrorists would use airplanes as weapons to attack, quote, American and Israeli symbols which stick out. Then Jordan warned that a major attack using aircraft is planned inside the United States. And by the way, they even said the name of the code name of the attack, which was the Big Wedding, which turned out to be the code name of the 9/11 attack. Russia warned that suicide pilots were training for attacks on U.S. targets. And then the head of Russian intelligence later stated, we clearly warned the U.S. on several occasions, but they did not pay the necessary attention. And then the Taliban, actually, one of the foreign minister of the Taliban himself was kind of upset with the other leaders, didn't want the attack to go forward, so he warned that al-Qaeda was going to plan an imminent huge attack, quote unquote, inside the U.S. that would kill thousands of people. And funnily enough, the excuse in the news reports about why this wasn't taken seriously is it said because the U.S. intelligence agencies were suffering from warning fatigue. They were getting so many warnings that they just couldn't handle it anymore. Even Argentina gave a warning because not a lot of people know this, but there's a little sort of a pocket of al-Qaeda in the Argentina area. France gave a warning. It's an echo of an Israeli warning. And I'll tell you the Israeli warning. They warned, well, they had 2 separate warnings. First one, they said 50 to 200 al-Qaeda terrorists are inside the U.S. and planning an imminent, quote, major assault, unquote, aimed at a, quote, large-scale target, unquote. And then this is probably the most remarkable warning, is that according to Der Spiegel and some other newspapers in Europe, a few weeks before the attack, before 9/11, Israel actually gave the U.S. a list of 19 terrorists. Now, we don't know if that's the exact same 19. However, the reports specify that 4 of the names were the same, including Mohammed Atta, Marwan al-Shihi, and the 2 hijackers in San Diego, al-Midar and al-Hazmi. So these are the leaders of the 9/11 plot. And according to Der Spiegel, all these names were given to the U.S. government. Morocco gave a warning saying that al-Qaeda is planning large-scale operations in New York City in the fall of 2001, possibly targeting the World Trade Center. So I could go on. These are just some selected warnings that I've given. But as you can see, there's so many warnings that, in fact, in the middle of August, Cofer Black, who's the head of the CIA's Counterterrorism Center, he was speaking at a convention of counterterrorist officials in a public venue, and he said, quote, "We are going to be struck soon. Many Americans are going to die, and it could be in the U.S." And later on, he said that the top leaders were unwilling to act unless they were told that the attack was coming within the exact day, and here is what they are going to hit. So in other words, he's saying that basically the leaders didn't care to stop the attack, made no moves to defend the United States unless they were told exactly the day and the location of what the attack would be. And in fact, we can see that the Bush administration did absolutely nothing despite all these warnings. There was one thing that I found interesting in the 9/11 Commission hearings is that Transportation Secretary Norman Mineta, who is still the Transportation Secretary for Bush, he was asked, so can you point to one thing that the Bush administration did before 9/11 that helped safeguard the U.S.? And he said no. Wasn't a single thing. So that's the first part of my talk. The second part, I want to talk about the issue of Pakistan. I could also talk about Saudi Arabia, but I don't have time for that. But between Pakistan and Saudi Arabia, these are the two countries that you think would have given the U.S. warnings. I mean, here we're getting Argentina, all these countries, Morocco are warning the U.S., but you know, the two countries, Pakistan, extremely closely tied to the Taliban. They basically, you know, created the Taliban, and Taliban was their puppet, as even the 9/11 Commission has stated. And then Saudi Arabia, where all the hijackers are from, Osama bin Laden's from, we don't get any warnings from those two countries. And I think there's significant evidence that the Pakistani intelligence agency actually had a very direct role in the plot. It's a very unusual intelligence agency. It's called the ISI, and it got very rich off of drug money. So rich from all the opium and heroin coming from Afghanistan and moving through Pakistan that it's self-funding. So it's basically politically autonomous, and people call it a state within a state. It can basically do whatever it wants. Some people say that the ISI is more powerful than the actual Pakistani government. And as the Wall Street Journal has said, quote, "Despite their clean chins and pressed uniforms, the ISI men are as deeply fundamentalist as any bearded fanatic. The ISI created the Taliban as their own instrument and still supports it." So there's essentially you cannot see a difference between the ISI and the Taliban, and in my opinion, Al-Qaeda. They all are essentially the same group of people. And in fact, there was some U.S. reporters went to Afghanistan just right before 9/11, and they said everything here that we've seen, everything the Taliban has, the water, the oil, the food, everything's coming from the ISI. They're just complete puppets of the ISI. So I'm going to run through just a couple things really quickly here, some key characters to kind of keep in mind. Randy Glass is he was involved in a U.S. sting operation. He was a criminal himself, got involved in a sting operation with the FBI and the, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. And in 1999, there was an ISI agent, and they were recording the conversation as part of their sting operation. And this ISI agent was within sight of the World Trade Center. He pointed to the World Trade Center, and he said, "Those towers are coming down." And he repeated that statement on several occasions. And this is, this evidence has been recorded on tape. So we can see, this is interesting because some people say that people didn't know that the towers would be completely destroyed. But here we are, even in 1999, stating with assurance that the towers are going to be completely destroyed. And I could go into a lot more about Randy Glass, but there's a big sordid history there of the ISI's involvement in even trying to buy nuclear weapons to give to al-Qaeda. Now, another character to keep in mind is Saeed Sheikh. He's a very, very important character, and I think he's really the key to understanding a lot about 9/11. He's famous for being the killer of the reporter Daniel Pearl. You may remember in 2002 he got very brutally kidnapped and publicly executed, basically. And but it appears that Saeed Sheikh actually was one of the key funders for the 9/11 attacks. And so I'll read a quote from the London Times about him. It says, Saeed Sheikh is no ordinary terrorist, but a man who has connections that reach high into Pakistan's military and intelligence elite and into the innermost circles of Osama bin Laden and the al-Qaeda organization. He, in fact, was so tied in that bin Laden called him his favorite son, and he was even talking of replacing bin Laden someday. And yet, he was also an ISI agent. So I can't go into all the details, but there's a lot of evidence showing that he actually trained some of the hijackers in terrorism techniques, and he directly funded the attacks. Now, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, the so-called 9/11 mastermind, he was also Saeed Sheikh's boss. They knew each other. For instance, they both participated in the Daniel Pearl killing. Now, Robert Fisk, who, as you may well know, is a very famous journalist, he said, like Saeed Sheikh, Mohammed was an ISI asset. Indeed, anyone handed over by the ISI these days is almost certainly a former employee of the ISI, whose control of the Taliban amazed even the Pakistani government. And then there's General Mahmoud Ahmed, and he's the head of the ISI. The Wall Street Journal and other media outlets reported in a month after 9/11 that General Mahmoud Ahmed, head of the ISI, ordered $100,000 to go from Saeed Sheikh to Mohammed Atta, the head hijacker. So we see a direct link from the head of the ISI to the head of the hijackers. And this remarkable evidence has really been ignored. And this last fact leads to all kinds of interesting connections to the U.S. because it so happens that General Ahmad, on the morning of 9/11, was actually meeting with Senator Bob Graham, Democratic Senator, Porter Goss, House Representatives guy who's now up for being the new head of the CIA, and John Kyle, another senator. And in the weeks before this, these same three U.S. politicians were in Pakistan talking to General Ahmad. We don't know what they were talking about. I certainly would like to know. So I'm running out of time, but another interesting figure that I think also points to very interesting directions is a guy called General Hamid Gul, who's a former head of the ISI. And a recent report from UPI suggested that he actually, this Hamid Gul, was actually the master planner for Osama bin Laden. And one reason this is very interesting is because Richard Clarke has stated, the counterterrorism czar for Bush and Clinton, stated that in 1999 they intercepted a message between Hamid Gul and some of the leaders of the Taliban where he said, that time Clinton tried to hit you with a missile, late 98, don't worry, Clinton is not planning on doing it again, and even if he does, I'll warn you again like I gave you advance warning on the last time. So this to me suggests that there is some sort of collaboration between people within the U.S. government and people in the ISI, and this General Hamid Gul is being fingered as one of the masterminds of the 9/11 plot. The 9/11 Commission has covered up this information. There was actually an article in the LA Times that said that some people on the Commission said that the Pakistanis were, quote, up to their eyeballs, unquote, in involvement with the Taliban and al-Qaeda, and that the Commission findings that were actually released were, quote, only the tip of the iceberg, unquote, on these connections. Now, Daniel, I'll say just one more thing. Daniel Ellsberg, of the famous Pentagon Papers whistleblower, he said that, quote, "It seems to me quite plausible that Pakistan was quite involved in 9/11. To say Pakistan, to me, is to say the CIA, because it's hard to say that the ISI would know something that the CIA had no knowledge of." So I hope that we can figure out these connections and bring these people to justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, for those of you in the audience, please take a moment as Mike Ruppert prepares to come out and write your questions down. Where are the cards? The cards are located in the back. And do we have someone who is prepared to pass out the cards so people don't have to get up? If you do not have a card, raise your hand so someone can pass a card to you. Do we have someone to pass out the cards? We have cards. Some people do not have cards. Very good. And we will collect the cards in about 5 minutes, so go ahead and write. There were some folks over there who needed some cards. Did you get your cards? Very good. Now, our next presenter is a dear friend of mine, and as all of these presenters will become my friends, but Mike Ruppert was there for me when the corporate media that Paul has chronicled their reportage, but when they were doing their thing on me, it was Mike Ruppert whose shoulder was there for me, and his brain too for advice and counsel. So I am very pleased to bring Mike Ruppert on, and he will probably knock your socks off.
Okay.
This is yours. Mike, I'm going to have to swear you in.
Please do.
You know, as a former LAPD officer, you.
I've done this before.
Yeah. Okay. Well, get to it.
I do.
I will.
I am. I is, and yes, we shall.
Okay. Very good.
It's great to be here. Hot enough here for everybody? Congresswoman McKinney, Dr. Caine, Mr. Mcllvaine, fellow citizens, it is an honor to be here today to discuss some of the most serious issues ever to present themselves before a free people. There are many things I do not need to say here today. Others will say them for all of us. Almost all of us are deeply aware of and disturbed by the glaring inconsistencies, the evidence tampering, the obstruction of justice, the nonfeasance, the malfeasance, and the other crimes represented by the final report of the Caine Commission investigating the attacks of September the 11th. I will not digress to discuss them here, but for the record, I would like it noted that the entire membership of the Caine Commission is horribly and blatantly compromised by often egregious conflicts of interest that would have made them ineligible for participation in the tribunal charged with rendering a full accounting of the events of 9/11. Their conduct in the discharge of their duties was a shameful and criminal affirmation of those vested interests. Since the day of the attacks, my newsletter From the Wilderness, reinforced by an incredible staff of writers and editors, has worked virtually nonstop to investigate those attacks and to produce reasonable answers based upon evidence that will help fill the enormous void left by mainstream news organizations, the Congress, and the Caine Commission, As most of you know, my long-awaited book, Crossing the Rubicon, The Decline of the American Empire at the End of the Age of Oil, has just recently been completed, and even as we speak today, the printing is starting in Canada. So we're very happy to see that. I am especially. We have been accepting advance orders for a week, and the first shipment should go out by September 14th. So those of you who have been waiting for that book, which is 700 pages long with 1,000 footnotes, plenty for all of you to digest, challenge, and do whatever you want to do with, it'll be available for you shortly, and we certainly hope before November 2nd. I don't know why I'd say something like that. You can find information about the book at the website fromthewilderness.com. I believe that Crossing the Rubicon provides amply documented evidence with which to initiate and sustain a number of indictments of top-level government officials for their roles in facilitating the attacks of 9/11. Most notably, as my chief suspect, I name Vice President Richard Cheney as both a planner and executor of those attacks. In order to complete my book, I chose to focus on a clear and unmistakable evidentiary record based upon written records, statements of key officials, evidence presented under oath, and first-person interviews and investigations conducted by me directly in pursuit of information that discloses the truth about September the 11th. I chose to avoid discussion of physical evidence issues for two primary reasons. First, physical evidence arguments based upon photographic and other analyses are not directly court admissible without overcoming several hurdles. First, a clear and irrefutable chain of custody, backed up by affidavits or sworn testimony, is required to even get such evidence admitted at trial. Secondly, such evidence is by definition only presentable in court at a time presentable or identifiable in court or discussable in court by means of expert witness testimony, which is often subject to intense courtroom debate and judged only by the amount of money which can be brought to bear to produce experts to either validate or refute it. In writing Crossing the Rubicon, I decided that the primary audience that I wanted to reach was the American people as a whole. I thought it best to present them with a book that I could say was legally admissible in court on its face, since no interpretation was required and no chain of custody issues presented themselves with regards to footnotes or verifiable records. The possibility of evidence tampering has been removed, since all footnotes lead either to verifiable public record sources or are the work product of interviews conducted and recorded by me that I recount in the book as I would sworn testimony of a detective under oath. Since I have only 15 minutes to deliver my prepared remarks before going to questions, let me begin by briefly summarizing my findings, briefly, and disclosing information which has never been made public until today. Crossing the Rubicon is a detective story that gets to the innermost core of the 9/11 attacks. It places 9/11 at the center of a desperate new America created by specific named individuals in preparation for peak oil, an economic crisis like nothing the world has ever seen. It looks at the crime from the viewpoint of a homicide investigator who must, in order to establish guilt, examine and identify the motive, means, and opportunity for the commission of the crime. The attacks of September 11, 2001 were the pretext for the American and, to a lesser extent, the British and the Israeli empires to begin seizing by force those energy supplies needed to sustain their power, hegemony, whether regional or global, and their teetering economies. Both governments were involved well before the attacks occurred. The attacks of 9/11 were accomplished through an amazing orchestration of logistics and personnel. Former National Security Advisor and Counterterror Advisor Richard Clarke has postulated that such a conspiracy could never be kept a secret. Too many people would have been involved, he insisted in his recent book, Against All Enemies. On this point, I disagree with Clarke completely, and point to the fact that the Manhattan Project, which developed the atom bomb, and the stealth fighter project were both successfully kept secret. The numbers of people involved in both of those projects far exceeded the numbers of people within the United States government required to execute 9/11. However, I must express a deep debt of gratitude to Richard Clarke, for in his book he left a very compelling trail of breadcrumbs, contradictions to the sworn testimony and written records submitted, often under oath, of our highest leaders, and the hard evidence which provided me with the leads I needed to break open and answer the whodunit part of 9/11. For me, the pivotal evidence absolutely demonstrating direct government complicity in and management of the attacks, was found in a number of undisputed yet virtually unaddressed war games that I have shown were being conducted, coordinated, and or controlled by Vice President Dick Cheney or his immediate staff on the morning of September the 11th. The names of those war games are known to include Vigilant Guardian, Vigilant Warrior, Northern Guardian, Northern Vigilance, and Tripod 2. There is a possibility that Northern Guardian is a duplicate name, but the remaining exercises are indisputably separate events with different objectives. All have been reported by major press organizations relying on undisputed quotes from participating military and FAA personnel. They have also been confirmed by NORAD press releases. All, except for Northern Vigilance and Tripod 2, had to do with hijacked airliners inside the continental United States, specifically within the Northeast Air Defense Sector or NEADS, where all 4 9/11 hijackings occurred. According to a clear record, some of these exercises involve commercial airline hijackings. In some cases, false blips or injects were deliberately inserted onto FAA and military radar screens, and they were present during at least the first attacks. Excuse me. This effectively paralyzed fighter response, because with only 8 fighters available in the region, there were as many as 22 possible hijackings taking place. Other exercises, specifically Northern Vigilance, had pulled significant fighter resources away from the Northeast U.S. just before 9/11 into northern Canada and Alaska. In addition, a close reading of key news stories published in the spring of 2004 revealed for the first time that some of these drills were live fly exercises, where actual aircraft, likely flown by remote control, were simulating the behavior of hijacked airliners in real life. All of this as the real attacks began. The fact that these exercises had never been systematically and thoroughly explored in the mainstream press, or publicly by Congress, or at least publicly in any detail whatsoever by the so-called independent 9/11 Commission, made me think that they might be the holy grail of 9/11. And that's exactly what they turned out to be. Only one war game exercise, Vigilant Guardian, was mentioned in a footnote to the Caine Commission report, and that it was deliberately mislabeled as an exercise intended to intercept Russian bombers instead of a hijack exercise in the Northeast sector. Even then, a deliberate lie was told to the American people as NORAD Commander General Ralph Eberhart testified to the Commission that the exercise actually expedited U.S. Air Force response during the attacks. Before the Commission's final hearing, I undertook a direct investigation in an attempt to learn more details about each of the exercises and specifically who was controlling them or had planned them to take place on September the 11th. For it's abundantly clear, based upon the record of statements made by the U.S. Air Force and FAA personnel, that the games had effectively paralyzed fighter response during the attacks. While most of my queries, including the submission of direct written questions and telephone calls to NORAD, the Department of Defense, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff, resulted in stonewalling, that's a kind word, and did little to help clarify this key issue, one military officer revealed information that was, to say the least, startling. It confirmed my findings. After several phone calls and lengthy emails laying out what I had uncovered, I received a written response from 1st Air Force Public Affairs Officer Major Don Arias. In that response, he confirmed that the Joint Chiefs of Staff had been conducting a live-fly hijack drill on the day of September the 11th. The name of that exercise, Vigilant Warrior, had been revealed by Richard Clark on page 9 of his book as he quoted a statement made to him by then acting Joint Chiefs Chairman Richard Myers. To excerpt from Major Arias' May 14, 2004 email addressed to me, Mr. Ruppert, the book is in the mail. That's an Air Force book which describes a completely different set of attacks than the one the Caine Commission investigated. The NORAD-wide exercise we were in on 9/11 was indeed Vigilant Guardian. I also learned something that may help you with your research. The terms used for NORAD exercises have specific meanings. Per NORAD Instruction 33-7, nicknames, quote, a combination of two separate unclassified words which is assigned an unclassified meaning and is employed for unclassified administration, morale, or public information. The first word must begin with the combination of letters of the alphabet allocated to the using agency. It's all mill-speak, as they call it. A nickname is used exclusively to designate a drill or exercise. Exercise terms are used to prevent confusion between exercise directives with actual operations. That's a key sentence because they have to separate the exercises from real life, at least they're supposed to. Vigilant or amalgam means it is a HQ and headquarters NORAD sponsored exercise. Guardian means it is a multi-command CPX or command post exercise, meaning there's no live fly. So on 9/11, NORAD was conducting NORAD-wide multi-command command post exercises with no live flies. This covers the radar injects that were present on the FAA radar screens throughout New England and the Northeast sector on that day. Other exercise terms include Warrior, JCS, Joint Chiefs of Staff, Headquarter NORAD sponsored field training exercise, or FTX, or live fly. Because 1st Air Force CONAR is an intermediate level of command, I may have to refer your questions to HQ NORAD, but I'll do what I can. But what he said was, we have General Richard Myers saying, Vigilant Warrior, we're in the middle of it. Richard Clark wrote it in the book. A NORAD officer here confirms that that was a live fly hijack drill in progress during the attacks. Have you ever heard of that before? Any of you? The full text in this of this and other correspondence and my direct questioning of DOD and military personnel is included in Crossing the Rubicon. Major Arias is going to be mentioned again very quickly here. What we have in this instance is direct written confirmation of a live fly exercise that involved the actual piloting of aircraft either by remote control or with real pilots in the Northeast Air Defense Sector. There are multiple confirmations of this, which are in the book. Other exercises use the injects, confusing both FAA and NORAD radar screens. And this would account for well-documented confusion over what might have been 22 different possible hijackings. It was impossible for the FAA or the Air Force personnel to tell which was which. With only 8 fighter aircraft available, the inexplicable delays in fighter response are now easy to comprehend. When New York writer Michael Caine, who I believe is here today, wherever you are, Mike, God bless you, approached General Eberhardt on an FTW assignment for my newsletter at the conclusion of the Commission's last public hearing and asked for information on all the other exercises, including Vigilant Warrior, Eberhardt's only response was, no comment. Other government agencies have fallen back on a simple the exercises are classified excuse and failed to provide any clarification at all. Same with the Caine Commission, several members of which were also questioned by Mike Caine. Nobody would talk. There was also an additional non-military biowarfare exercise called Tripod 2 being set up in Manhattan on September 11th, and it was under the direct coordination of FEMA and by White House directive the immediate control of the Vice President, Richard Cheney. The setup for that exercise conveniently placed a fully staffed FEMA New York City Department of Justice command post on Manhattan's Pier 29, just in time for it to be conveniently used as the command post after the Twin Towers had collapsed. In reconstructing actual communications and chains of commands, I was extremely disturbed to find out that many officials in a position to take action that might have prevented the loss of life in the South Tower did not do so before Flight 175 became the second impact. This in spite of the fact that it was known and had been clearly communicated that Flight 175 had been off course, hijacked, and headed toward Manhattan for some 20 minutes. Included here are Vice President Richard Cheney, various NORAD officers and commanders, the FAA, and then Mayor Rudolph Giuliani. In examining transcripts of Giuliani's testimony before the Caine Commission, I find clear evidence suggesting that Mayor Giuliani committed perjury when he appeared before the Caine Commission this spring. It's interesting to note that of all 9/11 witnesses whose testimony I analyzed, his testimony remain to this day the only testimony which has not been transcribed and presented to the public. Instead, I was forced to rely on transcripts prepared from video and audio recordings by 9/11 activists and researchers. I will now quote from Crossing the Rubicon as to what my analysis of Giuliani's testimony revealed. It may explain why the Caine Commission has deliberately withheld it from public view. I want to thank first Kyle Hentz and Joe Friendly, who provided me with a written transcript of Giuliani's remarks, which I might add was independently verified through other recordings. We began, according to Giuliani, sometime after Flight 77 struck the Pentagon. Quote, I had already been informed by my chief of staff that he had reached the White House and by the police commissioner, who I think had reached the Defense Department. I'm not sure exactly. But both of them had assured me that we had gotten air support because that's why I wanted to reach the White House. I wanted to make sure that we had air defense for the city. And my chief of staff told me that he was informed by the White House that there were 7 planes that were unaccounted for. At this point, I knew of 2, and I heard reports that the Pentagon had been attacked, that the Sears Tower had been attacked, and several other things. Now, who had told, I'm speaking now, who had told Giuliani about the 2 missing planes before this? Such information must have originated with NORAD, NEADS, or the FAA. Those communications channels were obviously functioning at that time, but then why no warning? The only likely explanation here is that lower command levels, knowing that the National Command Authority, the White House, and the Pentagon had taken command, assumed that the warnings would come from higher up and thus be more quickly heeded. Now we go back to Giuliani. So I got through to the White House. Chris Hennick was on the phone, who was the deputy political director to President Bush. And I said to him, Chris, was the Pentagon attacked? And he said, confirmed. Note, the Pentagon was struck at 9:41. And then I asked him if we had air support. I said, do we have air support? Do you have jets out? Because I think we're going to get hit again. He said, quote, the jets were dispatched 12 minutes ago and they should be there very shortly and they should be able to defend you against further attack. It's Christmas. Sorry. Jingle bells, okay. Against further attack. And then he said, we're evacuating the White House and the Vice President will call you back very shortly. Note a number of mainstream press accounts, this is me, fixed the White House evacuation order between 9:41 and 9:45. I think it was a lot earlier. But thus, there are 2 events fixing Giuliani's conversation with Hennick between 9:41 and 9:45. Are we to assume that no one in the White House had Giuliani's telephone number? He was a major player in the Republican Party, a strong supporter of George W. Bush. Why was he talking to a political director and not to the Pentagon or the Situation Room and the White House? Clark was there. Rice was there. The Situation Room was hooked up to NORAD, the Pentagon, the FAA, the FBI, everybody. He or somebody on his staff had the numbers. The problem with the Giuliani-Hennick call is that its timing is bounded by 3 parameters that don't fit. The call starts sometime after the Pentagon was hit at 9:41. Hennick tells Giuliani that fighters were dispatched 12 minutes ago to protect you, i.e. New York City, and we know that the only fighters sent to New York were sent from Otis Air Force Base at 8:46. 12 minutes after that would be 8:58. South Tower was struck at 9:03. The end of the Giuliani-Hennick call is followed immediately by the start of the Cheney-Giuliani call, see below, and the immediate collapse of the World WTC Tower at South Tower at 9:59. For the sake of argument, let's say that this conversation occurred 5 minutes after the Pentagon was struck. That would mean that the White House told Giuliani that fighter aircraft had been scrambled and sent to New York 7 minutes after 9:37 or 9:41, depending upon which timeline is used, or between 9:44 and 9:48. The final Caine Commission report, released on July 22nd, makes no mention of any fighters being sent to New York at this time. The only scramble order even close to Giuliani's account is the scrambling of fighters from Langley Air Force Base to protect Washington at 9:23. Roughly matches the timing of Giuliani's conversation with Hennick. The former mayor's testimony appears to be referring to the Otis fighters that had been directed to establish a combat air patrol over New York. But that poses another problem, a big one. If this is the case, then Giuliani's testimony places the Otis scramble order almost an hour later than the official NORAD and NEADS accounts, Northeast Air Defense Sector. Were these some other fighter aircraft? If so, they have not been mentioned. And why did Hennick not mention the Otis fighters that were, according to NORAD and eyewitness accounts, already in a very visible low-altitude combat air patrol over Manhattan? Anybody here that day didn't hear or see the fighters? Giuliani should have been able to see and hear them. Every other New Yorker saw them. Are we to believe that Giuliani somehow remained oblivious to the fighters' presence? Are we to believe that no police or fire official told him that the fighters were there, that he couldn't hear them? The only available benchmarks suggest that the call from Cheney took place much earlier than Giuliani claims. If we reference it to when the scramble order was issued at Otis Air Force Base, the source of New York's fighter cover, 8:46 a.m., then Giuliani spoke to Hennick sometime around 8:58 or about 5 minutes before Flight 175 struck at 9:03. If Hennick knew about other missing planes, he was obviously getting information, at least indirectly, from NORAD and NEADS. From whom? A political guy getting this information. The Secret Service seems the most likely candidate since there are numerous records of their active involvement by this time. At that time, it was also known that Flight 175 had been en route to Lower Manhattan for 16 minutes. There is no mention of Hennick issuing any warning to the New York mayor that a second plane was about to attack. How could the White House staffer have been certain about 12 minutes unless there had been a log? He was precise. Where is that log? Why was a political staffer in possession of better data than the mayor of New York? What does this suggest then about the timing of the call that Giuliani then received from Dick Cheney immediately after talking to Hennick? I'm quoting Giuliani. And I put down the phone and within seconds got a call in another room from the vice president. I walked over to that room, picked up the phone. The White House operator was on the phone and said, "Mr. Mayor, the vice president will be on in a moment." At that point, I heard a click. The desk started to shake, and I heard Chief Esposito, who was the uniformed head of the police department. I'm sure it was his voice. I heard him say, "The South Tower is down. The tower has come down." The South Tower collapsed at 9:59 and was recorded live by a multitude of cameras. This is confirmation that Cheney was making command decisions and in all communications loops at least by this time. But if the White House call took place at 8:58, then more likely, in conformity with what we have already established, Dick Cheney was actually hands-on much, much sooner. As we have seen, Cheney was already in that role between 8:45, according to the FAA, and no later than about 9:15. The Secret Service, which had snatched Cheney out of his office after Flight 175 hit at 9:03, was fully informed of all developments, and they never left Dick Cheney's side. Quoting Giuliani, "So the police commissioner and I and the deputy police commissioner, we jointly decided we had to try to get everyone out of the building. So we went downstairs into the basement. We tried 2 or 3 exits, could not get out. I don't know if they were locked or blocked, but we couldn't get out." Here is more agonizing confirmation that no evacuation warnings had been issued for either tower prior to 9:02. Yet full knowledge of the danger was available to the National Command Authority that Flight 175 had turned toward New York at 8:42. 20 silent minutes passed when many of those who died could have been saved. The failure to warn the occupants of the South Tower, in spite of what is now an irrefutable record, is not only a grave insult to the people of New York, but the implications are compounded by the fact that Major Don Arias, the same NORAD officer who provided me with written confirmation of a live fly exercise, had a brother working inside the World Trade Center during the attacks. While the entire national command system failed to issue any warning to the people in the World Trade Center, Major Arias was compelled to leave his post long enough to place a phone call over a standard phone line to call his brother to warn him to get out of the building. Nobody else would do it. All of this is abundantly documented in Crossing the Rubicon. There are many, many other instances of criminal conduct on the part of our government on September 11th and since. I could talk about the still unresolved issue of massive insider trading on the world's financial markets. I could talk about a multitude of specific warnings that were received but ignored by George W. Bush, Dick Cheney, and the entire administration. I could talk about how retired FBI Special Agent John O'Neill was kept out drinking until 2:30 in the morning on the night before the attacks, in a pattern very reminiscent of what happened with several Secret Service agents assigned to protect President John Kennedy on November 22nd, 1963. One of the most insulting omissions of the Caine Commission is its failure to even discuss a $100,000 wire transfer to Mohammed Atta just a few days before the attack at the order of the head of Pakistani's intelligence services, the ISI, or that, as Paul mentioned, General Ahmad was having breakfast with Porter Goss, the man who is now being put forth to head our Central Intelligence Agency. But one thing I am certain of, and I believe I have proven the case beyond a reasonable doubt in Crossing the Rubicon, I am absolutely certain that Richard Cheney was not only a planner in the attacks, but also that on the day of the attacks he was running a completely separate command and control and communication system which was superseding any orders being issued by the National Military Command Center, that's the Pentagon, or the White House Situation Room. To accomplish that end, he relied on a redundant and superior communication system maintained by the United States Secret Service in or near the Presidential Emergency Operations Center, the bunker, to which he and National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice were reportedly rushed sometime after Flight 175 struck the South Tower. I will demonstrate that the Secret Service possessed radar screens which gave them and the Vice President, whose side they never left, real-time information as good or better than anything available to the Pentagon, the FAA, or anybody else, and that it was on the basis of that information that Cheney overrode and took complete operational control on September the 11th. I have shown that in what are called National Special Security Events. I encourage you to all Google that on your computers. The U.S. Secret Service is the supreme U.S. agency for operational control with complete authority over the military and all civilian agencies. I have established conclusively that in May 2001, by presidential order, Richard Cheney was put in direct command and control of all war game and field exercise training and scheduling through several agencies, especially FEMA. This also extended to all of the conflicting and overlapping NORAD drills. I will also demonstrate that the tripod exercise being set up on September 10th in Manhattan was directly connected to Cheney's role in number 3 above. By sheer dedication and sacrifice through endless hours of labor and uncounted sleepless nights, a great many true Americans have kept 9/11 on the table. There's a few of them right here, a few of them here, there. 9/11 on the table for review and examination by the people of the world, and especially the people of America. It remains a clear and irrefutable challenge for all of us to persevere, to remain steadfast, to demand accountability, and to take whatever personal risks are necessary to see justice done and to unravel the confusing, perilous, and often frightening world which has presented itself to us in the years since. I welcome your questions.
We're making DVDs of this program today, and so please sign up after we take our break so that you can receive information in the future about the DVDs or any other aspect of this program about which you may have some further questions. I am sifting through the questions, and we're going to try and get to as many of these questions as we possibly can. I'm trying to weed out the ones that are repetitive. So I will ask Commissioner Caine to go first with the series of questions that he has now while I continue to go through these questions from you, the audience.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and ask the audience questions. It's really tempting to expand and pontificate, but just for the sake of time, we want to keep the answers short and terse. There's a lot of detail that we can look up on our own, but just short, quick answers would be great. I guess this one I can ask Mike and then have Paul also comment. Any proof yet that bin Laden was responsible for September 11th?
From a criminal standpoint, in terms of the way you would approach it in a court of law, which is how I approach everything, the answer is no. The case has not been made. I believe Osama bin Laden has been and remains a CIA asset and protected.
Just hold applause for 1 minute. Paul, any comments?
As you may guess from my earlier talk, I see a lot of evidence of knowledge of the attacks in Afghanistan in the months before 9/11. However, Osama bin Laden appears to be more of a kind of a spiritual figure, a symbolic leader. We can see a lot of other people who we could call masterminds who would be way ahead of the list, in my opinion, over him.
Thank you. Cynthia, do you have a question? Or do you want me to keep going?
No, keep going.
Okay. This, I guess, would be best handled by Barry. Barry, what can we, I mean, you've all pretty much ripped apart the credibility of the commissions. We've explored the illegitimacy of being dogmatic about anything you hear in the corporate mainstream media. What can we do to expose or put pressure on the corporate media to cover the 9/11 truth issue? Concrete steps.
Boy, I wish I knew. They're a huge problem, and I've been struggling with them for 3 decades. You just work. You do what you can. There are people within the media who are legitimate. They're authentic. There are fugitive paragraphs. There are excellent particular columnists and so on. And I think that people should recognize them, praise them, help them, link up with them, write letters to the editor. Simple as it seems, it's a powerful thing. The letters to the editor column of a newspaper or magazine is usually the second best thing, second best read item in that section in that paper. So those are some of the things you can do, and don't give up.
Thank you. I can't read this one. Writing is too sloppy. Sorry.
Oh, I could read it. That's why I gave it
He's a
to
doctor.
you. Let's see.
I'm a doctor. That's
Oh.
a bad prognostic sign for somebody's penmanship.
Why has David Ray Graham's Griffiths, that's right, findings attacking the official version and the attack on WTC and the Pentagon not received more attention in the U.S. media?
In other words, why isn't Griffin's book receiving the press and the media attention it should receive?
Is that directed at anybody?
How about Barry?
Again, it's de facto censorship that occurs. I personally contacted twice the letters editor of the Toronto Star, it's the largest paper in Canada, drawing to his attention, his name's Dan Smith, drawing to his attention the publication of David Ray Griffin's book, that it was selling very well on Amazon, that it was extremely timely because it came out around the time of the 9/11 Commission, and I said I thought it was worth reviewing. I have yet to see a review. Way back when Charles Hyam wrote a tremendous book called Trading with the Enemy, that shows that Ford and General Motors and ITT and Sterling Drugs and others worked actively with the Nazis before and during the Second World War. He wrote a book that the libel insurance company charged one of the lowest premiums it had ever charged because it was so well documented. It's a classic to this day. Hardly reviewed anywhere to this day. That book's about 20 years old. And I believe that Michael, to my left here, has made a comment a while back about it not being an accident that there are so many books that no one's heard about or that are out of print.
Great. Paul?
Yeah, I'd also like to add that in Britain, actually, his book has gotten a lot more coverage. He's been on national television. He's been mentioned in a big review in the Daily Mail, which is one of the biggest papers there. Book has done very well over there. And this is something I've seen in my research, is that often for events in the United States, we have to turn to the European media to get some decent coverage.
Thank you. It's called The New Pearl Harbor by David Ray Griffin.
May I add a 10-second observation to that?
Sure, Mike, please.
I described this in detail in Crossing the Rubicon because you have to establish the ecosystem in which all of this takes place. And it is a financial ecosystem in which all of the corporate media in this country trades their stock on Wall Street, governed by price-to-earnings ratios, governed by cheap energy, governed by drug cash being laundered through the banking system, governed by, in other words, when a flock of birds changes direction, is it a conspiracy or is it just because all the birds know that's their common interest, to do or not do something? And so there is that herd mentality. The way you overcome that is you make more people go listen to independent media than are listening to the mainstream media, and it makes the mainstream media jealous.
Thank you.
When you exhausted yours.
Okay. All right. This is a question that needs some addressing in terms of paradigm shift. And Mike, I want to ask you your opinion on this, and I guess all of you. The terrorists and bin Laden have obviously declared war on the U.S.
Is that it?
No. What do they want, number one? wars are usually started to gain something. What do they hope to gain?
Okay. Well, first of all, I do not accept the construct that 19 Muslim hijackers perpetrated the attacks of 9/11 out of a cave in Afghanistan. What we are faced with, though, is what some people, and I don't agree with this completely, a concept called blowback, in which many of these Muslim fundamentalist organizations were deliberately created by the United States government through covert policy in the late 70s, early 80s, throughout the Afghani Soviet insurgency, where people like Zbigniew Brzezinski were, boasting about it. I mean, that's where we see radical hate books that are used in some Muslim schools having been printed at the University of Nebraska under the same contract that was printing oil drilling manuals for Unocal, which is true. By the same token, I was a policeman in South Central Los Angeles, and I will say that if you stand on anybody's neck long enough, they're going to get upset and they're going to try to fight back. That is a legitimate human right of self-defense. What anybody, I think, wants, and I'm not advocating terrorism in any form or violence in any form, but what I'm saying is that some people fight back, and certainly there were terrorists who wanted to attack the United States before 9/11. There are probably 5 times that many since 9/11, based solely upon the conduct of the United States government in world affairs since.
Thank you. I just have a comment to add to Mike's. Extremist and fundamentalist ideology has been around since the earliest centuries of the Islamic religion, of Christianity, of Judaism, of Buddhism, of Hinduism. The question I think that needs to be asked that Mike is investigating is who funds these guys, who empowers them, who gives them logistical information, and who promotes their ideology. Mike, in your opinion, is there a marriage between Wall Street, CIA, and the militant Islamic networks?
Well, first of all, the CIA is Wall Street, and Wall Street is the CIA. There is no difference. I got a whole chapter on that in the book. It's a real eye-opener. But I think I look at this historically. Congresswoman McKinney served on the House International Relations Committee, and I know that you had pretty good terms with Congressman Dana Rohrabacher of California. Yes. And I document a long litany where Dana Rohrabacher absolutely incensed about how the U.S. was deliberately supporting the Taliban and al-Qaeda with arms and cutting off the arms to anybody who opposed al-Qaeda, was literally almost slamming his shoe like Nikita Khrushchev did on the table, chewing out a State Department official. He was after a guy named Carl Inderfurth, who was in my book, saying it's Pakistan, 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 meaning that the United States government, through the CIA with its relationship with the ISI, was deliberately acting as a nurse, if you will, suckling and protecting the Taliban and making sure that it grew.
Thank you. Mike, do you have any comments to add about the Osama bin Laden, the militant Islamic networks, and their commitment to declare war on the United States?
Well, I think the world is beginning to see in a little bit that there are more viewpoints in the world than the American viewpoint. And the Islamic world and the Arab world is pretty much fed up with the blind support of the United States for Israel against their interests, or what they perceive as their interests. And it was pretty clear during my time in Saudi Arabia that there was one way of looking at things, and there was the real world's way of looking at things. And since then, it's only gotten worse. John Kerry has written a remarkably anti-Arab, and I say anti-Semitic, diatribe in the August 26th edition of the Forward, in which he castigates all of the Arab world and says Israel is our only true friend, it's the only democratic state in the Middle East, and we therefore should support Israel. And you have statements like this Zelikow, who was, everybody was trying to get off the 9/11 Commission, saying that the United States is in Iraq and Afghanistan to protect Israel's interests. And the Arab world and the Muslim world sees this and says, these people are crazy. It's time to hit back. We don't have atomic bombs. We don't have a 600-ship Navy. And we don't have Mach 3 jet fighters. We'll use car bombs. We'll use sticks of dynamite. And we'll use airplanes. And we'll try and even the score and get these people's attention. You know, it's kind of like the farmer who bought the world's remaining super jackass. And the thing wouldn't sit, it wouldn't walk, it wouldn't pull, it wasn't housebroken, and it was a very nasty piece of work. And he hired a trainer. And the trainer comes up and looks at this thing and looks at it and walks around and says, walk, and the thing sits, and he says, sits, and the thing walks. So he goes over to his bag of tools and pulls out a Louisville Slugger and slams the thing in the head with all his might. And then he goes back and says to the world's remaining super jackass, do I have your attention?
Thank you.
And I think this is what the Americans have. They have not learned the lesson of the super jackass. They have been slammed repeatedly and still insist on looking at the world through their own particular viewpoint and refusing to believe that there are other interests in the world other than their own.
Thank you. Thank you. Just one quick question for Mike. The hypothesis that some posit is the blowback hypothesis. That is, shame on the U.S. government for arming these guys in the 80s and 90s, but God, we didn't know that they were going to turn on us and fly these planes into the center. Is that a valid hypothesis in your opinion?
I'll try to be as brief in my answer as you were in your question. That's BS. Thank you.
Okay.
Utter nonsense.
Okay. Last question. If Bush wins the election, is there in place the means to proceed immediately with the impeachment of the entire administration?
I have an answer.
I guess we could, yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah. Actually, and From the Wilderness, for those of you who are subscribers, you'll know that we've been writing about that scenario for probably 2 years now. The foundation for the impeachment has been impeccably and legally laid by Congressman Henry Waxman of California, who, with House Government Reform Committee, or is it Governmental Affairs, Government Reform Committee, has been documenting all of the lies regarding the forged documents purportedly showing that Saddam Hussein was trying to purchase uranium from Niger, which tied directly into the Valerie Plum case, the outing of the former CIA officer by, we'll just speculate, Dick Cheney and Karl Rove, which are all impeachable and criminal offenses, including perjury. And that record's already in place, and I should add that there's a major historical precedent for this. In 1972, before the 72 election, the Republican National Committee, or the White House Plumbers Unit, burglarized the Watergate Hotel. Richard Nixon won the 1972 election in a landslide. But the legal work necessary to impeach Richard Nixon was already in place and had been well underway for several years before Nixon eventually resigned in 1974. That is a scenario that may be shaping up here. We may not, there's a lot of problems with the election, vote counting, everything else. We'll ask Cynthia about that. But the issue is this is a knockdown, drag-out fight, and I view the Democrats and the Republicans virtually as the Genovese or the Gambino crime family with little difference. But I think that scenario is in play.
Just for the audience that's interested in this issue, Carolyn Betts, who's going to be speaking here, is going to talk about options for redressing the quote-unquote criminal negligence or complicity of the Bush regime and what steps can be taken. Cynthia, do you want to add anything to that?
Well, yes, I do. There's food after we take our break, or during a break. There's food available if you go through the exit sign that is over on that side of the room. And I would like to have Barry say a few words about his film and the time that we will have the opportunity to see the premiere of his film this evening.
Well,
tonight.
Thank you for the opportunity. When you're close to a production like this, it's hard for you to assess it, and I was having trouble assessing it. I'm acutely aware of certain lacks in this DVD. Some of them, well, they're all my responsibility. All the shortcomings are my responsibility, but some of them I didn't do directly, such as tape that didn't show up and so forth. But what has made me think that it's worth your coming to see it, there are two things. One is that since the master tape was completed, and up to including this day, I keep hearing references and statements that gain applause and questions are raised that people recognize as important, and I keep saying, yeah, I got that in, and I got that in, and I've got that one in and that one in, and it's quite a lineup of I don't know what you want to call it, not gratitude or pride, but fulfillment that I have hit a lot of nails on the head, but in a popularized way. The second thing is that the reviews are coming in, and they're really, really good. People say it's brilliant. You can't see it once. You've got to see it 5 times and so forth. So, but I'm a very, very biased informant of this information. It's run 70 minutes and 18 seconds. And it does intertwine media criticism throughout, because I feel that is so important, and you've seen that here again this afternoon, and I gather that most people in this room share their anger and their frustration with the de facto censorship and the twisting of everything. I believe that if the media were really doing their job, I mean, if even one publication would do what the Washington Post did with Watergate, we would live in a different world. It could be broken open. The dam would break.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now we're going to entertain a couple of questions because we're running out of time, and I'm going to try and steal an additional 5 minutes, which means we'll have 10 minutes for your questions. And I said that I was going to have a bunch of questions, and I haven't asked a single one of my questions yet. So anyway, but in deference to you, because you are making this happen, go ahead, Commissioner McIlvaine.
Michael Springmann, is it possible not only that visas were given fraudulently, but that identities were laundered or falsified using the U.S. Embassy?
You're saying that were visas issued fraudulently?
Yes.
And identities were falsified?
Or it says here laundered or falsified using the U.S. Embassy.
Well, I was in charge of the section. I had controls over the visa machines. I had the keys to the machines. The local staff were not alone with the machines. So any fraud would have had to have come out from outside the consulate. For example, if somebody presented me with a clean passport, and the guy's name was Joe Dokes, and the passport was in the name of Ragjit Singh or something, I would have no way of knowing this. We would check the identities of the visa applicants, both approved and refused, with the State Department's computer in Washington. And we would type in the name of the person and the date of birth and the place of birth and so forth and nationality. If we got a hit back, we had further questions, but we had no way of knowing if we had a false identity presented to us for a visa. My staff was very good at rooting this out. One fellow, an Indian, brought me a passport one time and said, "Mike, look at this." And I said, "What am I looking at?" And he says, "You see the last page of the passport?" And I said, "Yeah." "Well, take off your glasses and look real close." And somebody with a marvelous sense of touch had taken a razor blade and cut out the last page where the visa had been stamped refused. But you couldn't see it unless you looked at it almost under a magnifying glass. So, my staff was good at that. We checked with the State Department. The State Department didn't have the bad guy's name in the file. We couldn't do anything. And as far as the visas that were given out, I resisted this. I had plenty of controls. I looked at the Immigration Act and the State Department regulations, and I did not, under any circumstances, simply say, "Oh, yeah, let's give this guy a visa. Let's make it a Keep America Beautiful visa." So, no. The only problems with the visa process in Jeddah was the fact that I was being ordered by government officials to issue visas to unqualified applicants who later turned out to be terrorists.
Go ahead.
Paul Thompson, what can you tell us about the oil pipeline negotiations a few weeks? The oil pipeline negotiations a few weeks before 9/11 with the Taliban, Russia.
Sure, yeah. In my book, I have a chapter there called Pipeline Politics, because this is oil is a very big issue, and as many of you may be aware, there were negotiations going on for several years regarding Unocal pipeline. There was a gas pipeline. There was an oil pipeline also to go through Afghanistan. Interestingly, and Michael Ruppert helped me out in this, is that we find that the estimates of how much oil was in the Caspian Basin that would have gone out through this pipeline were extremely high in the early 90s. And right around the time of 9/11, by 2002, those numbers had changed dramatically, and they found out that so much of that oil actually wasn't there that the estimates were wildly off. So I think that early on that was important. And as they realized that the oil, the estimates were shrinking every time they would do a new test, we can see that there's a shift of focus from intense interest in the Caspian region to intense interest in Iraq, where they knew that there was a lot of oil. So this, you can see this shift especially in 2002. So certainly, before 9/11, I think that there was some going easy on the Taliban by people in the State Department and other people because they were looking at the oil angle.
All right, one more, Michael Ruppert. What is the mechanism by which the military inserted blips onto the civilian radar screens?
Well, specifically in terms of the technology, it's difficult to say. What we do know is that there are several press stories quoting Air Force personnel, specifically from the Northeast Air Defense sector, and I believe one was a story. Most of these came from the Toronto Star, papers that didn't publish in the U.S. But what it said was it was quoting interviews with Lieutenant Colonel Don Deskins and Colonel Robert Marr of the Northeast Air Defense sector about how they were wondering if the hijackings were part of the exercise of the drill. And then it says, instantly injects are purged from the radar screen. And then it refers later on. So what we have is a confirmation that there were actual injects placed onto FAA radar screens that day. Now, it's very interesting. Parenthetically, and I know we're pressed for time, but it's very important to note that right after I made some presentations about the war games and broke some information about this, it was revealed that a supervisor at the FAA headquarters in Rome, New York, in Northeast Air Defense sector, had all 6 air traffic controllers involved on 9/11 sit down and talk about their recollections into a tape recorder that day while it was still fresh. And right after I broke my stories, the New York Times reported that that tape was taken by that same supervisor, broken, crushed. The tape was cut into little pieces and scattered through various trash cans. But what I was able to do, I think, was make a pretty compelling case that it was an absolute torment for all of the air traffic controllers on 9/11 who were literally looking at their screens going, my God, which are the hijackings? Which is the drill? Where do we send the fighters?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's show our appreciation to the panelists for the wonderful work that they have done. And their courage. And I'm sure that the 911 Truth or Citizenswatch is going to make resources available on the internet, on the website.
There's lots of it already there.
Beautiful.
Okay, please don't disperse quite yet. Just have a brief announcement. Please stay with us. We have more presenters. This program was originally scheduled to go to 7. We may go to 7:30 because we got a late start if you want to stay on. The film that we'll be showing at 8 and at 9:30 is still on. Encourage your friends to come down if you've got access to a cell phone.
To tell the truth.
To tell the truth.
Beautiful. Thank you.
And nothing but the truth. My name is Indira Singh. I live and work at Ground Zero. I am a volunteer EMT, or I was prior to 9/11, and I will tell you my story, the story of PTEC. After I fulfill my duties to Sibyl Edmonds and read her statement. So first, I would like to take this opportunity to read from Sibyl Edmonds' letter to Thomas Caine. I am going to read excerpts of this letter, which is going around the internet, and Sibyl is asking everyone, when they receive it, to forward it on to him with your name and comments. These are excerpts from her wonderful letter. Dear Chairman Caine, unfortunately, I find your report seriously flawed in its failure to address serious intelligence issues that I am aware of, which have been confirmed and which, as a witness to the Commission, I made you aware of. Thus, I must assume that other serious issues that I am not aware of were in the same manner omitted from your report. It has been almost 3 years since the terrorist attacks on September 11th. These omissions cast doubt on the validity of your report and therefore on its conclusions and recommendations. After the terrorist attacks of September 11th, we, the translators at the FBI's largest and most important translation unit, were told to slow down, even stop, translation of critical information related to terrorist activities so that the FBI could present the United States Congress with a record of extensive backlog of untranslated documents and justify its request for budget and staff increases. While FBI agents from various field offices were desperately seeking leads and suspects and completely depending on FBI headquarters and its language units to provide them with needed translated information, hundreds of translators were being told by their administrative supervisors not to translate and to let the work pile up. This issue has been confirmed by the Senate Judiciary Committee. Your report has omitted any reference to this most serious issue and has foregone any accountability whatsoever, and your recommendations have refrained from addressing this issue, which, when left unaddressed, will have even more serious consequences. Caine Dickerson, a Turkish translator, was hired by the FBI after September 11th and was placed in charge of translating the most sensitive information related to terrorists and criminals under the Bureau's investigation. Caine Dickerson was granted top-secret clearance, which can be granted only after conducting a thorough background investigation. Caine Dickerson used to work for a semi-legit organization that were the FBI's targets of investigation. Caine Dickerson had ongoing relationships with two individuals who were FBI targets of investigation. For months, Dickerson blocked all important information related to these semi-legit organizations and the individuals she and her husband associated with. She stamped hundreds, if not thousands, of documents related to these targets as not pertinent. Caine Dickerson attempted to prevent others from translating these documents important to the FBI's investigations and our fight against terrorism. With the assistance of her direct supervisor, Mike Faghall, she took hundreds of pages of top-secret sensitive intelligence documents outside the FBI to unknown recipients. Caine Dickerson, with the assistance of her direct supervisor, forged signatures on top-secret documents related to certain 9/11 detainees. All of these incidents were confirmed and reported to FBI management. This case was confirmed by the Senate Judiciary Committee. Caine Dickerson and several FBI targets of investigation then hastily left the United States in 2002, and the case still remains uninvestigated criminally. Not only does the supervisor facilitating these criminal conducts remain in a supervisory position, he has been promoted to supervising Arabic language units of the FBI counterterrorism and counterintelligence investigations. Your report has omitted these significant incidents, has foregone any accountability whatsoever, and your recommendations have refrained from addressing the serious information security breach and highly likely espionage issue. Over 3 years ago, more than 4 months prior to the September 11th terrorist attack, in April of 2001, a long-term FBI informant asset who had been providing the Bureau with information since 1990 provided 2 FBI agents and a translator with specific information regarding a terrorist attack being planned by Osama bin Laden. This asset informant was previously a high-level intelligence officer in Iran, in charge of intelligence from Afghanistan. Through his contacts in Afghanistan, he received information that 1. Osama bin Laden was planning a major terrorist attack in the United States targeting 4 to 5 major cities. Number 2, the attack was going to involve airplanes. 3, some of the individuals in charge of carrying out this attack were already in place in the United States. 4, the attack was going to be carried out soon, in a few months. The agents who received this information reported it to their supervisor, Special Agent in charge of counterterrorism, Thomas Fields, at the FBI Washington Field Office. No action was taken by the Special Agent in charge, and after 9/11, the agents and the translators were told to keep quiet regarding this issue. The translator who was present during the session with the FBI informant, Mr. Behrouz Sarshar, reported this incident to Director Mueller in writing and later to the Department of Justice Inspector General. After almost 3 years since September 11th, many officials still refuse to admit having specific information regarding the terrorist plans to attack the United States. The Phoenix memo received months prior to the 9/11 attack specifically warned FBI headquarters of pilot training and their possible link to terror activities against the United States. 4 months prior to the terrorist attack, the Iranian asset provided the FBI with specific information regarding the use of airplanes, major U.S. cities, and Osama bin Laden issuing the order. Colleen Rowley likewise reported that same specific information had been provided to FBI headquarters. Only 1 month after the catastrophic events of September 11th, while many agents were working around the clock to obtain leads and to investigate those responsible for the attack, those with possible connections to the attack, and those who might be planning possible future attacks, the bureaucratic administrators in the FBI's largest and most important translation unit were covering up their past failures, blocking important leads and information, and jeopardizing ongoing terrorist investigations. The supervisor involved with this incident, Mike Fegali, was in charge of certain important Middle Eastern languages within the FBI Washington Field Office, and he had a record of previous misconducts. After the supervisor, several severe misconducts were reported to the FBI's higher-level management. After his conducts were reported to the Inspector General's office, to the United States Congress, and to the 9/11 Commission, he was promoted to include the FBI's Arabic language unit under his supervision. Today, this supervisor, Mike Fegali, remains in the FBI Washington Field Office and is in charge of a language unit receiving those chit-chats that our color-coded threat system is based upon. Yet, your report contains zero information regarding these systemic problems that led us to our failure in preventing the 9/11 terrorist attack. In your report, there are no references to individuals responsible for hindering past and current investigations or those who are willing to compromise our security and our lives for their career advancement and security. During its many hearings, your commission chose not to ask the questions necessary to unveil the true symptoms of our failed intelligence system. Your commission intentionally bypassed these severe symptoms and chose not to include them in its 567-page report. Now, without a complete list of our failures pre-9/11, without a comprehensive examination of true symptoms that exist in our intelligence system, without assigning any accountability whatsoever, and therefore without a sound and reliable diagnosis, your commission is attempting to divert attention from the real problems and to prescribe a cure through hasty and costly measures. It is like attempting to put a gold-lined expensive porcelain cap over a deeply decayed tooth with a rotten root, without first treating the root and without first cleaning the infected tooth. Sincerely, Siebel Edmonds.
I love that analogy. I love picking up some of these analogies. They're great for talk, you know? That's a good note.
I have spoken with Siebel because what I uncovered in PTEC connects with some of the things that she has discovered. Siebel is not allowed to disclose content, but she can ask me questions. I know some of the things that she mentioned there connect directly to what I discovered, and so it was my pleasure to read Siebel's letter. If there are any questions, if not, I'll go into my presentation.
Go into your presentation.
I'm sorry.
You can have this one.
I apologize.
That's all right.
As I said before, I'm a New Yorker. I'm from Ground Zero. I live and work down there for 10 years. And around 9/11, I was doing work on Wall Street for a large bank and in D.C. for a DARPA, which is a Defense Advanced Research project agency, for a project of theirs. Therefore, I had connections deep within the government and at high levels in the banking community. I call this the FBI and PTEC a case to answer. I believe Mike Ruppert has mentioned a couple of things regarding technology capabilities that he believes and has had confirmed were going on during 9/11. I believe if you listen to this presentation carefully, you will begin to connect a lot more dots. For me, 9/11 will always be about the 3,000 that we lost there and the shocking truths that we have begun to discover in the troubled years since. Pictured here, since it is my backyard, is one of the final pictures of the South Tower right before it came down, taken by a neighbor of mine, Ted, who said he could be here today, but he isn't. Ground Zero was my backyard. It hit the residents down there very differently than I think it hit people in other cities. My journey of the FBI and PTEC is one that started after 9/11, way after 9/11, but it took me to the White House, 2 senators' offices, the Secret Service, the FBI, 3 connections to organized crime. But first, I want to take you to where it did begin for me. On the morning of September the 11th, I was supposed to be on the 106th floor of the World Trade Center at a risk conference that a company by the name of Risk Waters was putting on. I was late that morning. In many ways, I think that my life was spared, and I get to do this today on their behalf. It is my privilege to think that. Prior to 9/11, I was a civilian EMT, and when the planes hit, I called my job and I said I had just turned into an EMT. I changed my clothes and I headed down to the site. As night fell on September 11th, 2001, I was on triage duty on the edge of the pile. That's a picture of me. I think I had been injured at that point, but I was not a happy camper. None of us were, because a lot of us were wondering where all the help was. Those of us who were right on the pile were in dire straits. In any case, rescue workers were transporting body parts as fast as they could, wherever they could, mainly to the triage sites, and they were placing what they found anywhere, including on the floor next to me. It was clear to me, and I'm sorry I have to make this graphic, but the truth, 9/11 has been so sanitized, I think it needs to be understood that most had died horrific deaths. And we were seeing evidence of what some had been through on the flights. I made a promise to something I saw there, that if anything fell into my lap, I would not look the other way. I would do whatever I could to prevent such a horror from happening again. After a week, I returned fairly injured to what was left of my contaminated neighborhood and my life. I had a good life. I did risk at J.P. Morgan Chase. Just to take a break from all the heavy stuff, what I do was to devise a way to monitor everything going on in a very large company to stop big problems from happening. There's that little cloud there and my very bizarre picture of how I think about this problem. I am a person who was merging 2 disciplines, risk management and something called enterprise architecture, which is fairly esoteric, but at the end of the day, we seek to prevent large problems from happening anywhere in a large global enterprise. At J.P. Morgan, I was working on the next generation risk blueprint, which is all about how to prevent these things from happening. Bad business practice, such as money laundering, road trading, and massive computer failures, anything you could imagine would go wrong. I had a lot of leeway consulting as a senior risk architect to think out of the box and actually get my ideas implemented. I was funded out of a strategic fund, I reported to the directors, and I was pretty happy. J.P. Morgan thought very highly of me, and they were thinking of funding, in conjunction with my project in D.C., the next generation risk software. What I needed to do what I did was a really smart piece of software, really, really smart. Its job would be to think about all the information, and this is where you may connect a dot. The job of this software would be to think about all the information that represented what was going on in the enterprise at any given time as bank business was being transacted worldwide. For example, it would be a surveillance software that would look for trading patterns that indicated someone was up to no good, and then do something about it. Send a message somewhere, send the transaction information somewhere, perhaps shut their system down, perhaps shut another system down, perhaps start something else up elsewhere. This kind of capability is very, very essential in today's world. However, this kind of software is not found in Microsoft or not even in IBM. A small group of very esoteric software companies make this kind of enterprise software, and it is very pricey. So you can't afford to pick wrong. And I asked all my colleagues who are industry gurus what would they recommend for this. My buddies recommended P-TECH. And my buddies in J.P. Morgan were also evaluating P-TECH. And why not P-TECH? What you see on the screen is a very prestigious list of P-TECH's client. P-TECH is a very small software company located in Quincy, Massachusetts. They put out this kind of software product that I was talking about, and it has an artificial intelligence core. P-TECH assured me that they had something called clearances, so I figured there'd be no problem getting them cleared to come into J.P. Morgan Chase to evaluate our very confidential risk plans for the future, how we would stop money laundering in the future, for instance. IBM told me that they were planning on making P-TECH a special global partner. With IBM standing next to the small vendor P-TECH, I was pretty excited that I was on the right track. There was no problem getting P-TECH cleared through security to come visit and talk serious business. They were with me for 20 minutes before I suspected something was not right. So I called my colleagues. They told me to talk to ex-P-TECH and P-TECH employees right away, but they told me something even more ominous. They said, do not let them out of your sight, and don't let them take anything from the bank. So, with P-TECH people standing still feet away from me, they told me a hair-raising story of P-TECH's myriad connections to terrorism. First, to the person you see in this picture, who was placed on the U.S. terror list in October 2001. His name is Yassin Qadi, a Saudi businessman. It's the one the arrow is pointing towards. I thought these people were kidding, or they were setting up a play for P-TECH's business with J.P. Morgan. I insisted on proof and documentation. I went to 2 states to collect it, including this and other pictures. I also spoke with the Boston FBI, where they said they had reported this 9 months earlier, just weeks after the attack. This was the end of May 2002. At the very same time, I am discovering this about P-TECH because their meeting with me and J.P. Morgan Chase was at the ending of May. At the very same time, on May 30th, 2002, Agent Robert Wright of the Chicago FBI at a congressional hearing appeared on the steps of the Capitol and burst into tears apologizing to the 9/11 families, stating his investigation into terrorism financing had been repeatedly shut down, and he had been censured for pushing it. Actually, his investigation was exactly into Yassin Qadi, whom he called bin Laden's banker. Wright's investigation was shut down in the late 90s. He stated if he had been able to continue and shut down the funding to al-Qaeda, 9/11 may not have happened. His original quote was, "It would not have happened." When you show up to work within line of sight of Ground Zero and shake hands with some group the FBI agents said had financed it, what exactly is the playbook? And there was more, like the Ginsu knife commercial. For me, something big had fallen into my lap. I had to make some decisions. Agent Wright said his investigation into the founders and financiers of PTEC and their financing shell, something called BMI, was also shut down. BMI stands for, I'm sorry, go back here. Oh, sorry. And now you see, you think I'm a technology expert. Well, BMI, which is in the first column, stands for Baitul Mal, which later turned out to be a front for Hamas and Al-Qaeda. Little interesting point here, Governor Caine did a $24 million land deal with a sub of BMI, 3% of which the commission went back to BMI, and around the same time some of his New Jersey citizens were being blown up in Israel by Hamas. I do not say that allegedly because this has been reported in a Department of Treasury report which happened to fall into my hands. The people who started BMI were exactly the same who started PTEC, and in fact the chief scientist was the one I shook hands with when they came down to J.P. Morgan Chase. In fact, he was the one who made me suspicious based on some behavior that he was exhibiting at J.P. Morgan. In addition, there were references to a recent raid in Herndon, Virginia, a key target of which was Yaqub Mirza and his many organizations that were accused of being terror charity friends to Al-Qaeda. Yaqub Mirza was on the board of PTEC. I demanded proof of that and got it. So far we're up to 3 names, but wait, there's more. I went down to meet a group of the PTEC and ex-PTEC employees in Virginia. I wanted to see them face to face and have them tell me this horrific story to my face and have them write down in their own hand what they were telling me and provide documentation. And they did. I asked the Boston FBI to send me something that was proof this company had the terrorism connections they claimed it did, and the person there did. The PTEC employees kept going on. They kept drawing diagrams for 3 or 4 days until I was convinced this was something out of a Tom Clancy novel. If what indeed they were saying was true, this company needed to be stopped now before they did damage elsewhere. By the time they were finished drawing their diagrams, there were 17 names linked to terror. The glaring question was, why wasn't PTEC shut down? Was there an ongoing investigation? Did the FBI just not get it? Or was someone being protected? What do you do when the Boston FBI tells you, Indira, you are in a better position than I am to get real documentation on the situation with PTEC, so please keep doing what you're doing? Who do you call? I brought everything back, sat down, and thought about what it could mean, and I drew this diagram. I did know that PTEC had been in the FAA, and that was the most serious the most serious accusation of all. I called my friends in intelligence and law enforcement. I spoke to the New York Joint Terrorism Task Force and the New York Police Department Counterterrorism Unit from J.P. Morgan Chase's buildings. I laid out what I had to them, and I asked them if I was going insane or was there any truth to this. I asked them what I should do. The PTEC people said they were being followed, and they thought I was. One of them in particular told me that I was in danger, that they were in danger, and they were leaving the country with their kids. I asked the JTTF if they could arrange protection for us. They said yes, but later backed off. I went to the CIO, the Chief Information Officer of J.P. Morgan Chase, who turned my story over to the top 3 people who run the bank. Then he said the general auditor and his staff wanted to have a word with me. As a consolation prize, as I left his office, he told me the FBI at the highest level had validated the entire story as I laid it out. So what happened next is I went to the principal's office. The general auditor and his group of security people, the ones with the uniforms, grilled me as though I was a terrorist and did their intimidation routine. It was not as severe as Siebel went through, but it was pretty bad to the point where I left and contacted an investigative reporting team in Boston that the Boston FBI had used when they were looking for some terrorists right after 9/11. Just in case I should go missing, I wanted to have someone in the media to have a note of that. The name of the person there is Joe Bergantino, and he knows that I am speaking to you about this today. He is from the mainstream media, and I'm here to tell you that he went through hell and almost lost his career pushing this. There are some very good people in mainstream media. In any case, back to the general auditor who threatened me in no uncertain terms. I looked out the window to ground zero and back at him, and I asked him if this was about the Saudi money flowing through the bank. He turned his eyes away and said, "We've made a lot of mistakes." However, he told me that if I mentioned P-TECH again, there would be no place for me in the bank. I had gone from being a person who could do no wrong, who was politically protected there, to someone who was about to get thrown out. My colleagues in the business commiserated but said, "Indira, everybody knew what P-TECH was about." Well, I didn't, and sure as heck the 3,000 didn't. P-TECH was eventually raided on December 6, 2002. And here's the story of how that happened. When I was thrown out of J.P. Morgan Chase at the ending of June, no one would have anything to do with me, but I was sure if we kept the investigation going, the good boys in the FBI would finally raid P-TECH and all would be well, because what had happened is that the I-team had commissioned an investigation in Washington, D.C. to verify the story I laid out to them. Not only had it been verified, they called me in July and said everything I had put on the table was correct and it was worse than I had laid out. They were going to air the P-TECH story nationwide as the lead story on the first-year anniversary of 9/11, with me in the story. There were many other networks that had gotten wind of it, and all the networks were going to run the P-TECH story on the first-year anniversary. However, the White House got wind of the investigation, I have proof of that, and shut the story down in late August. Around the anniversary, the first-year anniversary, persons of interest were seen leaving P-TECH and the country. No raids. By November, I wrote a report and threatened to send it to 10 defense agencies per week until something was done. Finally, P-TECH was raided on a Friday in December. But when Ari Fleischer said there was nothing wrong with P-TECH, I became persona non grata, blacklisted everywhere. We went to Senator Grassley's office, who created an FBI P-TECH file. I was debriefed at a National Threat Assessment Center, the Secret Service, who, oh, by the way, was a client of P-TECH, and they asked me whether P-TECH was the same as Promise. I knew better than to answer that, and I told them, "You have a copy of the software, you tell me." References to clandestines also in operation at P-TECH have been made by a credible intelligence agency. Anytime we attempt to write the truth behind this, the people who are writing the truth are getting sued. The Caine Commission does not mention P-TECH at all. I did a number of things in my research, and when I ran into the drugs, I was told that if I mentioned the money to the drugs around 9/11, that would be the end of me. That is the current threat that I'm under, and therefore I will speak out about the drugs at another forum. I did not expect the Caine Commission to go anywhere near the FBI and P-TECH, but I hope all Americans will demand answers regarding the FBI and P-TECH. I would like to leave you with this one question. Not only why is P-TECH still operating, but why did Assistant U.S. Attorney Michael Chertoff state that they cannot differentiate between terrorism, organized crime, and drug dealing? And is that the reason the Caine Commission will not make terrorism financing a priority in the future? Thank you.
Thank you, Indira. Kyle, can we have you come up here with the updated program? Because we just want to know if there's Q&A right now or we're going to wait for the last speaker. Questions now. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Could you just explain to me before 9/11? I sort of missed it. The FBI agent. I mean, when did he know what PTEC was involved in? And you said that he could have stopped 9/11. And I have one more after that.
Yes, Agent Robert Wright had been following Yassin al-Qadi actually since 1992. In 94, the Quran Literacy Institute was shut down. They knew of his terrorism financing. His investigation in 1998 was shut down in 1999, and he was threatened with Office of Professional Responsibility or Review.
And another thing, the promise. Now, for everyone, we were talking about that earlier about the put options. Now, CIA has an automatic safeguard, the promise, where they check any unusual trading. So it automatically goes into the CIA file. So the PTEC could have possibly been involved with the premise, and that's why we don't get any information from that, or?
PTEC was with MITRE in the basement of the FAA for 2 years prior to 9/11. Their specific job was to look at interoperability issues the FAA had with NORAD and the Air Force in the case of an emergency. If anyone was in a position to know that the FAA, there was a window of opportunity or to insert software or to change anything, it would have been PTEC along with MITRE. And that ties right back to Michael Ruppert's information.
That's where I'd like to perhaps take you. Now, first of all, in the beginning of your presentation, you mentioned DARPA. Could you just go back and refresh for me what your relationship is or was with DARPA?
I'm a senior consultant. There was a small company called the Interoperability Clearinghouse. The abbreviation is ICH. They are a DARPA-funded company. DARPA is a Defense Advanced Research Project Agency think tank, and they fund interesting technologies out there. The particular project that I was working on had to do with interoperability of software and information. It was artificial intelligence based. In-Q-Tel, the CIA's IT-seeking arm, was holding funding hearings. Actually, the funding hearing was being held on 9/12. That's what I was doing there. I wanted to use that software for risk. So after 9/12, they decided not to fund it, which is why I was back looking for things like PTEC.
Now, tell me what the exact relationship is between your information on PTEC and Mike Ruppert's ability to trace actions directly to the Secret Service and the Vice President's office.
The functionality,
if I have stated that correctly.
The functionality that Michael is claiming that Dick Cheney utilized is the exact same functionality I was looking to utilize PTEC for in the bank. I was looking to set up a shadow surveillance system on everything going on, every transaction, and the ability to backdoor, look at information unobtrusively, and to backdoor intelligent agents out there to do things that other people would not be aware of. To stop. I mean, in risk, the whole shift is from bad things going on and finding it after the fact to preventing it from happening. So we were looking for patterns and have an intervention in there. So we were looking for interventive software, something that would stop. What Michael Ruppert is referring to is exactly the same kind of functionality, surveillance and intervention.
If I may, you gave us photographs of the founders of PTEC, and you also showed us their clients, which included, and my eyes are not the best without my glasses, but it looked like I saw the seal of the House of Representatives, the seal of the United States Senate.
The Executive Office of the President is a client, the Secret Service, the Department of Navy, the Air Force, NATO, Enron, MITRE, the FBI, and it goes on. That's just partial there.
Right. So now my question is, who's founder and who's client?
When I went to Senator Grassley's office, you asked a very good question. I said to them, am I a citizen of the United States or the United Saudi States of America? And I said, I'm from Ground Zero. And if you don't like the way I'm going to be speaking, you can leave. And 2 people got up and left. I said that my trip, my PTEC journey, was a journey from the Whitey Bulger tent in Boston to the white tent in D.C. Somebody else left. But I believe that unless you throw this right in their face, you speak very honestly, they will not get it that you know what's going on.
I hear your answer or your response, but I don't know if that answered my question, or maybe my question doesn't.
I apologize.
Need an answer. I think I will hand the microphone over to my co-commissioner here for a few questions.
Sure, you can re-articulate your question. 2 things. I made a comment in the beginning that when you come to deep political relationships, the idea of nation-state sort of gets fuzzy and loses meaning. Would you agree with that?
Now I understand Cynthia's question. Who's really behind PTEC is the question, correct? I asked that of many intelligence people who came to my aid as I was being blacklisted, and I was told, Indira, it is a CIA clandestine op on the level of Iran-Contra. And I have reason to believe this because CARE International, that was mentioned in one of the slides, is a renamed version of Al-Kifa, which was the funding arm for WTC 93. Prior to Al-Kifa, it was called Maktab al-Khidmat, which was the funding arm for the Afghani Mujahideen. It was how the monies got to Osama bin Laden through the Pakistani ISI. I asked the FBI in Boston, how come MAK was being run out of PTEC in 9/11? And that jived with a lot of what Intel was telling me, that it's a CIA front, shut up and go away. At that level, I said, well, why doesn't the FBI take advantage of their celebrated differences with the CIA? And I was told, because at that level, they work together.
They are not. That's exactly right. That's the answer to my question.
Thank you. Just one quick question. Let me ask her, and then you can get Ruppert. Indra, you seemed really eager to want to mention some angle with drugs, and I had to cut you off for the sake of time. Can you do so in about 60 seconds? Just your thesis about what drugs have to do with what you're talking about.
It's more than a thesis. Joe Bergantino, when PTEC fell into his lap, they paid for private investigators to follow a couple of the PTEC people, and it did go to a mob-run warehouse area, and the reports came back that basically it was a drop shipment place for drugs. That was turned over to the Boston FBI. 2 weeks ago, Joe told me, Indira, what do you do in this country when all of this information, this source data, documents, go into a big black hole in the FBI, never to be seen again?
I've got a really scary question to ask about when I go back to Congress, but I want to bring it's really scary, but I want to bring Mike Ruppert in who wants to add a few points to what you've said?
Thanks.
Don't go anywhere.
Don't go away. Don't let her go away. Very quickly to add to this, in Crossing the Rubicon, I have one whole chapter on PROMIS, but PROMIS, which stands for Prosecutors Management Information System, PROMIS, which was its original name in the early 1980s, appears in about, I have 32 chapters in the book, and PROMIS appears in probably 11 of them. Now, what Cynthia was asking and what you were talking about, and to illustrate the case, there's another company that you and I are extremely familiar with called DynCorp,
Oh, gosh, yes.
which has been very closely connected. I wrote a major expose on PROMIS in October of 2000 after the National Security Staff of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police came to ask me questions about how their PROMIS software got compromised. The story's on the From the Wilderness website. But DynCorp, aside from being everywhere and doing everything possibly dirty, DynCorp also operates the telephone systems for the United States House of Representatives and the United States Senate. The billing records are maintained by an Israeli company called Amdocs, which monitors every phone call called, every phone call placed, every bill, every time, the duration of every call, who made the call, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We know that DynCorp has PROMIS. And this is where I truly wish our dear friend and colleague Catherine Austin Fitz were here today, because I would speak this on her behalf, because she was my teacher on this. What we see is that all these government agencies, as a result of PROMIS and PROMIS progeny, PROMIS enhanced versions with artificial intelligence being in the hand of private corporations, has turned the entirety of the United States government into a franchise feeding trough for the benefit of private corporations. The government belongs to private corporations. When you consider that another company known to have PROMIS, aside from DynCorp, is Lockheed Martin, on whose board of directors sat Lynn Cheney, the vice president's wife, until he took office. She was also in the PEOC Presidential Emergency Operations Center with her husband on the morning of 9/11. How did she get in? She didn't hold a government office. But if you consider the two companies, Lockheed Martin and DynCorp, control all the financial auditing of the Department of Defense, the Departments of Housing and Urban Development, about 10 other departments in the U.S. government, and the fact that the Pentagon has lost, quote unquote, $3.3 trillion of your money through the accounting system that they refuse to account for. The money just disappeared. That also is PROMIS software in action. All of these agencies are not only compromised, and it was a great terminology. You called it surveillance and intervention. That's a great word for going in the back door, stealing the money, moving the data around, and doing everything they can do. This software allows the compromise. No wonder you can't trust the government. And I'm sure that I have spoken. I know other members of Congress. I actually do. I've spoken to many other members of Congress. And this member here, who will be back, and God bless you, is not the only one to have told me, we don't know how secure our data is. We don't know who's listening to our phone calls. I can't trust anything. I can't talk in my office. Now, that's the government you're dealing with, and you and I may really cause some serious trouble if we talk for 5 minutes, but this woman is amazing. Thank you.
I think I have just been totally blown away by this very petite woman who has just, she's just exploded this information onto us. And so there are a couple of questions about security that you guys passed on, and definitely anything, those of us who have been treated in a similar vein need to stick together.
That's very important. Silence is betrayal.
Beautiful, beautiful. It's frightening.
Any more questions? I think we're going to...
Yes. Questions. Questions. People from the audience who have questions.
Yeah, we have about 5 minutes.
What did Grassley say? Senator Grassley assigned me a Secret Service agent, and
assigned you?
Yes, assigned me and the PTEC issue a Secret Service agent to investigate the FBI's bungling into PTEC and what was really going on. Charlie hung out with me for until the anniversary last year, when I told him I had stumbled onto the drugs and that they were giving a free pass to all those affiliated with terror financing for 9/11, and that my promise to him to go away until they could clean up the mess was no longer on the table. We had a very, very in-depth exchange where he basically broke down and admitted a lot of things to me, which I probably need to tell Cynthia in private. But he corroborated. He said it's all corrupt. It's all corrupt. Yes. I challenged him on the 28 redacted pages, and he said, "You're right. You've got it right." So.
Is there someone who has collected the questions? Right here. Oh, you got a microphone up.
Yeah, I'm Nico Haupt, aka in 2001. I'm with Iron and Verb Report. We're also doing a great event on September 11. Please check out the Village Voice. You'll find information. I would like to go back to your conclusion on PTEC. I also investigated on them on 2002, but only from 50% from what you find out. I think it is clearly indication that it is a CIA front, especially if you look into the board of directors of Booth and Hamilton, where you see James Woodsey, ex-CIA and PNAC, but also MITRE, which operates basically as an unofficial front since years. So I would like to hear a kind of final statement of if you see it either as a cover front for terror organizations, because I think it's a cover to just come to the conclusion they could provide information for terrorists. Then you provide somehow the official myth that we're leaking out organizations to terror organizations, while in reality the U.S. government founding or implementing them. I think you're right. I think that the terror economy is being used by the political economy in place. And yours and mine, our currency is the U.S. dollar. Their currency is drugs. I stumbled into the drugs for weapons deals. This is no different than Iran-Contra. In fact, the same names that were around there are affiliated with PTEC. The same illegal clandestines are affiliated behind the scenes with PTEC. You also investigate on Yasser Qadi, because he's also more government near than just for the golden chain. I mean, he's both bin Laden near and government.
Yes.
And there's a big cover up on his business. So
Yasser Qadi's on the same level as Rajhi, and Khalid bin Mahfouz the same level of importance in Saudi Arabia.
Okay, Nico, we got 2 minutes, so next question.
Is there a connection between this software and the old INSLAW software?
The old INSLAW software is Promise. PTEC is actually a more sophisticated version. It's a place, PTEC in its heart is software that builds other software with such capability. So it's a more agile, adaptable version of it.
Thank you. Next question.
To shift a little, I'd like to ask the Representative McKinney, what teeth will this particular commission have in the end on righting things with the corruption in the government as it is today?
Can we just save that for at the end? I just want to take advantage of Indira.
Okay,
and then I promise to remind Cynthia to address that.
I'll just say it
Oh, go
quickly.
ahead, go ahead.
Carol Betts is going to make a presentation after we finish with Ms. Singh, and that will exactly be her subject matter.
Indira, Michael Caine, I had the pleasure of coincidentally running into you down at Ground Zero at one of our truth vigils. And I've been looking at your work and mainstream coverage of it quite a bit. My question is that, to my understanding, I believe some of your information, well-documented litigation quality information, made its way into some lawsuits. I'm not sure if that's true or not. I just wanted to know if that's true. And I also was under the impression that some of that was tied up, so there's things you can't talk about because the lawsuits actually tied that information up where you're not allowed to go forward. And just on follow-up to that, are you going to be releasing a book, and can you release a book, or is this information tied up in a way that wouldn't allow?
I am going to do my best to make sure that the information on PTAC doesn't get tied up in litigation. The litigation referred to the fact that my apartment at Ground Zero is contaminated and my lungs are damaged and all of that stuff. But I have been looking for a whistleblower attorney to sue J.P. Morgan for what they have done.
Last question, and then we're going to pause for a break.
Miss, I find this presentation very explosive, and I would like, my head cannot contain much of what I'm hearing now. Is there any way I can get to read something, you know? And look, tell me all you know, I won't tell.
Absolutely. You can go to the citizenwatch.org website, and it will have my presentation, a separate press release that goes into far more detail than this.
Yes.
And in terms of a book, Penguin said they could not publish my book because they could not guarantee my safety, so I am going to keep knocking on doors.
Okay, so go to Citizens Watch for the time being.
Yes.
First of all, I'd like to thank everybody for this commission today. Second of all, I would like to ask, is there any links in your investigation with PTEC, the investigations of Ellen Mariani, Bank of Credit and Commerce, which has also been under investigation for 10 years, I believe, for the different drug operations?
Oh, the good old BCCI, Bank of Crooks and Criminals Incorporated, absolutely. Thank you for bringing that up. That was something I omitted. Yes, it goes back to the same names. That was a CIA clandestine operation, and yes, yes.
Is there a linkage with Carlyle?
Oh, yes, absolutely. And the sad thing about Carlyle is watch their offshore Cayman Island, Bahamas shells that they're setting up now with other Middle Eastern countries. In other words, folks, the same thing is still going on. The terror economy is alive and well and being exploited against us.
And tax-free.
Tax-free.
All right, Kyle? Okay. How's everybody feeling? We were going to take a break, but we're... You want to keep going? That's what I thought. Keep going! Yay! That's what I thought. Yes. That's what I figured. Okay, we're going to now bring out, thank you very, very much, Indira Singh. What a courageous, courageous woman. Indira has been struggling to tell this story for months, and she. Okay, we'd like to bring out our next witness. Actually, in this case, a staff statement from Nick Levis. Nick is a co-founder of New York 9/11 Truth, and he's on the staff of 911truth.org, which is the umbrella national campaign and organization that we launched a few months ago. So Nick is going to give us an overview of the omissions and discrepancies. He's been working on compiling the 9/11 omission dossier, and which is going to be posted, and part of it is already posted at 911truth.org. So I'll let Nick tell you the rest. So a rounding applause for Nick Levis.
Like a lot of things, that's not quite finished. Thank you very much. Actually, I am going to speak about the omissions dossier and a little bit about the bodies of evidence. Sorry?
You got to get sworn in, Cynthia.
Oh, I have
I'm
to get
so
sworn in.
busy doing these, giving you guys my email on my business card. I forgot to do my job. But he's a part of the staff of the commission.
No, but he's here as an expert witness.
Oh, so he's the Phil Zelikow of the People's Commission.
Yes.
Okay. Do you swear to tell us the whole truth?
As I know it.
Well, that's not very helpful.
That's an ambiguous answer.
Well,
we'll take that as a yes.
thank you, Cynthia. I'm going to begin with a bit of full disclosure because I don't want to be like Phil Zelikow. I don't know. Does everyone know who Phil Zelikow is by now? Okay. And I guess you know Condoleezza Rice and that they co-authored a book together. So that the man who was running the investigation and deciding what evidence was going to be seen was also a best buddies with the woman who played the star witness. Okay, so just imagine that situation in a trial. The judge and the star witness are best friends, and it's not even news. It's not covered. Tonight, I'm going to speak on behalf of 911truth.org, which is the co-sponsor of these 9/11 omissions hearings, along with 9/11 Citizens Watch. We are also the co-sponsor with Walden3.org and INN World Report of the televised National Town Hall on the events of September 11th, which we're holding this coming Saturday, September 11th, 2004, at 7 p.m. at the Manhattan Center Grand Ballroom on 34th Street. You can find out all about it from leaflets that are available here, or you can go view the program at summeroftruth.org. I hope you can all make it, and I hope you bring a lot of friends and family, because if you've been listening to the presentations so far, then you probably agree there is a need to get out some real information about September 11th. I can tell you right now that on Saturday, we will be revealing some powerful and specific new evidence that the U.S. government has been lying to us about September 11th. We've got them dead to rights on at least one point. And this is something you've never heard, and I can't reveal it today. I'm sorry about that, but I want to ask you, when you hear about this later, because all of you here are going to hear about it, you should ask yourself, why is it only coming to you through the internet? Or will it finally come to you through the mass media? In large part, that's going to be up to people here, people like you at gatherings like these. I think the time has come for the citizens to fight for the truth. I'm also a member of New York 9/11 Truth, which is the coming together of New York citizens around the insistence on disclosure and need for action. We've been at Ground Zero since the beginning of the year, holding a vigil every week on Saturdays to show all the thousands who pass by this hallowed ground that we are not giving up on the truth. And you know what we've been discovering in countless conversations in front of the PATH station? We are not alone. New York wants the truth. We all know, thank you, we all know it's a question of justice for the fallen. And I have to say, more than this, it's a question of whether democracy can prevail and whether there will be justice or war on this planet. Our feeling was all along that more and more people in this city, some of us thought most people in this city and many people in the country, are not accepting the official story of 9/11. That was always strong, and we got a big confirmation of that 2 weeks ago with the publication of the representative poll of New York State residents and city residents by Zogby. Half of the people in this poll in New York City itself believed that high officials knew the September 11th attacks were coming and consciously failed to take action. Consciously failed. 1/2 of New York City. But this was also 41% of the people upstate, which may tell us something about what people think in this country as a whole. And 66% of this city are calling for a new criminal investigation by the New York State Attorney's Office. What is making you all think that? And why haven't you heard about what you think and what apparently half of the people in this city think on the news? You're left to talk with your neighbors, aren't you? I hope you will, and I hope you will be joining this effort. New York 9/11 Truth is holding meetings every week, every Thursday, and on this next Thursday we're going to hold a roundtable on what we can do to get out the information that you've been hearing here today and to break the 9/11 cover-up. Again, you can find out the details of this at the program site, which is summeroftruth.org. That's where the New York events go. And it's still summer, folks, and I think we should just keep it summer for the rest of this year until November 2nd and beyond. I hope you excuse me for having begun with all this information about groups and coming events, because, as I said, I'm going to give you full disclosure. I am involved in this issue, and I hope you will get involved actively. 9/11 Truth is not only about 9/11. It is about truth. It is about who gets to define reality. It is about whether we will be the perpetual victims in a world governed by lies. 911truth.org, as the name says, is a website. It's just one effort among many by literally hundreds of researchers, writers, activists, and truth seekers to unite and to make a coherent and strong case for reopening a criminal investigation into the events of September 11th. This is a task that has unfortunately fallen on the citizens of this nation because our government has, not for the first time, failed us entirely. I believe in conscientious research, but I don't believe in mincing words. The 9/11 Commission was a farce. The investigation, not only, now you all know that the investigation, that the executive director was, a high official in both Bush administrations. But beyond that, I assume you all heard about Max Cleland as well, who was a commissioner until last December. Who here remembers how he resigned and what he said before he resigned? He said, "Bush is scamming America." He said, "Every day we find out this government knew more about these terrorists in advance than it has ever admitted." He said these things to the New York Times, to the Washington Post, and to Salon.com, and there they stayed. They were not picked up by the other mass media. He said all this in October and November 2003, and then he didn't show up to the next hearings. Soon after this, Bush, who is scamming America, according to Max Cleland, appointed him to head the Export-Import Bank. And he took that appointment, and since then he hasn't been talking about this anymore. So I think that is a big red flag. How is it possible that this isn't a news story? For 3 years, hundreds of researchers have been gathering evidence that contradicts the official story, and they have been networking, and they have created great resources like the complete 9/11 timeline at cooperativeresearch.org. I think Paul Thompson, who spoke here before, has done a great job in bringing that together. But he'll be the first to tell you it's thanks to volunteer energy and information sharing. And that goes for the movement. It runs on volunteer energy and information sharing. Right now, all the people around 911truth.org are in the process of sorting enormous amounts of information into a form that can serve as the basis for complaints to reopen the case of September 11th, for something that we can take to people like the state attorney's office. We're creating an online resource called the 9/11 Omissions Dossier, and we want to organize the best bodies of evidence pointing to complicity in the attacks by our own government. So in the time here today, I was hardly going to even summarize this encyclopedic subject. At best, I can give you a set of starter questions, and I can encourage you to go study and judge for yourself and to get out there and speak with your neighbors about these points. Even this list might be overwhelming that I'm going to give you in the next 2 minutes. My advice is don't let that stop you. It's up to you to make it clear to the people around you what's really going on. What motive could people in a government possibly have to allow or even be involved in an attack like September 11th on their own people? If I had to summarize it in one word, that word would be trillions. Trillions of dollars have changed their course because of September 11th. Who benefited? Who had the invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq both in full preparation before September 11th? Would the American people have supported either? Isn't that evidence of advanced preparation for a turnaround in the national mood that had not yet arrived? Bush had complete war plans for Afghanistan on his desk on September 9th, and the source for that is Condoleezza Rice in May 2002. Where was the casus belli? Where was the cause for war? That's just a bit of the big picture. If you start looking at the details, you see that the top 4 men in the U.S. military chain of command, Bush, Rumsfeld, General Myers, and General Winfield, all went missing during the actual period of the attacks. You all know by now about Bush staying in the Florida school for no reason. He thought it was more important to hear the story of the pet goat than to act in any way on his authority as the commander-in-chief. But what people don't realize often is that Rumsfeld had a disappearing attack until after the attacks were over, as did Myers, as did General Winfield at the National Military Command Center. If it happens with one of them, it might be a failure of nerve. When does it become a pattern? The nation's air defense system failed to follow standard operating procedure for intercepting planes. Since then, conflicting timelines and accounts have been presented by NORAD, which is the North American Aerospace Defense Command, and the FAA, and finally by the Caine Commission. The official story keeps changing, and we can document that in excruciating detail. These are points that you can take home with you and use with people around you who are doubting, because you can show them exactly the documentation of this. Isn't anyone going to be held accountable for issuing false accounts? Is it possible that the government and officials can just change this story every year and never need to worry that it will be noticed? How long are we going to take this? I think I have very little else to say at this point. I can go on with a long list of unanswered questions about September 11th, and you've heard plenty of it. I think at this point it's up to you. I'm going to keep saying this. It's up to you to go out there and learn everything you can about this issue and find ways to speak to the people around you about it, because that's the medium that we have that's in our own hands. Thank you.
Beautiful.
And then we're going to invite Carolyn Betts, who's going to do a staff statement. Carolyn's going to address our options for redress. Where do we go from here? What options do we have in the courts, in Congress, and so on? Let's see if we have. Would you begin just by giving a little bit of background about yourself and then go into your address?
Sure.
Thank you.
Instead of starting with a shark story, I'm an attorney. I just want to say something about the unsung heroes in these stories, and my son is one of them. He was 3 years old when I started becoming involved in a whistleblower action, and he's 10 years old now. And coming after Indira is really quite moving. I wonder if some of you think, what can ordinary citizens like us do? And here's what I want to tell you. The most isolating thing you can imagine is being out front and having your friends and your family be afraid to be near you, and to say, don't call me because men in black cars come near me. And to see what you say on the telephone appear in court documents 2 days later. I got to tell you, DynCorp is a subcontractor to the the Alexandria, Virginia Department of Children and Services. And I had a Child Protective Services complaint anonymously filed involving my son who was pulled out of school. And he's told not to talk to strangers. He was pulled out of school without anyone telling him who the strange woman was who took him into a room and started asking him about his mother, who was his only parent. And soon thereafter, I left Washington. And I just want to say, what you can do is support the people who are willing to stand up and risk everything that they have and everything they are. And understand that when you ask for an attorney to help you, that the attorney might never work again. Just understand that this is a dangerous business, and that people who stand up have consequences in their lives. And some of these people decide not to have children for that reason, and for some reason I guess I wasn't bright enough to do that, or I didn't get into the business until after I already had one. But anyway.
Carolyn, can I read the bio that Catherine helped you prepare?
Certainly.
I'd like to.
Certainly.
Just establish your bona fides. Not that Carolyn Betts is an attorney who, over the past 8 years, has developed a specialty in the legal aspects of economic and spiritual warfare involving the U.S. government and major government contractors and the U.S. black budget. Her practice initially concentrated on securities and real estate law, and she became a partner in the corporate finance department of a Washington, D.C. based law firm in 1993. When an age discrimination case brought by a family member against the Ohio PERS, P-E-R-S, resulted in an adverse U.S. Supreme Court ruling, she lobbied and testified before both houses of Congress in connection with the ultimate adoption of the Older Workers Benefit Protection Act, which codified regulations struck down by the Supreme Court. In 1995, she became a senior banker at the Hamilton Securities Group, Incorporated, when that firm served as a lead financial advisor to the Department of Housing and Urban Development. That's the connection with Catherine Austin Fitts. She continued on as general counsel of Hamilton after its government contract was terminated, its officers were seized by the FBI, and the company became the target of a subpoena enforcement action and a secret sealed, quote, reverse whistleblower lawsuit, unquote, brought by a government-backed informant as an apparent attempt to cover up improper and illegal activities at the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Currently, she provides legal and consulting services to a startup investment advisory company founded by Catherine Austin Fitts, the CEO of Hamilton, and continues to be involved in Hamilton's ongoing litigation. Carolyn Betts, back to you.
Thank you. What I want to tell you, the bad news is that I am not a criminal attorney, and I can't recite chapter and verse what the laws are that relate to this.
But you can say, I do swear to tell the truth to this commission.
I swear to tell the whole truth to this commission.
Beautiful. Thank you.
My background is, as you heard, is as a corporate finance attorney. And I did very large transactions, many of them involving government as my client. And Carlyle was involved in some of the transactions, and some of the likes of J.P. Morgan Chase and Goldman Sachs and GE Capital and lots of companies like that. I also represented Resolution Trust Corporation in connection with the cleanup of the savings and loan crisis. So I came across lots of documents involving fraudulent transactions that had taken place during the 1980s. And so when I have become involved in the 9/11 Truth, dealing with the 9/11 Truth evidence, and the question, what do we do with this? The way I see it harks back to my experience in Washington as someone who worked for a government contractor, who represented the government, and has been involved in doing the paperwork and follow-up work involved in getting things done in the government, and also my experience lobbying for the passage of a bill. And so what my reaction when I saw this information is, what we need is a taxonomy. And I went to for your benefit, I went to Merriam-Webster online and looked up the word taxonomy, and it says, orderly classification of plants and animals according to their presumed natural relationships. That's the phylum stuff that you learned in science. The application of the concept for this purpose is in creating a methodology of organization of information about 9/11 according to distinct categories, and within those categories, within one or more lists of criteria that have relevance from some systems or social group standpoint. What I'm saying is you need to put this in context. And within categories that are understandable and relevant to the people that you want to appeal to pay attention to you and to do something. So I created, and it'll be on the website, a number of what I call taxonomies. And it's basically a list of things to ask about this evidence. The first one was New York damages to residents and governments. And what I asked myself is, define all of these things. What is the direct property damage involved? The loss of property value to New Yorkers, the loss of life directly in the tragedy, loss of future earnings, mental distress, loss of use of limbs and mental capacity, loss of health and decreased life expectancy, environmental damage, pollution, liability for increased health care expenses. Now, this is a governmental cost. Medicaid, New York City and state pension plans, Medicare, Social Security, disability. These are all things that have to be paid for at some point, and somebody cares about having to come up with the money to pay it. Think tobacco settlement. Direct monetary damages, the cost to repair, rescue, et cetera. That, again, is a New York City expense for the most part. Loss of profits and business to owners as a result of the tragedy. Loss of tax revenue to New York. Increased mandatory expenses for security and homeland defense. Loss of privacy and individual rights as the result of the USA Patriot Act, which was enacted as an excuse. It was an excuse to enact it. Loss of life of military people in Iraq and Afghanistan, if you want to take it out. These are the types of things we need to ask and quantify and be very clear on, because these are legal concepts that are measured, that are things that you have to prove in court, and this will always be what affects somebody who's looking at this from a governmental or judicial standpoint. The next taxonomy category I have is possible crimes and other bases for liability. On the site, I'm going to have selected about half of the statutory provisions in the penal law of the state of New York. I'm just going to read a few of them. Criminal solicitation, conspiracy, attempt, criminal facilitation, assault, homicide, kidnapping, burglary, criminal mischief, arson, larceny, offenses involving computers, accessorial conduct, that's aiding and abetting, forgery, offenses involving false written statements, insurance fraud, bribery, official misconduct, bribery involving public servants, perjury and related offenses, enterprise corruption, money laundering, terrorism. Those are all provisions in the New York statutes. And each one of those provisions also has a level of culpability that has to be proven in order to hold someone liable. So when you're looking at what people did in this whole morass of huge amounts of information, you got to find out for a particular crime, do you have to show that they intentionally did something, they knew what was going to happen, that they were grossly negligent, that their behavior was beyond the pale and they should have known, that they were merely negligent, or was it something that they're liable for no matter whether they knew or not? That makes a difference, and when you're presenting evidence to someone in an official capacity who wants to know whether they've got something to prosecute, you've got to, it will be helpful to that person to know what you have gathered in those particular terms. So possible crimes, I made a more generic list: murder, manslaughter, assault, conspiracy, criminal facilitation, bank, insurance, securities, and other fraud, trespass and damage to property, both personal and real, obstruction of justice, lying under oath, breach of contract. Remember that there are a lot of government contractors here. That's a breach of contract is how you're going to get to a government contractor probably. Military crimes, there are also military people involved here. Acts or omissions based on duties that arise under government job description. Liability of a principal for an agent's conduct. Failure to supervise. Contract, I already did contract liability. Faulty building materials or methods, that sort of thing. Building code violations, immigration law violations, Clean Air Act and other pollution violations. Those are just examples of what we're dealing with. Now, another thing to look at is the strength of the hard evidence. We've been hearing a lot of theories and a lot of facts, and we tend to mix them all up and build a story, which is really good for figuring out between you and me what we think happened. But in a court of law, and in order to justify investigatory action, you need to have proof at various levels, and just consider how strong the proof is of each particular thing that you're bringing to the table. So a taxonomy in this respect would perhaps rank the evidence according to which is your strongest case. You know, where could you show something? Now, this is my opinion, but I think filmed and recorded accounts are probably about as strong as you're going to get, and it all goes down from there. Physical evidence, like air tests results, Official records like flight plans, FAA flight plans, New York Stock Exchange trading records, NORAD records, FBI directives, things like that. Unofficial records, flight school records, for example. Legal realities in terms of what the statutory duty is for someone who's in a particular job. You know, that's evidence. You know, this person holds this job. The statute says the person who holds this job is responsible for X, Y, and Z. You know, if you're going to go after Donald Rumsfeld, you need to know what the Secretary of Defense has a statutory obligation to do. Congressional and Caine committee testimony is also a next level down in my list. Private testimony, eyewitness account, formal. Eyewitness account, informal. Accounts from that are in books. The reason I put that as this low down on the list is because it's what's called tertiary evidence. It's one step removed from the original source. And press accounts and other secondary sources. Then another taxonomical list that I made was identity of potential complainants and damaged parties. Here I have residents and workers in the area of the World Trade Center, rescue workers, property owners. Now remember, property owners include the Port Authority, the Transit Authority, Battery Park City, New York City School System, New York City Fire Department and Police Department, and other government agencies and private parties. These people are all involved in coming up with the money that's involved here and losing money. And that's what turns people on in government. If you want somebody in government to do something for you, you got to show them how they will bring in money or how they'll lose money if they don't do it. Because money is power. Insurance carriers and other indemnifying parties, airlines, stock and bond holders. Ask yourself if there are New York City bonds that were affected by this, and certainly there was insider trading. Taxpayers or whoever's paying for the victims' compensation fund. The victims who are still alive, the survivors of the victims who are not. And whistleblowers who had access to incriminating information, particularly those who've been harassed because they've suffered more damages than the rest of us. Then another thing to ask yourself is, where is the public sentiment and support? Because no one in government is going to do anything if they don't think that their backside is covered. That they will, if they take a risk on your behalf, that there will be people standing behind them, supporting them in doing that. So ask yourself which things the public thinks are the most egregious in this list. And I put a list of possible answers: putting military and rescue workers in harm's way, disregard of airline safety, disregard of safety procedures in evacuating buildings, failure to warn, failure to heed warnings, failure to investigate, benefiting from tragedy, using tragedy as an excuse to deny civil rights, allowing potential conspirators to leave the country. I imagine you know who I'm talking about there. Allowing illegally obtained or tainted funds to leave the country or become available to fund preparation, execution, and cover-up of the 9/11 tragedy. Using the tragedy to get government contracts. I also figure you know a few of those. Using tragedy to hide failings or legal infractions that have been committed. Using the tragedy to get appropriations. Using the tragedy for political purposes. Using the tragedy as an excuse for war. Misuse of taxpayer funds. Instilling of terror in the hearts of New Yorkers and Washingtonians. And here I just want to make a plug for Washingtonians. I was in Alexandria, Virginia, when whatever happened at the Pentagon happened. And we were afraid they were coming after our friends at the White House and the Capitol. And then my final category was identification of potentially culpable or liable parties. And we've heard some names here, and I made my own list, but I'm sure you have a longer one. And this is in no particular order, but it's just as an example of something you might come up with. Bush Cheney, Rumsfeld, Wolfowitz, Rice and the National Security Council, CIA, George Tenet, FBI, Louis Freeh, NORAD, FAA, Myers, Winfield, and I also want to put in a plug for what happened in Washington, the anthrax poisoning, the people in charge of Fort Detrick. So, you know, these are just these are examples of ways to look at what you have in front of you to determine what you're going to do with it and what your strategy is going to be. Because if you don't have a strategy and you don't have a clear goal, you will have a wonderful time exchanging anecdotes about who thinks what really happened. But will you get anything done about it? I also wanted to just mention about what are the possible forums. Where could you go? Consider that you're going to need to decide on a choice of forum. There are different levels of government. We've got federal, state, local, and the ones involved here in New York is the obvious one, and of course I'm in New York. So it's the state of jurisdiction where both the majority of the location of the majority of the damages, the residence of the many of the victims, the connection with many of the potential law violations. It's also the situs of the New York Stock Exchange. This is where many of the money center banks are located, their main offices, and they presumably were involved in transfer of money that we might be interested in. And there also are usually foreign branches or local branches in New York City of foreign banks that might have been involved in spiriting money that could have been used to pay for the 9/11 activities. So New York is the obvious, and in New York you have the Attorney General's office. Eliot Spitzer is the Attorney General of New York, as I'm sure you know. And you also have Robert Morgenthau, who is the district attorney for the borough of Manhattan, and he's the one who went after BCCI. So don't forget, local people sometimes have the wherewithal, but understand that when there's an investigation that's going to be as expensive as this, somebody has to pay for it. And somebody can either have funds or be denied or have an influence in denying funds. So you have to look at who the supporters are for whatever it is you want to do. And we can also look at possible legislative action, but I tell you that it takes a long time, and the horse is probably out of the barn door. So court action, I've been involved in a court case that has gone on since 1996, and we're now going into our first set of appeals. So that's sort of what you can expect. My prepared statement has, and the exhibits have a lot more detail if you want to go on the site and look at it for some more specific content. But I hope this has inspired you to think a little bit more deeply about putting everything into context and thinking like a lawyer in deciding what you want to put forward in order to put your best foot forward. And thank you very much.
I'm John Judge with 9/11 Citizenswatch, and
he was sworn in. Mr. Judge, I want to remind you, you're still
I can
under
only
oath.
say that I'll tell the truth and nothing but the truth. If I tell you the whole truth, you won't need any more witnesses. We don't know the whole truth yet. But I do try to be honest. And I also try to get at the truth, which is a fairly slippery animal. I come sort of in the role as if someone on a staff of a commission, and I was trying to outline earlier and didn't go into great detail about some of the omissions in the report in areas that the report either doesn't clarify or misleads in, and some of those that I think bear the most fruit for a commission to look into in regard to 9/11, I mentioned before, is whether or not this was an intelligence failure. And I think it's been framed as an intelligence failure from the time of the Joint Committee forward. The joint inquiry by the Senate and the House. But I think framing it that way has put us in a position of then curing that failure by further funding, giving more powers to, fortifying, and failing to criticize in any fundamental way that same intelligence establishment that we're saying failed us on 9/11. I think the real analysis should be that there was a breakdown in every standard procedure of the intelligence agencies that had functioned prior to 9/11. And it should be looked at that way rather than that the system was dysfunctional, because had it been dysfunctional, for all those years up to 9/11, someone would have done something to fix it, presumably. And there wasn't any move or criticism of it until you get to 9/11, and then everything that you see happening in the past suddenly doesn't happen in terms of the 9/11 events. So taking that intelligence failure route also means that we don't criticize the historical framework of deep politics and covert operations. Criminal cartels and paramilitary operations, illegal drug distribution networks, and undemocratic forces combined from their inception with the U.S. intelligence agencies to create both domestic and foreign covert operations, first to serve the interests of the Cold War, and in a continuing way now to serve the interests of an emerging global corporate expansion. And the history of that is, for the most part, hidden from us, because history in 1948 under the National Security Act became not something that belonged to the people of the United States, but rather a commodity that was put under control of a national security state. This is the military-industrial intelligence, and those are the original words in the draft of the speech, the military-industrial intelligence complex that Eisenhower warned about going out of office in 1960, that he saw emerging and said shouldn't have undue influence, but the only person that seemed to stand up to it effectively, John F. Kennedy, was removed from office in a rather abrupt way, and not much of anybody has challenged it since. And this commission would leave it in place and strengthen it and consolidate it. For a quick review, for those of you who don't know that history from 1954, of all the things that were done in our name and that I would contend have got us into the situation we are now, as well as all the rest of the people of the world who we don't know why they're angry at us, I would suggest William Bloom's two books, Killing Hope and Rogue State. I would suggest Peter Dale Scott's Drugs, Oil, and War, and also his earlier book, Deep Politics and the Murder of John F. Kennedy, to have a deep political understanding, which goes even beyond parapolitical in terms of how these things happen. And it's not so much a conspiracy in a boardroom as it is historical forces that combine. And also, you can find hundreds of books about the CIA. I challenge you to find more than 5 on the real intelligence establishment, the DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, and its branches, the Office of Naval Intelligence, Army Intelligence, Marine Corps. ONI is the oldest and largest intelligence agency in the United States. And the CIA is a think tank. When it comes to covert operations, they go to a liaison at the Pentagon, and the DIA takes over in terms of carrying out the operation. And we're seeing a clash right now between some of these old hands and how they want to restructure these intelligence agencies and whether something besides the DIA would be in charge. They're also over the National Reconnaissance Organization, whose initials used to be classified. That's the spy satellites, the National Security Agency, all the electronic listening. The black budget of the DIA is 10 times what the CIA has. They have 100 times more employees and 10 times more budget than CIA and FBI combined. And the only person that writes a little bit about them in the popular press is James Bamford. Puzzle Palace and his more recent books, Body of Evidence and Pretext for War. So for a novice, I think those are starting points. I have hundreds of other books, but I think that's a way to get into the topic and to understand how we got to where we are. Now, the two major covert operations that I think would bear fruit looking at that lead us into the period of 9/11 were run initially out of Carter's administration, suggested by Zbigniew Brzezinski, his security advisor, to go into Afghanistan and back a reactionary Muslim fundamentalist response to a socialist government that was in power there. There was an attempted coup, then there was a counter coup, and then the U.S. came in to back the people that wanted to take them out of power, and they also did it in a way that they felt would force the hand of the Soviet Union into a military intervention. And Zbigniew Brzezinski said it would give them their Vietnam, and in a recent interview, he said he had no regrets about doing that, even though it potentially led into a situation like 9/11, because his words, what are a few stirred up Muslims compared to the fall of the Soviet Union? But we, under that operation, we, along with the Saudis, and it was the largest financial, was $3 billion, the U.S. part, and matched by the Saudis, through drug profits, the Bank for Credit and Commerce International, and the U.S. Funding it through Pakistani intelligence services. And it was a huge covert operation that armed and built the capability that we now like to call Al-Qaeda, which is a very loose term. The media make you think that it's some sort of a corporation with a CEO. It would be equivalent to saying the movement in the United States did something. I mean, that's how basic that term is. It means the base or an operation, but it doesn't have the sense of a cohesive organization. It has many factions and a wide range of differences, and it's certainly not run out of any one place or through one particular operation. It was the bin Laden family in Saudi Arabia who financed by the CIA, built the operation caves that we're led to believe are the source of our current problems. So it's a direct route to understanding. And then when did that actually cut off? Because there was funding even after the fall of the Soviets there and their withdrawal and the rise of the Taliban. There was U.S. intelligence funding of the Taliban. There was a $43 million transfer even in 2001 to the Taliban to stop growing opium. When they stopped growing opium there, in part, then the Northern Alliance took over, and now with the new government that the U.S. has helped to bring in, they're back up to 85% of the world opium production there in Afghanistan. And there appears to be also ongoing U.S. covert funding of other fundamentalist Muslim movements in other countries besides Afghanistan in the period post 9/11, and certainly up to that period. So I think that would bear fruit, and I think the people who have studied the history also know that the Taliban warned the United States about the 9/11 attack. The Taliban offered 3 times to turn bin Laden over to an international court. That was called "We don't negotiate with terrorists." And then the Taliban was taken out of power in a plan that pre-existed 9/11. That goes all the way back at least to that summer, Colin Powell telling the surrounding countries that we were going in mid-October to take them out and staging the British and U.S. troops in the area to be ready for it before 9/11. And the Iraqi invasion was similarly planned well before that. We were told by the press that 11 days before the invasion, Bush got word of it. That told me he was among the last to know.
John, can you just, do you remember the actual quote that the Taliban were given? I think it was in Turkey or in Germany. We'll bury you in...
Yes, they said they would either bury them in gold or bombs. I think was a carpet of gold or a carpet of bombs. Yeah, that would be and these were U.S. intelligence people. But the BBC also reported that Colin Powell had forewarned the surrounding countries of the invasion. That operation fed into the same funding circles, the same drug money, into the next major operation that became known as Contragate, sending the missiles to Iran. We were arming both Iran and Iraq during that war period, and went through the Bush senior and Reagan years into the Clinton years. These covert operations and funding went on, but Contragate existed then, and many of the people that ran it, including some that were brought up on legal charges and convicted, were brought in then as the new advisors to the Bush administration and the Bush administration team. Among them Colin Powell, who had actually signed off with Poindexter on the shipment of the missiles, unbeknownst, I believe, to Reagan and on Bush's authority, because Bush was president the day that they signed it, because Reagan was in prostate surgery.
John, 2 minutes.
Okay. Poindexter, Reich, Abrams, Reich being promoted now to head ambassadorship to Iraq, Richard Armitage in the State Department, who also met with Mohammed Ahmed, the head of Pakistani ISI intelligence in the period right after 9/11. This black budget that we're talking about put Saddam Hussein into power and then took him out. It armed the Kosovo Liberation Army through drugs, and it was responsible over those years for assassinations, coups d'etats, changes of regime in many societies. And the most glaring failure of the intelligence system, in my view, is this history of its covert operations and its support of and backing up of repressive regimes and getting in the way of democracy around the world. When those forces no longer serve the corporate interest, they're taken out, and it's painted as us promoting democracy. But women used to go to school in Afghanistan before we backed the rise of the reactionary mullahs there. The Commission says that the problem is lack of oversight by the Congress. And its recommendation is to consolidate control over the budget into the hands of a Director of National Intelligence under the Executive. the only leverage Congress had over the intelligence agencies at all was control of that budget, and so they recommend taking it out at the same time they chide Congress. Who was responsible in Congress for this lack of oversight? Porter Goss and Bob Graham, the heads of the two respective intelligence committees, two people who were meeting with General Ahmed the morning of the attack, the head of Pakistani intelligence, and two people who wrote the joint inquiry report setting the stage to call it an intelligence failure, and Porter Goss, whose history goes back to the Bay of Pigs, the Rex invasion on Cuba, and other covert operations in Europe and around the world, and is now being promoted into a position of a new DCI, Director of Central Intelligence, whose powers will be strengthened by a recent executive order by Bush. So it's as if this commission created conditions for its own jobs after it got done. I wanted to talk also a little bit just about, there were not only individuals named in relation to this plot, but the 28 pages missing from the joint inquiry talked about foreign countries. And this commission absolves any countries. Saudi Arabia was specifically mentioned, others weren't, but this says this was the 19 people with a little bit of outside money and help, and that was it. But those 19 people, if we look into their backgrounds, don't seem to have either the motivation or the capability to have carried out the plot by themselves.
Okay, John, I'm going to ask you to conclude.
I think another major area that I didn't mention is the anthrax attacks. And they are under the purview of the Commission. They were never touched. The anthrax, chemically and biologically analyzed, goes back to something called Project Jefferson, run by the DIA, to create the next generation of anthrax on orders from Rumsfeld. They said on September the 9th, 2001, that they had succeeded, and then in October of 2001, the most weaponized and lethal anthrax ever seen shows up in the offices of the two major opponents of the Patriot Act, Senator Daschle and some spill over to Feingold and some to Lee's office. And then also it shows up in Florida at the office of the tabloid. It kills a tabloid photographic editor in the headquarters down there who published the first picture of Bush's daughters being arrested on DWI. And he's the only one in the place that dies. And the other go to Dan Rather and Tom Brokaw, no friends of mine, but since we're so far to the right, those are the liberals in the U.S. media.
Thank you, John. Thank you very much.
We've all become quite aware of the consequences of 9/11 for the Arab and Islamic world. Iraq's been reduced to smithereens. Afghanistan's been reduced to smithereens. Like a beehive that's been swatted with a bat, the Islamic world is now very, very agitated at what the U.S. and Israel is up to. It's a terrible situation. The clash of civilizations that was predicted by Samuel P. Huntington back in 1993 has become a reality. I'm wondering, what was in the mind of Osama bin Laden? Assuming that he did play some role in orchestrating and facilitating via the ISI of Pakistan these hijackings, if he in any way had any loyalty to the Islamic religion to back his various fatwas and various decrees against the United States, I've never been able to understand what is going through, this is the question, what must have been going through Osama bin Laden's head to conduct these attacks knowing that the Islamic world for the next generation, two, maybe longer, would endure the most incredible assault by the United States? I can't understand what his thinking must have been.
Okay, Nick,
I have to ask the question back at you, which is, which Osama are we talking about? Are we talking about the one in the interviews with the Pakistani press? Are we talking about the one in which video he always looks different? You know, there's a big fat one who confessed directly to 9/11, although the translation turned out to be false. Then you have all these audio statements that were supposedly released by him since September 11th. Which one is real and which one is not? If you take a look at the actual record of what's there, it's all in conflict, especially since September 11th.
Just to add, as an American Muslim and as an assistant imam, the whole militant Islamic network and their ideology has been disavowed by almost every single Islamic authority that I've read. That's the first thing. That never makes it to the New York Times, nor to the Post, nor wherever. The closest it got was, I think, page 6 on September 13th, when the world's Islamic legal scholars condemned, including the Taliban, as John Judge says, ironically enough, condemned the attack on the World Trade Center. So he is seen as a rogue figure in the Islamic world, and I, as a Muslim, don't even know who he is. Okay, I don't know who he's working for. I don't know if there's one Osama bin Laden. And there's precedent for me to think that way based on the history of covert operations and false flag operations. So the question is unanswerable because you're assuming that Osama bin Laden is a Muslim. And I have no valid evidence to suggest that he is. You know, a beard and a robe and chanting Allahu Akbar does not make you a Muslim.
Yeah, my name is Christopher Bolin with American Free Press, and I have two questions about the legality. I think that the criminal destruction of evidence, when a company named AMEC, a British company, Assets Management and Engineering Consultancy, was responsible for the renovation of the Pentagon and the cleanup of the Pentagon, the same company was responsible for the cleanup of the World Trade Center sites. And with 3 other companies, 2 of them both foreign, AMEC was responsible for the largest criminal destruction destruction of evidence from a crime site in history. Now, the World Trade Centers were a site of a horrendous mass murder, and the steel from the building should have been preserved and tested, for example, for explosions. Now, wouldn't destruction of evidence and AMEC's role in the destruction of that evidence, wouldn't that be a venue for litigation? And another minor question.
The answer is yes.
Yeah, thank you.
That's part of the conspiracy. Conspiracy is a very, very broad concept, and anybody who is involved in knowingly promoting the larger conspiracy, which means that what happened in Washington and Pennsylvania also can come into the jurisdiction of the New Yorkers.
And the other thing is about the way that 800 people or so were trapped in the upper parts of the tower, and the doors to the attic were locked. Back in the days of, for example, the Iroquois Theater fire, when escape doors are locked, I think there could have easily
criminal
been
negligence.
Helicopters could have assisted. A helicopter could have landed and ferried hundreds of people away from there before they died or had to jump.
Wouldn't the release of the Reagan transcripts shed a lot of light on these issues? And for that matter, also the release of the Giuliani transcripts that he stole out of office and put in storage?
I guess the answer is yes.
It just seems to me that that's been a lost issue, and it might be another avenue of attack on, in terms of what you're talking about.
When you're saying Reagan transcripts,
the Reagan administration transcripts that were supposed to be released in 2000 after the 12-year period.
Right, John. I think yes, exactly. He's referring to the White House records, which the Bush has been in violation. The Bush administration, has been in violation of the law since coming to office because these transcripts, not the transcripts, but the White House documents under the Presidential Records Act have to be released after 12 years. Okay, and that was the year 2000 already, so I guess the Clinton administration was in no rush, and then the Bush administration took over, and 3 years later, 4 years almost, they still have not released the White House records from the Reagan era.
Thank you.
And that's a violation of the law.
Well, there's a tremendous push by the Bush administration to go backwards in terms of openness. They have teams in the National Archives reclassifying formerly declassified documents. The Justice Department has said that if anyone brings a suit for a Freedom of Information Act file, that the full weight of the Justice Department will be brought to bear on behalf of the agency being sued. An executive order that Bush put into power gave him control over the previous 2 administrations' records, and in general they have been reluctant to release anything, legal or not, from past or current administrations. But certainly any of these documents created by people that we're electing and paying to be in power and that are supposedly representing us in a democratic government belong to us, not to them.
Thank you. Thank you, John.
Yes, I'm concerned with the Dick Cheney and Lynn Cheney in the secret bunker on 9/11, perhaps running things, and how 9/11 was most definitely a pretext for Iraq in gaining public support. I think we all agree with that. I'm concerned now with the Lynn Cheney connection with AIPAC, Israel, Larry Franklin, the Iran situation right now, and us potentially going into Iran, and what might be the possible pretext for our invading Iran, and is that right on the horizon, and should we be talking a little bit about that too, since it might be happening imminently?
Your question is about the deep political relationship between the Cheneys and
AIPAC
and
Israel and Larry
going into
Franklin.
Iran.
Yeah.
John?
Well, I think one aspect of deep politics that hasn't been looked at, a lot of people say this comes from oil, but I think even deeper than the oil is how the oil is financed and based. And I think it's important to know that first Iran and then Iraq and then Venezuela, where we've been trying to effect a coup recently, switched over on their oil production and sale from the American dollar to the euro. And I think that's part of what's precipitated them as targets because it does threaten the entire economic system here if oil, and they were urging OPEC countries in general to go to the euro. And there's a lot of agendas driving things. I mean, you know, and many times U.S. hegemony and global relations are in relation to some of the more corrupt or backward regimes abroad. And there's certainly times when the U.S. and Israeli government agendas push together for, for things. I'm not of the opinion that Israel is the tail wagging the American dog, but I do believe that there are a lot of people in the current Bush administration with close ties to and loyalties to the Israeli agenda and the part of the U.S. global agenda that has to do with that region. Most of the command structure was AWOL on 9/11, which de facto left Cheney calling the shots. Rumsfeld sat in his office, he says, until the Pentagon was hit. Dick Myers is not interrupted in a meeting with Max Cleland until after the plane is there. The normal head of the White House Office of Preparedness in this emergency bunker is down in Florida with Bush. Bush appears to me to be essentially out of the loop, even to the point that he reported that his secure line, communication line, which also means his command line to the defense of the country, went dead for a period of 2 hours on Air Force One, and he was forced to call with payphones.
Thank you.
That hasn't been investigated yet, but I don't think that goes down without somebody knowing why it's happening.
Thank
Commissioner McIlvaine would also like to make a comment.
In connecting the dots, the AIPAC, Pearl, Wolfowitz, and one thing that hasn't been mentioned today is the defense paper, Building American Defenses in 2000. All the same people are connected with these. And of course, in the paper that came out in 2000 by PNAC, they mentioned the axis of evil. So Iran was in that. And so Iran's been part of the big picture, for since the early 90s, but specifically with rebuilding American defenses. And the same people are involved with AIPAC also. So it's just, all these dots are connected to that one direction.
Hello. I'd like to thank the 9/11 Citizens Commission for standing with us, by us, and for us, and 9/11 Truth and the Citizenswatch. Thank you, all of you, for your strength that you give us.
The answer to your question that you asked me was 2 months, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
2 months was when the fire went out.
Yes.
I was
At
wondering
Ground
what the
Zero.
date was. The fire went out at Ground Zero. 2 months it took.
No, 4 months.
I asked Elizabeth Orkin. She said 2 months. But,
No, they did not.
okay.
They were not.
Okay, months. Lasted a long time.
I wanted the date, though. But anyway, I want to thank also Truth for a Change, which is a show that Joe Friendly produces, because it was through him that I even discovered 9/11 Truth. I believe it or not, I never heard anything about it on Democracy Now!, which I am devoted to. But I just want to say, Joe Friendly is over there. Thank you so much for your airing of Phase 2 for Truth 9/11 Truth. My question is, I am very concerned looking forward. And Carolyn being here, I got thinking in the future. I'm concerned, does it matter who wins the election? And I have to say that, if Kerry wins, it might only just diffuse the frustration and anxiety that we're feeling. But on the other hand, it could help him and aid and abet him to continue the agenda for the next 4 years unattended. So it's all very curious and dubious. And I thank you very much for being there, Cynthia. My question is, can we, as an action, a national action, not pay our taxes? Take our money back. And can that be a way of expressing and standing and saying we are not going to pay taxes this year?
Well, can I answer that? I will tell you that Catherine Fitz has been looking into that for quite a while, trying to figure a way what the model is there. But I can tell you that my opinion is that you can do more by taking your money out of the big money center banks, put your money in local credit unions, community banks, where you know what they're doing with your money and it's going into your neighborhoods. Stop subscribing and paying money to the media who do not give you the truth.
Vote with your dollar.
Support media by donations, buying books, getting subscriptions to the people who tell you the truth. Vote with your time and your intention, your prayers, and your money. And I personally think that will make a bigger difference than who you vote for as President of the United States in November.
Let me just add that there is one congressional race in Georgia where the votes and the financial support do matter. So please.
Well, just a quick response is that I think we've been told since 2000 that they don't allow elections here in the United States to come down to the vote when they matter. I think the other thing that might be more effective than trying to get a segment of the population to stop paying taxes and take the risk of that would be instead to demand that we finally have taxation with representation by having the last page of our tax form be a direct allocation of the tax we spend.
Thank you, John. Yes, next question.
Thank you. I'd like to know if the panel has any thoughts about Al Jazeera. I recently saw the movie Control Room and how Al Jazeera is in the same bank of the main press as NBC and CNN and all this. And these Osama bin Laden mysterious warnings and tapes against the United States all appear on Al Jazeera, and we're all supposed to go, woo, because it's been revealed to us. Do you have any thoughts on that?
My personal belief is that Al Jazeera has been compromised since September 12th, 2001.
Do you think Al Jazeera is financed by the United States?
My educated opinion, yes. Can I offer you concrete proof? No. But do they have to appear like they are anti-U.S. and they give an ear to the Islamic fundamentalist cause and they shed light on all the U.S. foreign policy atrocities? They have to do that to maintain their legitimacy somewhat.
Right.
But I think in the end they won't ask the tough questions.
I heard it discussed that was the put sales of the American Airlines and United Airlines stocks. I want to know where that money went. Has it been followed to the end, and who's involved in it?
Nick, perhaps you can just quickly say where the money went.
Well, this is a huge story because everyone has heard to an extent about the put options, and they seem to be a fairly small transaction that the Caine Commission was able to dismiss in a fairly quick way in a footnote, even though the story stinks. But what people seem to have simply forgotten is that in the days right after September 11th, you had the investigators of financial centers all around the world come out and say very clearly, we've seen extremely suspicious trading, and this happened in Frankfurt, in Japan, in London, where it was traced to a small airline that has never yet been identified. In the United States, it was the San Francisco as well as the Chicago exchanges. It happened at the Tokyo exchange. There were stories from Singapore. This seems to have happened all around the world. All the investigators said at once, there is something extremely suspicious here that we're going to pursue all the way back to its source, and we're probably going to find somebody connected to the attacks, whoever came out with that tip. And then suddenly, about a week later, they all decided to shut up. The most interesting fact, I think, in the United States is that the put options were placed through the Brown Bank, which in turn was previously run by the number three man in the CIA, and the CEO of Brown Bank resigned on September 12th, very suddenly.
Thank you.
So you got a sudden case.
Thank you, Ms. McKinney.
Thank you.
Is there any solid evidence, I guess for Mr. Judge, is there any solid evidence that any of the supposed hijackers were trained at U.S. run or related schools? The two references which I saw to this were a tiny, probably two-paragraph squib article in the Times about 10 days after 9/11, and in WBAI from Ralph Schoenman and Maya Schoen years later.
Thank you. Short answer and a reference to a reference.
I would say is not solid proof. There are press reports suggesting that some of them were trained here at U.S. military facilities, and other ties that they have to U.S. military, and people around the suspect circle that were used as double agents had ties to U.S. militaries. But
any more specific references, or I don't recall who was
no.
part of the reports. What?
I mean, Hopsicker mentions it in his book, and you can find it different places. I don't have the sites off the top of my head for it.
Okay. Thank you. Next question.
In April of this year, the U.S. Attorney, the head of the FBI, Drug Enforcement Administration, and the head of the CIA all said that lack of staff played an important role in why they were not able to intercept the attacks on 9/11. A year ago, my family filed a federal lawsuit, and we charged the FBI, New York City, New York State, with conducting politically motivated and racially motivated investigations. And I believe that dovetails into what is affecting what took place on September 11th. When they were using their staff to conduct these illegal investigations, they should have been investigating the 9/11 terrorists. And I have a copy of my complaint. I was hoping it was possible for you to review that and look at what parts of that complaint dovetails with the 9/11 attacks.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Hanson Jones.
And you'll deliver that to?
I have a copy of my complaint and a few other documents. Needless to say, there are a tremendous number of documents that are involved.
You can see me afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you.
I also have documents I'd like to place in the hands of Representative McKinley or whoever else would like them, specifically related to one of the key figures that's been identified in the whole charities network issue, Mr. Alamoudi. I've followed the arrest. It goes way back. And the Justice Department, in handing down its indictment, has chosen to totally ignore the evidence that I will deliver to you from the Customs Service and from evidence delivered in testimony to the Judiciary Committee that proves that he's an Al-Qaeda and Hamas leader. He's been in this country for 20 years and high up in the government and directly related to Norquist. And I think that this is an issue that if the press got it, even if we can't get, the Justice Department to move on this, he's liable to be deported before they act, before he can speak, before anyone can speak, and then we'll never hear anything. But I think that this issue, if it could be brought out into the press, would blow Bush's cover
Directly related to Grover Norquist?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Beautiful.
I will give you what I've done, and I would like to have, my idea was to send this to several congresspeople and also to have perhaps some of the 9/11 families join in on this petition to the government saying, what's going on here? Why does he have minor charges instead of, we have a big fish here? And he's been, officially sponsored by the various governments, and it's all connected to Muslim Brotherhood stuff.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll give you this.
Yeah.
Yes, we're trying to accommodate everybody, so please don't anybody else get in line.
Now, based on what we now know, or should I say what I found out today about Caine, is there a way that we can impeach him in the 9/11? I mean, especially if he had his part in the $24 million with this PTAC.
Impeach who? I'm sorry, can you speak?
No.
Caine. Tom
Caine, as well as Bush, as Cheney.
The Caine Commission is is, I believe, congressionally appointed, but it's not the type of body where you impeach. They just expire and go
Even
away.
if he was head of it? And a lot of people
I'm
didn't know
not
about
aware
the
that
$24
there's any
million
way,
that he
unless
had
you,
invested?
unless there were a conscious accessory after the fact kind of thing, if you could show that somebody was actively trying to hide information, but who are they hiding it from? There's no government investigation. If they were hiding it from an attorney general or from a district attorney who had subpoenaed them, that would be a crime. But hiding it generally from the American people, I'm not sure that that's actually a crime.
I'm sorry, we can't do any more follow-ups. Please,
Yes,
I'm trying to accommodate.
Hi, I'm Rubina Niaz with Not in Our Name, and I have a concern and a question. Knowing the U.S. government's, history and being notorious with supporting dictators around the world and then pulling the rug from under their feet, is Pakistan one of those countries? That's what I'm concerned about as a Pakistani American. But as I listen to everybody speak today and I'm connecting the dots, I'm struggling with one thing. If the Saudis are involved in this master plan and Pakistanis and everybody, how does the demonization of Islam and the attack on Muslims make sense? And how does it fit into this master plan? So I don't know who wants to answer that.
I could try to take that. There's two very important things, and I'm going to make this short. There's a huge difference between the citizens of Saudi Arabia and the Saudi regime. There's a huge difference between Musharraf's regime and the ISI and the average Pakistani on the street. And there's a huge difference between authentic piety and political aggression in the guise of religiosity. So demonizing Islam just sort of victimizes those people that can't tell the difference between the Saudi regime and the average Saudi on the street. So to create mass hysteria, it makes all the sense to demonize Islam, to create a culture of fear and insecurity. And yes, we want you to protect our borders and our skies, so here's all the money and siphon it off to security.
Identifiable
Yeah.
enemy.
And yes, go ahead, Cynthia.
And an identifiable enemy. Thank you. Next.
Quick question about expert confirmation on a couple of theories on Flight 77, and I apologize if you covered it earlier today. One is the structural engineer confirmation of the theory of the flight into the Pentagon, and second is expert testimony regarding the alleged telephone call made by Barbara Olson from Flight 77 that supposedly couldn't have taken place because the phones can't accept credit cards, and I see compelling. Oh,
There's
sorry.
two questions you have. One is the Pentagon.
Right. Is there structural engineering evidence from a structural engineer as opposed to people creating compelling arguments, which seem to make sense, but I, as a structural engineer, that confirmed the theory that it couldn't have been a 757, and likewise the phone call that couldn't have been made, other than people's speculating, do we know that somebody who's familiar with how the phones worked on that flight said that couldn't have happened? And where would I find this information?
Nick?
I'm afraid that with that we're getting into a topic that would literally require another half hour.
Just short
and this
answers.
form of physical evidence is being covered at the other event on Saturday, so I'd recommend that you go there. This is a big conflict point, too, among the researchers, so I would recommend...
So you're saying there's no consensus what happened to the Pentagon?
Not absolutely.
Is there any consensus about the ability of the cell phone?
No, I wouldn't say among researchers that there's a consensus on the cell phone calls, although there are very strong opinions on both sides.
Thank you.
Next.
My name is Lori. I'm from Boston, and I worked for Delta Airlines in a variety of things that I was looking into. I just have to add that in 1998, AT&T bought the adult network system called the Hot Network. I was looking for someone there, and the name John R. Smart came up. It's a bogus name. It's a fictitious name. But oddly enough, there was a hyperlink to something called Schema DC, registered to dublincorps.org, dated July 2nd, 1999. Dublincorps.org is owned by a man named George Buzash, B-U-Z-A-S-H. In finding all the fiction and fictitious names and fictitious business entities of George Connolly on Bush Boulevard, or George Bush on Ehrlich Road down in Florida, or a variety of things. Our technology has taken over, and there was definitely a scheme of D.C. in the year 2000, and I don't know if it'll happen again in 2004. Another thing that I found in terms of chat rooms.
Sorry, we need a question, please.
Well, I was just offering information for the people to know. In terms of chat rooms, there was a geocities.com/pentagon/bunker/9669 with a variety of other information that I have regarding child pornography and Operations Snowball, Landslide, and a variety of things. Aside from drug money and international money laundering, child pornography is definitely millions of dollars that are funding this administration.
Thank you. Thank you. Question, last question.
Yes. I had recently heard on WBAI that there was a Russian woman reporter who wanted to report the truth about what happened recently in Chechnya with the hostage crisis. And she went on an airplane. She was given some tea to drink, and she dropped dead, and she was poisoned. Now, it seems to be like this is the third time that all these terrorist attacks seem to happen whenever Bush or the Republicans go somewhere, and there's going to be a large protest, and they want the protesters to shut up. It seems, see, when Bush went to England, and there was going to be a large protest, it was the day after in which there were some terrorist attacks in Turkey. It was as though to say maybe the CIA or somebody sets these terrorist attacks up just to make the protesters shut up. And then on March 11th, again, Bush was going to go, and I believe he was going to come here over to New York and, pay his respects to 9/11 victims, and there were various protesters, including myself, who wanted to say the Bush regime engineered 9/11, and on that day, you had a terrorist attack in Spain. And then recently, the Republican National Congress comes here to New York, and then the day after, you have all these terrorist attacks. Do these terrorist attacks ever, the timing of all of these terrorist attacks ever have you people think about what is going on? Or is it possible that the CIA, the Mossad, Pakistani intelligence can continue to construct and organize these terrorist attacks just to make, just to silence any voices of dissent and keep us all in a state of fear and war for empire and resources?
The question, I guess, John, is that you think there's a concert, these attacks can be made in concert and timing, and are these really one criminal operation with an agenda?
I think it has to be looked at. I don't think that we have more than a general suspicions of it. But I was tracking from the 1970s on a shift at the Defense Department in their planning and RAND Corporation studies that related to terrorism and counterterrorism as sort of the new rubric under which the military would operate once the enemy of the Soviet Union went away. And there is a body of evidence in Europe about what's called strategy of tension, which are plots created by the intelligence structures to have terrorist actions happen and then to blame them falsely on certain elements of society so that they can go against them and also increase the level of repression. So I think it's a legitimate query, but I think we haven't got a body of evidence quite yet.
Okay, before everyone goes, please.
10 minutes to the film, right? Less.
Yes. First, I would like to extend our thanks to everyone who's participated today, to all of you for being here. Thank you, everyone. I want to go and recognize some individuals, all of our witnesses. Some have come a long way to be here. No one has been paid, okay? This has all been volunteer. That goes for our commissioners, Bob Mcllvaine. Thank you, Bob. Dr. Caine. And, of course, Cynthia McKinney, who chaired the event today. I would like to thank Nick Levis of 911truth.org. Adam Herter, Dawn Albanese, John Albanese, Les Jameson, who will have a word for you in a minute from 911truth.org, New York 911truth. Kathy Bell, Ted Silverman, who did the AV with us, Mary Titus, Isha and Jan Raymond, Eric Douglas, Peter Taylor. A lot of you came late in, just filled in, and I don't have your names here in front of me. Forgive me. Thank you. And also thanks to Hamuk, who came from San Francisco, with Steve Casserly and Joe Friendly, who did a 3-camera shoot. And keep in mind, we are going to do a DVD of this, all 6 hours. Much of it will be compressed and put online. We'll have a professional transcription service that's going to transcribe every word that's been said, and that is also going online by next week, mid-next week. So this can be virally communicated out across the country and around the world. So please help us get the word out.
And thank you all. Thank you all.
And we have to move quickly out as soon as we're done. If you want to come back for the movie, you've got to buy tickets outside of the box office. And please donate on your way out. We've got a basket. This event was expensive to pull off, so we'd appreciate any donations.
Please do help out.
And Les just wants to say a word about the local organizing, because there's meetings that they have here regularly, and Les would like to come up and say a few words. So Les Jameson, please.
Okay, even though you're heading out, I know you can hear me. For actions in New York City, we are here, and we are not only organizing events like this, but we're having weekly vigils at Ground Zero every Saturday from noon till about 4 o'clock. And next Thursday is the event you're going to want to be at. After hearing this wealth of information this afternoon, I bet you're wondering now, what can be done? What can you personally do to contribute to the effort? And it's going to come from us, folks. It can't come from a government-appointed commission. Okay, truth, change, and progress is only going to come from the people who have the most important office, political office in the country. That's you and us. Okay? So next Thursday, Brecht Forum, which is 122 West 27th Street, 9th floor. This is on the summeroftruth.org, so you can get the details there, but it's going to be the opportunity to kick off the next phase of activism and pursuing the truth of 9/11. Our website, ny911truth.org. Okay, we have email, a newsletter, sign up, and please come be part of the action. Thank you.
One more last announcement. I would like to ask the commissioners, this has been a lot of